All right, you're ready to go, Simone.
Okay. All right, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for joining us on the BIMS Currents of Change. We're so happy to have y'all here. So I'm Simone Barkley. I'm the Chief Learning Officer at BIMS. And over the next 24 hours, we will share information from our members. You'll see some of our members speak about their community and our organization and their experiences here at BIMS. We're also going to share some BIMS TV episodes so you can see the types of content that we put out that you are welcome to view anytime at your leisure. Now, this is a live stream fundraiser for BIMS. Please donate on our website at www.bims.org/donate. You can start donating right now if you feel so inclined. Now, without further ado, please welcome our very first speaker, none other than Dr. Tiara Moore.
What up? I'm back here doing double duty. So I'm supposed to be live on Instagram. Y'all can tell me. Someone listen, because y'all know I was gonna start it off doing the most. So if y'all can, okay. So I'm supposed to be going live on Instagram, y'all. So let me know if y'all can see me on Instagram now. So we have just started the currents of change. Let me see. I'm gonna start. Hey y'all. I think I'm here. Y'all can let me know if y'all see us. Thank you so much for that introduction. Simone, and happy Earth Day, y'all. We are here burning the midnight oil for Earth Day, trying to let everybody know that we are here. So I actually have some prepared words. So let me get on track. Hey y'all, okay, I'm seeing people join on Instagram. Hey y'all, we are live on YouTube, live on our donation platform. So please check us out there. But for this next, wait, 54 minutes, I really want to set the tone. We are here. And let me tell y'all, getting here was no small thing. But we are here in this moment, on this platform, in this fight, and we are not leaving. So, good evening, good morning, good wherever you are in the world. I'm Dr. Tiara Moore, or Dr. T, founder and chief executive officer of Black and Marine Science. And I am just so honored to open up the currents of change, a 24, 24-hour fundraiser for the ocean. So like Simone said, you can start donating right now. This is not just a live stream. This is a movement. This is a declaration. This is a testament, a rally cry. Because make no mistake, we are in the fight of our lives right now for our ocean, for our people, and for our future. And when the waves try to push us back, we push harder. When the current, when the currents threaten to drag us under, we rise. When they try to silence us, we get louder. And so that's why we will be live for the next 24 hours. You know, I was inspired by Cory Booker and him talking for 25 hours about the things that were important. And y'all know I love to talk, but I didn't want to talk straight. So we have invited other leaders to share this space for this next day because we all have a message and we all have something to say. So I'm just going to take a quick pause right here because I'm seeing from the Instagram live that folks aren't seeing something on YouTube. Can we just do a quick check that we are live on YouTube right now? And y'all let me know. So we should be on YouTube on our bims.org/donate page. I'll take one pause, make sure the fro is still cute. All right, so we should be on YouTube. If you don't see us yet, we're there now. Okay, so again, like I said, we will be live for 24 hours, and we're going to have a series of leaders coming in. And if we don't have somebody talking, we'll either be reading letters from our members or showing videos or just making sure that we have a continuous day of us talking about the ocean. So, let's begin a little bit with the journey here. She says she still can't see it. I don't know why they say it's up. Refresh your page. I'm not looking at it right now, but that's why we got all these different ways, because we wanted to make sure y'all were going to hear our voice today. So we will just verify. Make sure if you are on our YouTube, you're on BIMS, our BIMS page. So it's just youtube.com/BIMS Science. So I want to start with a story, my story, because, okay, we up there. Thank you. Yes. Okay. So I want to start with my story because let's be clear, I didn't just wake up one day as the CEO or the chief executive officer of BIMS. I didn't just walk into marine science and find open doors. No, I had to kick those doors open. I had to build my own table when they wouldn't even give me a seat. And I know I'm not alone in that. I know a lot of people can relate to that story. You know, I grew up in a world where Black children weren't told to be marine scientists. We were told, you know, to be doctors, lawyers, teachers, sports players, you know, those good, honorable careers. But what about the ocean? Who told us we belonged here? Who told us that we could lead, that we could make decisions about our planet, our environment, our survival? No one. Not really. No one told us. So we've had to tell ourselves. I had to push past every, are you sure you want to do this? Past every, maybe you should try something else. Past every, I have never seen someone like you in this field before. And of course, my favorite, past every, oh, you can swim? I fought for this. And when I got here, I realized I wasn't alone. There were so many of us, scientists, conservationists, students, advocates, working twice as hard for half, sometimes even a third, even if that, of the recognition. And that's when I knew we needed a space. We needed a home. And that's how Black and Marine Science was born. BIMS started as a spark, a Twitter conversation, a gathering of minds, an idea at a time, at a moment when there were folks listening to us. So I'll just take us back quickly to 2020, since some folks have quickly forgot. In 2020, in the midst of a global pandemic, we saw the continued, but also I would say even maybe hyperbolized attack on Black lives, because we were all at home, all on our screens. We saw Ahmaud Arbery, who was running for his physical and mental health. Yet he was gunned down by somebody who thought he didn't belong or deserve to be running. We saw the murder of Breonna Taylor, who was sitting and sleeping at home in her bed, a place that should have most definitely been considered her safe space. We saw the murder of George Floyd because of some situation at a grocery store, and they decided that he should be stepped on and killed. We then saw this Black man named Christian Cooper minding his business, birding, and a white woman calling the police on him, weaponizing the police, and putting him in a potentially life or death situation. All of these things happening back to back to back that probably happened 10 times over, but we saw them because someone had their phone and we were all at home. Outside of those major historical moments, that situation in the park had an interesting response. And some of y'all know that it led to the most infamous Black Birders Week, where Black birders everywhere said, hey, y'all, you don't need to call the police on us. We bird. And for the next week or so, I saw Black birders all over every social media page that I have with binoculars and bird. And I was like, yes, we bird. Yes, this is excellent. We're birding. Look at this. And it became Black Birders Week. And from Black Birders Week, we saw Black in Chem, we saw Black in Astro, we saw Black in Physics, we saw Black in Botany, we saw Black. And I was like, yes. And then I was like, where's Black Marine Science? In that moment, those series of horrible, horrendous events, in the moment where we were supposed to be beat down, broke down, not going to get back up, we said, oh, no. We are here. We are going to make the best of this bad bootleg situation. We are going to stand strong. Nobody is going to stop us from birding because we love to bird. Nobody's going to take that from us. And so now we are a force. We have programs empowering Black scientists and students. We have initiatives protecting our oceans and our communities. We are educating, advocating, and creating change. And today, we are standing here in the face of a $2 million funding crisis and saying, we will not be erased. Let me be clear. The funding threats that we face today and that we're seeing across nonprofits, across universities, across anybody trying to do good work, they are not just about money. They are about who gets to lead. They are about who gets to lead. They are about who gets to decide the future of our planet. And they think that they can cut us off. And they think that they can cut us out. Because by attacking our funding sources, attacking the resources that we have to make the noise that we have been making. So to cut it off says, no, you can no longer have a voice in this conversation. We are going to take away your resources. But let me tell you something. You cannot erase the ocean. And you know you can't erase us because the resources was cute, but baby, we have been in this fight without resources before. We made the blueprint of fighting without resources. The resources allowed us to just for a moment keep it cute and comfortable. But don't get it twisted. We've been here before. The ocean is our history, our present, our future. It holds the stories of our ancestors, the keys to our climate crisis, the resources for our survival. And yet, we treat it like it will always be there. Coral reefs are dying, fisheries collapsing, communities, our communities, my communities, are being hit first and worst by climate change. We have scientists, our colleagues, who love to spout statistics about us being disproportionately impacted, statistic after statistic, but yet doing nothing to provide a solution. It's as if they would prefer to write about us as a statistic than to be at the same table making the decisions. And so if we do nothing, which we could, if we stay silent, if we let others decide for us, then we are complicit. And I don't know about you, but I refuse to sit back and watch the world burn and drown at the same time. It just don't feel right. BIMS was built on resilience, really. Resilience, resistance, resilience, all of them. On community, on the unwavering belief that we belong in this field. And no funding cut, no challenge, no obstacle is really going to take that away. And so how do we stay strong? We must support each other. This whole live stream, this whole day is the goal to support each other because we know something is coming. There's always something coming. Over these last couple of months, every day I've woken up with some foolishness, either in my email, in my WhatsApp, in my DM, something. We know this is something is coming. And we know specifically today on Earth Day, something huge is supposed to be coming. But what if we stood together and supported each other instead? What if we knew no matter what was coming, we were going to be ready? We were going to stand strong. We were going to be prepared for whatever is coming. So we ask you to really join us today to listen. Put on your listening ears and listen to the words of the people that are going to be before you, because we all got something to say for what's coming, for what's coming. And we're all going to take all of us to listen, but to support each other. We have to educate the next generation because they're actually watching us and looking at this and like, whoa, whoa, this what y'all doing? So we have to educate the next generation to show them the way. We have to demand action from our policymakers who are making these decisions and just leaving us behind. And then we fund ourselves when they try to shut the door. You know, as being the CEO of BIMS for the past, 25 years now. Ooh, yeah, I'm getting old out here, 5 years. You know, this money game is wild. People do different things for the funds, for the grants that we get. And we have to stay 10 toes down behind the mission and say, hey, we want to support this community and these types of people and do this work in these areas. And so when they tell us, oh, well, we're going to take your money away, you can't help Black people anymore. Well, what do? Do we stop helping Black people? Absolutely not. We figure out a different way to fund it. That is the only option. That is the only decision we have. That's it. And that's why we're here, calling on y'all. This event is more than just words. Yes, we can talk and I get excited and passionate, but this is a call to action. This is a lifeline for our programs, our scientists, our future. We are not asking for permission to exist. We are claiming our space. And we need all of y'all, all the folks who are listening right now, to see what we are trying to do and support the mission. Share this. If you can't donate right now, I know it's what, midnight, people is asleep. That's fine. Even though y'all be lurking up till 2 and 3, so y'all can like and share. Give us a like, share this. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, BIMS TV, and then, of course, donate. If you can't donate, share our page out, bims.org/donate. You will see we have a $2 million goal to fully replace our operating budget, because we don't have time for them to tell us they're going to cancel our grants. In my head, the grants is canceled. We need to replace all of these funds. That's just that. We're not asking for permission to be here. We're doing what needs to be done to stay here, period. So over the next 24 hours, let me get back to, I wrote a whole thing, but I keep going off. Over the next 24 hours, you will hear from some of the most brilliant, passionate, unstoppable Black leaders in marine science and conservation, okay? You will hear their stories, their struggles, their victories. You will hear the voices of a movement, and you will hear the truth, okay? We love the truth over here. No slides. So some people might have a slide, but no slides. I'm starting with no slides. No slides, no fluff, just power, just voices, just us. Because we are the currents of change. And once we start moving, nothing can stop us. So I ask you, as we begin this journey together, will you listen? Will you act? Will you fight with us? Because we're not going anywhere. And neither is the ocean. But we all need each other. So back to my story. I was raised in the South, y'all. If y'all don't know that about me now, y'all know Greenwood, South Carolina. And wasn't nobody telling me to be a marine scientist. But in my dreams I had as a little Black girl, I dared to imagine myself as something bigger than my current situation. Even when the world didn't see me that way. But I saw it. And I stayed with it. Even when it was hard. Even when I was the only one. Even then. And even growing up, when I went to undergrad, I thought I wanted to be a pediatrician because of Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby's on TV. I was like, oh, yeah, that looks cool. Then I realized, no, I don't want to be a pediatrician like that. I don't want to work with these kids like that. let me go do something else. And I remember taking this one class, this tropical ecology course. And I signed up for it. I tell this story all the time because they were going to Costa Rica for spring breaks. I was like, woo, let me get on this free trip. And we get there and we're collecting water samples and we're on a boat and we're doing these little experiments. And there's senior scientists there. And I'm like, are y'all getting paid? Like, is this a real thing? And they were like, yeah, this is marine science. This is marine ecology. This is what I do. And I came back from that trip and I was like, wow, this is what I'm going to do for the rest of my life. I was genuinely curious. I had never been more excited about anything in my life. I was scooping up water and we were putting chemicals in it and it was changing colors. And I was like, bro, I could get paid to do this all day. Like, this is what I could be doing. And it was just so exciting to me that I came back from that trip and I changed my whole career trajectory so I could explore the ocean, so I could feel how I felt that day on that boat for the rest of my life. That one experience. And it wasn't a diversity effort, if you will. I was the only Black little kid on the trip, as you can imagine. But it was just so cool to me that I was like, wow, I gotta do this. Like that's what you should feel in your life, in your job. You should get so excited about wanting to do something that you're like, yo, no matter what, whatever I have to do this is what I'm gonna do. And that's what becoming a marine scientist looked like for me. I was just so genuinely curious about the changing of those colors and the water quality. And I knew nothing about environmental justice. I knew nothing about the disproportionate impacts of water quality and all the things that I was about to learn. I knew nothing. I was just so excited that people were getting paid to work on the beach. And they were doing little experiments, changing the water and finding out questions that only a few even dreamed to ask or even knew that you could. And that right there, what I just explained to y'all, is the reason I work as hard as I do. No one should be stopped from asking questions. No one should be stopped from really finding out what makes them excited, that gets them up, that makes them go into the lab at midnight and check on their samples. Why should we be stopped simply because of the color of our skin or somebody checking or questioning our skill set, making the lab such a toxic place that we don't even want to walk in the door no matter the hour? So we have to be real about what's happening right now. Right now. We are in a time when we're seeing mass layoffs, hundreds of staff being let go by federal agencies. NOAA, our nation's ocean agency, is facing budget rollback so severe that entire programs are being gutted. Funding for climate science, environmental justice, community-based conservation slashed, erased, forgotten. Now imagine just being a curious little Black girl who wanted to study the ocean. Now, not only are you being attacked, the simple science that you wanted to study is also being attacked. Attack on attack on attack on attack. At the exact moment when the planet is screaming, when our oceans are warming, when our reefs are dying, when our storms are strengthening, we're telling scientists, thank you for your service and good luck, buddy. And if you're Black, and if you're queer, and if you are from a frontline community, you were never even funded in the first place. And that's why the work we have done at BIMS is been so groundbreaking, so pitiful that they have had to pull out entire fake teams to come look at it because they can't even believe that we've done what we've done. They can't believe the progress that has been made where we had grown folks looking at delusion, their historical delusion in the face and saying, actually, this is wrong. Attending book clubs and going to study groups and hand in hand in the fight. We saw that. We witnessed it. And so did my ancestors. And we knew the tide was coming because that proximity to the delusion that they feel is greatness was being attacked. And so what do you do when you feel like you're being attacked, even when your intentions are the best? Get a little scared. Gotta get my coconut water. Y'all know I'm out here in Belize. Fresh. Fresh from the coconut. What do? And that's the truth that we're dealing with. Because again, I didn't start BIMS to be cute. I started BIMS because I was tired of being the only one. Tired of being asked to translate my existence to rooms that only saw me as a checkbox. I started BIMS with a tweet and a vision. And today, we are international. We are intergenerational. Y'all know y'all just saw my grandma in BIMS week. And rest in peace to the great Admiral Vince Leggett, an amazing BIMS member and advocate. We are undeniable. We're doing science. We're doing wellness. We're doing workforce development. We are healing communities and training the next generation of Black marine scientists. And guess what? We're doing it with half of the budget of institutions that don't even know what they're doing with the ocean anyway. Because mind you, science has been around for a while, okay? And it got messed up. The ocean got real raggedy before we even started doing this work. If they would have listened to the ancestors and probably our indigenous folks, they would have had better practices. But what we're seeing is a huge amount of greed. And now, because of a lot of the things and infrastructure that's about to happen, they know it's going to cause environmental concerns. That's why they don't want nobody to regulate it. So if you want to talk about the climate crisis, you can't solve it if you don't fund the people closest to the problem. Those are the people who are experiencing what's going on. If you want ocean solutions, you have to find Black science, indigenous knowledge, community-rooted action. That's what we need. Because right now, that is what our $2 million operating budget is to support our members, over 600 members now across 34 countries, of trying to bring us together, to amplify our work through our BIMS TV, to put in professional development programs, to have spaces to meet up during our BIMS week, and then to do global research through our BIMS Institute. And so imagine all of that being under threat. And not because we're not effective, because y'all have seen, if y'all told us that we have been, but because the federal government is too busy playing politics with our planet. So we need y'all to understand something. This isn't about charity or begging. This is an investment in our future. This isn't pity. This is power. Understanding the power of the people and knowing that we always got us. And we always will have us. So if we want to move forward, how do we move forward together? How do we find triumph in this trauma that we're seeing? Okay? Because now is the time for us to use our voices. And that is the goal of these next, 23 hours that we have together now. 23 hours. 23 hours together is to hear our voices, because we can sit back. There's been a whole TikTok or joke or whatever about the Black folks are resting. We're resting because we did all of that. We went to the polls, we voted, and now we're resting. But that is a rest of our whole mindset, because we know, again, we're back for the fight. And while here at BIMS, we haven't been traveling as much, we are still creating spaces for our community to gather together. Because now is the time for us, again, to continue to lean on each other, but also to call out this behavior. Because it can get scary, it can get hard to always be the one having to call out this behavior. But if we don't, who will? And so y'all know I personally take on that charge to call out this behavior. And yes, I've been called aggressive, unprofessional even, too bold, too loud. But guess what? I'm still here. I'm still Black. I'm still gay. And I'm still running one of the most effective ocean science organizations on this planet. So let that sink in. In recent times, we've witnessed a series of executive actions, and I'm just going to be very real and very transparent. We're not talking about politics. This is not a political thing. This is the truth. I have to say that in case anybody try me. In recent times, we witnessed a series of executive actions aimed squarely at dismantling diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts across federal agencies. These orders, such as the one titled Ending Radical and Wasteful Government DEI Programs and Preferencing, have led to the suspension of federal funding for institutions that prioritize DEI initiatives. So somebody wrote that, just wasteful, just wasteful. This isn't just a policy. It's a direct attack on the progress that we have been fighting for. Institutions all over the world are facing funding freezes accounting to billions solely because they refuse to abandon their DEI commitments. Programs supporting all types of people, even in healthcare, are being left in limbo. And all of these are tactics. And we have to make a decision. Could you imagine us saying, oh, well, we're just not going to represent Black folks anymore? Could you imagine Black and Marine Science saying that? Can you imagine, like, what does that even mean? What does that look like? I don't even know. Like, I don't even know. And so at BIMS, we see these actions for what they are, an attempt to silence voices that have already been marginalized. Already. But let me be clear. We will not be silenced. And that's, again, the whole goal of us having 24 hours of y'all hearing our voices today on Earth Day. On Earth Day. Because, again, what we are doing is for the ocean. The ocean is regulating the oxygen that we're breathing right now while they're breathing, huffing and puffing, writing these executive orders. The ocean is regulating that air that they breathing, huffing and puffing about, okay? This ocean air, okay? So that's important because I know that. We know that. So we have to continue to fight so we can continue to breathe, continue to be here. So our commitment to uplifting Black marine scientists and advocating for equitable practices in marine science remains unwavering. We can't just stop doing that. We can't just erase it off of our websites, off of our grant proposals, because even if we do, even if we hit backspace, guess what? I can't erase my Black skin off y'all websites. My Black skin out of this room. Backspace, just look at that, going nowhere, okay? So again, y'all can end or do whatever, but this Black scientist with a PhD from UCLA is still right here. So we stand firm in our mission, recognizing that true scientific advancement is only possible when it includes diverse perspectives. The ocean, vast and inclusive, teaches us every day that every current, every tide contributes to the whole. So too must our scientific community embrace diversity to fully understand and protect our planet's marine ecosystems. So in the face of adversity, we choose resilience and we call upon our allies. And I'm gonna speak directly to y'all for a minute. We call upon our allies because again, we was at the book clubs. We was at the book clubs and we held y'all hand when y'all was reading y'all books and trying to do better and lean in and look out and do all of that tap dancing in the performances. But what we couldn't do is walk with y'all to the polls and make the decision that you needed to make. And so now that's why we're here. So we just gonna let that one sit right there too. Because we can talk about allies, but we have to talk about actions. And we got here in this particular moment because some of our allies lost their nerve in their poll. They didn't want to do DEI anymore, to be honest. They were tired of the book clubs. They were tired of the progress and not focusing on the delusion that they have lived with their entire lives. So they made a decision at the polls to get us where we are right now. After the book clubs, after the hand holding. So while I want to believe the best of intentions, I have to believe in mathematics and facts. And we couldn't be here without some of our allies making a very different decision than they talked about for the last 4 years. So while I want to believe the best in y'all, the only thing I can believe is y'all actions. And the actions we need from y'all for this next 24 hours is to listen, is to donate, is to take a moment to realize where we are and what needs to be done. I need you to support BIMS, not just as a stand against these regressive policies, but as a commitment to a future where marine science is inclusive, equitable, and just. So let's navigate these turbulent waters together, staring towards a horizon where diversity is not just acknowledged, but celebrated. And we continue to do that every day at BIMS. It is what continues to make me most excited to be in this space. Quickly, I'll talk about our 4 core programs and the reasons why we are raising money today. So if you're on our page, definitely donate $1, $10, $5, whatever you got, $100, $1,000 to help us continue to run our programs. So our 4 core programs at Black Marine Science, I had to talk about them. Our first one is BIMS Swims. So BIMS Swims is dedicated to challenging and changing the narratives around the communities that know how to swim. As y'all know, I've told this story. I introduced myself as a marine scientist. People say stuff like, oh, you know how to swim. Oh my gosh. It's like, dang, y'all really, y'all think so little. But that is the truth. We do know that Black kids are 5 times more likely to drown. So again, instead of continually to say that statistic, let's provide a solution. Let's teach the kids how to swim. So that's what BIM Swims, free swim lesson as a point of entry into marine science. Then we have our BIMS immersion program. Build Week Build Week is our week-long scuba diving certification program. So we get folks scuba dive certified. Then we do other underwater activities like coral reef restoration. We might do a cleanup, all different types of things during that week to really enhance those skills as a marine scientist. Because, as some of y'all know, scuba diving is expensive. To get the training, to get the certification, it costs a lot. So if you apply through our program, we take care of all of those expenses for the whole week. And we have also started adding additional classes in our Build Week sometimes where we are really trying to develop a dive leadership program. So we've been able to offer both open water as well as advanced. And we're really trying to get all the way up to instructor. So definitely stay tuned. But again, when you're donating to support BIMS, these are the types of things that your monies are going towards. And then BIMS TV. If you are on our YouTube channel right now, you are watching BIMS TV. BIMS TV is really our way to increase ocean literacy for folks who have a Wi-Fi connection are able to access YouTube. If you go on our BIMS TV channel, you see hundreds, literally hundreds of videos of Black marine scientists all over the world talking about the ocean, talking about the research, providing different wellness or professional development opportunities or activities on these videos completely free of charge. So definitely make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel, but then watch it. Watch it. Views. We need views. So watch the YouTube. And then our BIMS tidal wave. Our BIMS tidal wave is our take on a scientific travel grant program, if you will. So we cover all the expensive to take a group of folks, at least 40 to 50, to a scientific conference with us. Now, this is a big one because if you've been to a lot of these scientific conferences, a lot of ocean conferences, there's not a lot of Black folks there. It just don't be. So we developed this program to really change all that, to bring a big literal tidal wave of folks to this meeting, coming together to really be able to have support, unity, and talk about our work versus talking about our experiences with racism, if you will, which they love for us to talk about. So the tidal wave, if you've seen the tidal wave, all of our pictures, you know we roll deep in the streets. And again, all of these programs are available to our members. So if you want to join BIMS, you go to our website. I'm sorry, what's my live said sleep, go to sleep. You go to our website and go to BIMS and you'll see join BIMS on our website. So BIMS.org, BIMS.org. Outside of our core programs, because as y'all know, we are scientists. I love just the connection to all the amazing scientists and science that is going on. And so in 2023, we launched the BIMS Institute. And so the BIMS Institute really serves as our research, innovation, and technology hub. Currently, we have several projects through the BIMS Institute, and probably our most project that the streets know about is literally our bringing eDNA to the streets. And so this is a project where we are collecting water and sediment samples to really try to get an understanding of the biodiversity, or a census, if you will, of the organisms that are in these waters. So we have sites in Chesapeake Bay, down the Gullah Geechee corridor, all the way on the West Coast, in the Gulf Coast, out here in Belize. We're going to be doing some collections out in Kenya later this year. So we really want this to be a global project where all folks everywhere can really tap in to our research and database and see what's going on in their own backyard. But then also the beauty of the Bringing eDNA to the Streets project is that it is a community science initiative. So our chief science officer generally brings folks out. You can get trained to learn how to use the tools and collect samples with her. Our last two things out of the BIMS Institute right now is our documentary that we have been working on, Harming the Water. Harming the Water really looks at nutrient pollution impacts on our communities through the lens of the Mississippi River. So that is going to be launching fully this summer. So stay tuned. Hopefully that's going to be a big splash. Who knows, we might make it to Netflix or something, but be looking out for that. And then lastly, our Ocean Justice AI platform. So this is in its beta stage, and actually we're going to have Jermaine Beebe give a whole talk later about Ocean Justice AI, and how we are really using this data and artificial intelligence to connect communities, to movements, to really empower and rejuvenate our oceans. So, whoo, whoo. Oh, somebody's sending me a message. I gotta be mindful that there's messages all over. So all of those to say is that while folks are saying, oh, it's wasteful or this isn't good, you can see clearly how we are taking the funds that we are giving to really make waves of change in the communities that we know need it the most. So let me say this clearly as I'm wrapping up. We cannot afford to be distracted. Not by politics, not by performative allyship, not by the noise of a system that was never designed with us in mind. Because while they're cutting budgets, we are saving the planet, okay? While they're rolling back rights, we're rolling forward research. While they're slashing DEI, we're saving lives. We're saving the ocean. And I need you to understand that we don't have the luxury of sitting this out. We don't have the luxury. I'm not asking anybody to go running out in the front lines and doing all of that. But now is the time to get very strategic. And that's why we're here. Y'all hear my voice. Y'all see me. I'm right here saying we don't have the luxury of sitting this out. If the things and the actions that they're talking about that are going to get released today, it could devastate nonprofit organizations globally. And that's what they want us to feel, devastated. Like we don't have any options, like we don't have a choice, but we do. If you believe in science, if you believe in equity, if you believe in the ocean, this is the moment to move. Donate. And I'm going to ask direct, donate. No amount is too small. If everyone watching gave just $10, we'd be on track. Actually, we're live on Instagram right now, and we have over 20,000 followers. We're gonna do some quick math because I like numbers. If our 20,000 followers gave $20, we will make $400K tonight. If y'all gave $100, we would raise our $2 million operating budget in one day. Could you imagine that? If all of our IG followers gave $100, we would raise our whole $2 million operating budget in one day. Could you imagine the power of that? The power of the people? You can't doubt the power of the people. And we can't let nobody make us fall because they want us to change our whole mission and our whole model and our whole movement over some grants, over some money. Nah, we believe in it too hard. I believe in us too much. And I know we can do this. So other ways you can support. You can become a BIMS member. Join the community. Show up. Plug in. Stay informed. BIMS.org. Go on our website and join. We have different levels of membership. You can subscribe to BIMS TV. If you're watching on BIMS TV right now, you see the little subscribe button, subscribe. That's free. Just hit it. Subscribe. Then watch our videos. And then, of course, follow us, share us. All of our social medias, BIMS Science. Look for us. Like, share, support. All of that shows that we are here in the streets. Need us and see us. And then ask your institutions to fund BIMS. We saw so many people saying they don't know what to do and they need to know what to do. Help us. They can pay for your membership, your organizational membership, different things that we are doing. Tell them don't just clap, cut the check. Because we're not asking for charity. We're asserting our value. We're claiming what is owed to Black scientists, to frontline communities, and to this planet. We're saying you cannot protect the ocean while erasing the people who live in and care for it. You cannot fight climate change while defunding the very voices that are leading the way. This isn't just a 24-hour live stream. This is a declaration. This is a revolution wrapped in research, a movement wrapped in marine science. And we are the current. We are the change. We are BIMS. So here's what I need from you right now, okay? I need y'all to say our names, fund our work, respect our expertise, and never forget that BIMS was here before this current crisis and will be here after. So share this stream, share it now, share it live, share it, like it, comment, share. Throughout the day, post your questions, post your comments. We have a team that's going to be looking and sharing them to our speakers. Sorry, I didn't get to some of the ones that I had for me today, but I'll be back. Don't worry, I'll be back. Donate to BIMS. $1, $10, $100. All 20,000 of y'all gave $100. That would be our whole operating budget. So remember, we are the currents of change. We are the rising tide. We are the storm that you cannot silence. And for the next 24 hours, you are going to hear exactly why we matter and exactly why we need your support and exactly why we won't be erased. So welcome, 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 welcome to the currents of change. Welcome to the future of marine science. Welcome to BIMS. Happy Earth Day. I think I'm done. All right. I think that's it. Simone.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. T. We appreciate you and happy Earth Day.
Yeah.
Happy Earth Day. Sorry, I don't know why my video's popping in and out, but you know how things be. Okay, we are waiting for our next speaker. And so it's just me for a minute. So what y'all doing for Earth Day? I feel like today I'm in Baltimore, so I'm hoping that the weather is nice and I can get outside and go walk around and go, I don't know what else I'm gonna do. I got a baby, y'all, so I'm trying to take my baby outside so she can enjoy the weather, see what we got in our neighborhood. We always do kind of like, you know what our naturalist is where you can like identify different trees or bugs or whatever. So maybe we'll do some of that. I don't know. But I'm looking forward to hearing from more speakers. There's a lot of really cool people, some people who are pretty well known in the field, and some people who this might be your first time seeing them and meeting them unless you follow us and you see us talking about it, you know, the work that they do. And that's something that's really cool about BIMS and about our members is that like we have some really amazing members who do some amazing work across this world, like across the globe. They are doing some powerful things. And so we are always looking for ways to amplify their voices, to make sure that their work is being seen, to make sure that they have the support that they need. That's one of my favorite things about BIMS. We like Dr. T said, you know, we don't stop. We're never going to stop. We're not going to change our focus. We're always going to focus on Black people. And I love that about us. Like we ain't scared, you know, we're going to do what we got to do to always make sure we are looking out for each other. So, yes, let's see what else we got going on. Oh, my camera's doing the most. All right, y'all. So if you are just now joining us, again, welcome to Currents of Change. I really don't know why it's doing that. Welcome to Currents of Change. I'm Simone. I'm the Chief Learning Officer for BIMS. And hold on, maybe it's because I don't have a light on because I'm trying not to wake the baby up. Let me see if I maybe turn on one more light, what happens? Okay. Oh, it looks like it's still doing it. Who knows? Anyways, I'm the Chief Learning Officer for BIMS, y'all. And this is BIMS Current of Change. This is about amplifying the work that we do at BIMS, and it's also a fundraiser. So please remember to donate to support BIMS initiatives. If you've been a part of a BIMS program, or if you have come to one of our programs in the past, or one of our Liddy hours maybe last year, or one of our Blue Pulse events this year, or you participated in BIMS Week, or you just really love the ocean, or you love the content that we put out on BIMS TV, or you really enjoy following us on social media, all of those are reasons to support. All of those are reasons to donate. So we can continue doing this work. We don't ever want to stop doing this. We don't want there to be any kind of barriers preventing us from reaching you. And so please donate if you can. Again, no amount is too small. We appreciate everything that you can give, because honestly, we just give it back, right? That's something that we are really, really focusing on, and we prioritize is just giving back over and over again in so many different ways. And I think that, you see that in what we share, in the stories that we tell about our work, and in what people tell you about our organization too, hopefully. So let's see, we're gonna give it a moment and see if our speaker is coming up. Hopefully so. If not, what I think we can do is we can actually start. We can maybe wait another, minute or two. But if not, we can actually queue up the videos that we were going to watch in a little bit. So maybe we can do that instead, to get this for this 1 o'clock hour. Let me know when, okay, perfect. Let me know when they're ready. Okay, y'all, so I think let's go ahead and do that. So we are going to queue up some videos. We're talking about our core programs, and BIMS TV is one of those core programs. So as a Baltimore native, one of the projects that we launched last year focused on the iconic Eastern oysters who make the Chesapeake Bay home. I would love to have all y'all come to Baltimore and experience seafood here, because I don't know if you've been to Baltimore before, but our seafood is superior. I will say that crabs, crab cakes, the shrimp, Old Bay, we're home to Old Bay. So obviously Baltimore has a lot to offer. But we're going to focus on oysters right now. So since I can't bring all of y'all to Baltimore, I would like to show you some BIMS TV episodes where you can hear from people who are doing the work every day to not only protect oysters in the bay, but also make sure they're the best quality for us to eat them. And these episodes feature some really cool BIMS members, some who are going to be speaking today, and some who are doing some really great work on oysters in the Chesapeake Bay. And so here's one of the ways that we highlight our members through doing content like this. And so here we go. When the videos are queued up, we will start watching this series on oysters.
It's your boy Hassan, aka the Caramel Cousteau, and welcome back to BIMS TV, your go-to destination for science education. And today, I have a special treat for you. We're gonna make some conservationists who are changing the game, restoring oysters and protecting oyster reefs. Let's get it! The Chesapeake Bay is the largest estuary in the United States and is home to one of the world's most extensive oyster reefs. These reefs are like underwater cities and are teeming with life, built over generations of oysters growing on top of each other. The Chesapeake Bay's oyster reefs face significant challenges, from habitat loss to pollution. These once thriving ecosystems are in urgent need of restoration to preserve their ecological integrity. The Chesapeake Bay's oyster reefs have faced ongoing decline and degradation due to overharvesting for food, nutrient pollution from things like fertilizers and sewage, and disease. These reefs have shrunk to about 1 to 2% of their former size. Reef reconstruction is another restoration method. Oysters have a particular affinity for growing on their own shells, which presents a challenge when natural shell supplies are limited. Recognizing this issue, organizations like the Chesapeake Bay Foundation have initiated shell recycling programs, encouraging restaurants to contribute their shells for recycling. Yet, in the face of this constraint, scientists and conservationists are innovating with alternative restoration methods, exploring different substrates on which oysters can thrive. While oyster shells remain the optimal substrate for juvenile oyster attachment, the exploration of additional options underscores the adaptive nature of restoration efforts beyond the traditional reliance on replanting oyster shells. Oyster reef sanctuaries also serve as a method for restoration. These sanctuaries are areas in which oyster harvesting is prohibited. They assist in the development of natural disease resistance, protect the most productive areas of oyster development, have high restoration potential based on water quality, serve as reservoirs for oil reproduction and larvae generation to populate other areas. And if that weren't enough, they have a broad geographic range covering various salinity zones. Now, let's witness the restoration efforts in action. It's truly inspiring to see everyone working together to rebuild these essential habitats, one oyster at a time. Appropriately managed, oyster reefs become a sustainable resource, creating economic growth and contributing billions of dollars in revenue by protecting shorelines and providing a safe haven for other economically important species like blue crab, mussels, and even shrimp. And now I have the amazing pleasure to introduce you to two people who are outside for real. We got Kelly in the house and my boy Jacob. What's up?
What's up, everybody? What's up?
Now, Kelly, what specifically do you do with CBF?
Yes, so I am the Maryland Oyster Restoration Coordinator, and what that really entails is handling some of our large-scale restoration work, and then some of our more advocacy-based hands-on work, which is our oyster gardening program, and we'll check that out here a little bit later.
Now, speaking of oyster gardening, Jacob, I heard you was outside with the gardeners. What's up?
Yeah, I'm trying to. So I currently have a little bit of a film project going with CBF where I come out here basically once a month to clean the oyster cages that we have set up down here in downtown Baltimore. So it's a bit of an interesting experience, but something I figured I would document just to see the growth of the new oysters over time until they're released into the bay next spring.
Man, this work sounds incredible. So you're talking about oyster cages and cleaning the oyster. So what is an oyster cage?
So our oyster gardening program allows us to grow oysters for a 9-month period, giving them, the baby oysters, a better chance of survival once they're planted out on a reef. So a cage, it's 11 by 11 by 18. You'll see one here shortly, and that'll make a lot more sense in terms of how big they are. But each cage we fill with what's called spat on shell. Spat is just a term for baby oyster. And we plant spat or baby oysters onto recycled oyster shell. That gives them a place to kind of kickstart their growth and keep them up out of the bottom. So eventually we'll take all of the oysters, including the ones that Jacob grows for us, and we'll plant them out on a sanctuary reef. Here in Baltimore, we'll plant them out on a reef in the Patapsco, and then all over we kind of plant the oysters where they're grown or close to where they're grown.
Absolutely incredible. So why is it important to plant oysters? Like what does this do for the reef? What does this do for the underwater community?
Yeah, so over time and historically, oyster reefs have been decimated through, overharvesting, pollution, disease. We've got a lot of different factors going into it. In order to kind of progress and restore these oyster populations, we really need an all hands on deck kind of approach. So we need the fishing industry, we need the aquaculture industry, we need the nonprofits, the restoration team, we need everyone working together to restore these critical habitat. Oyster reefs themselves, oysters are a keystone species in the bay.
Wow.
And so they support over 300 species of plants and animals that rely on them for their habitat. So restoring them, I really think, is key to saving the bay and the local waterways that feed into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Jacob, you mentioned that one of the things that you do is you actually clean these oyster cages. Can you talk to us a little bit about, what is the purpose of cleaning an oyster cage? Why do you have to clean them?
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly just for, I don't want to say cosmetic reasons, but as it starts to get warmer and as things start to, get warmer in the bay, there's a lot of algae growth and things that are happening on those cages, plus animals and things that shouldn't be inside the cages. Just constantly checking on them once a month. That allows you to kind of get an idea just to make sure that all the oysters in that spat is doing what it's supposed to do. So when you come out, you're basically it's literally just brush and cage, and you just go across the cage all the way up and down every side just to get all the algae off. And then once you have all the algae off, then it's kind of like just drop them back in, go to the next one, then you head out for the day, and that's pretty much it.
Seems like some pretty dirty work, man. That's crazy. Now, all this talk about oyster cages, is it possible for us to take a look at one?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's do it.
All right, let's go ahead and pull this one up and see what's inside. Easiest fishing you'll ever do. So each cage is filled with, like I mentioned, that recycled oyster shell, and it's got the spat on it. We can go ahead and actually open this up, and we'll be able to see what that spat on shell actually looks like.
I see what you're talking about with the algae and stuff, though, and why like keeping it clean helps to make sure like the water is able to pass through so that these guys are able to feed.
Yeah, so bringing oxygen, bringing algae, which is their food source, all important things. So this is an example of that recycled shell that we've got. I'll just go ahead and clean it off a little bit. This is 2 oysters.
Oh, babies.
On the one side, and then we always flip it over and count on the other side. So here we've got a few more, and you'll see these are all planted at the same time. This one's growing a lot faster. It's really just availability of resources in there. So over time, they'll kind of outcompete each other, and they'll hopefully become that cluster that we saw on the boat earlier. But keeping the cages clean gives people an opportunity to come out and volunteer and engage. And typically in the warmer months when we pull the cages up, Jacob can attest to this, eels, crabs, fish, shrimp, all sorts of animals come out. And so it's one thing for me to talk about, these oysters are great habitat, but to actually come out and see it is a whole nother thing.
Yeah, now I see Save the Bay is written like literally everywhere. Yeah. So can you talk to me a little bit about like how do oysters help save the bay?
Yeah, so really by filtering, that's one of the biggest things that we talk about at CBF. There's too many nutrients in the bay today. People always ask, when will the bay be like Bermuda or Bahamas, like that crystal clear water? It won't be. Yeah. It wasn't designed to be that way. And so what the oysters do is they remove excess nutrients out of the water by consuming that algae. Right. One of the biggest challenges with too much algae in the water is when that algae dies, bacteria will use it up, and they are actually the ones that suck the oxygen out of the water. So when you hear the term dead zone, either in the news, that is what is happening. So too many nutrients getting in the water causes a bunch of algae to bloom, just like if you're fertilizing your lawn, the plants in the bay are those algae. And then when they die, that's when the bacteria use it up.
So they're helping tell me something off camera that I just thought was incredible. And it was about this boat over here. Yeah. Now, can you talk to me or tell folks about what is the significance of this boat, which has obviously seen better days?
Yes. So this boat has a lot of historical significance. You wouldn't necessarily know it just by looking at it, but there was a period of time during oyster harvesting that were known as the Oyster Wars. And so this boat was a part of what was considered the Oyster Navy. So think of it as the regulatory agency back then. Yeah. So it would go around. The Oyster Wars was a pretty devastating time in terms of the fishery, but also just loss out on the water. Oysters are a finite resource, and there was a war surrounding it. So this boat was kind of regulating the fishery. And so I think it's kind of like a full circle moment to now have oysters growing on every fleet around here. Yeah. We've got around 60 cages right here.
It's like it's being memorialized. But thank you for your service.
Yes, exactly.
Well, let's get this thing zipped back up and let's go back to the boat.
All right.
Because your boy almost fell in the water too. It would have been tragic.
I always tell people the only time you ever need to open this up is if a blue crab gets in there. They're like one of the biggest predators of oysters. So
yeah, and that crab better watch out if I'm the one who find them, because listen here, a blue crab ain't gonna make it. Let's do it. So you guys both sound incredibly passionate about this work. I mean, Jacob, you're out here getting dirty. Kelly, you've just talked all about how oysters are so important. What makes you so passionate about this work?
So I think for me, it's the potential. Oysters, we know, are incredible filters. Up to 50 gallons of water a day is what an adult oyster can filter. So an immense amount of water. I think we've got more people in the Bay watershed than we've ever had. And so we have to look at things that have a big bang for their buck. And oysters, I think, are ecologically the way to do that. And so for us, I like to keep engaged and passionate thinking about innovation. So can we do additional monitoring to see what reefs need to be reseeded? Can we do direct setting and maybe cut out some of the kind of in-between costs? And so I think the industry itself, oyster restoration and oyster in general, are always changing. So keeping up with that is what I think kind of fuels the fire
Amazing,
for me.
amazing. What about you, Jacob?
For me, it's always been a story of just growing up as a Black man and being interested in something that a lot of other people were interested in. So just being in school and kind of growing up and always wanting to do stuff outdoors led me down a path of doing a lot of things alone, but also learning that a lot of people in this field kind of run into those same issues. So I kind of got into the filmmaking sense of things as well as photography, and down that path, it kind of led me to working with a lot of organizations that are doing great work for the environment. And in doing so, it just kind of allows me to just, share that passion like Kelly was talking about, but do it in a sense that allows me to, highlight the people that are out there doing that great work. Because like I was saying, on Nat Geo, you may see those shots that people are out in the middle of nowhere for a year or possibly even 2-3 years doing, but you're not hearing about the people that are actually sitting out in the middle of the wilderness doing that. It's my job, or I want to make it my job to kind of share those people's stories like yours or Kelly's.
Last messages that you guys have for the folks out there. Kelly, I'll start with you. Do you have anything you want people to take away from this talk?
Yeah, I think a few things. So people often find out what I do and they're like, I don't eat oysters, or they don't want to tell me that they eat oysters. We want people to consume oysters. We want them to look at where they're coming from. We're huge supporters of the aquaculture industry, so oysters that are raised for consumption. But the biggest thing for that is recycling the oyster shell. I've grown up in Maryland my whole life, didn't know that oyster shell recycling was a thing. You think about plastic, you think about, aluminum, all these things. So we actually age that shell for a year, kill off any pathogens, bacteria, anything that could, we don't want to be reintroduced into the bay. And then that's what we use as the foundation of our restoration work. So without clean recycled shell, we have to look at alternative substrates, which is
and I'm hoping you brought some shells with you over there.
Yeah, so this is a good example of what it could look like if you take that recycled shell and then you plant small oysters on there. So over time, the oysters that we're growing in our oyster gardens will kind of grow up and off of the shell. These are obviously not alive, but a good visualization of what they kind of look like. Oysters themselves want to grow in a vertical structure. They want to grow up and out of that muddy bottom, and we want to keep them out of that muddy bottom. And so for us, giving them a head start by planting them on that is big. The other thing is oyster restoration can feel very distant for a lot of people. They feel disconnected to it, I guess. And so one of my jobs is to reconnect people to the resource, and through oysters is where I've kind of found a lot of folks are interested. So becoming an oyster gardener, supporting our programs, coming out and visiting our center to see what the oyster restoration process looks like. We're open to anyone. So
absolutely incredible. See, this is so cool, man. And one thing at BIMS TV that we love to do is to make and facilitate those connections. That is why what we do. And so you talking about making those connections, it feels so at home for what our goals are. Jacob, any last parting words of wisdom?
No, not much, man. I mean, if you guys are watching, these videos from BIM specifically, it means that you're interested in something that is going to start becoming very, very key in these next few years, especially with the current political situation that we're going through, as well as just everything climate change wise. As you guys are educating yourselves more through these social platforms, I'm hoping that you're actually getting some sort of takeaway from seeing videos like these and having these abilities to, get this education through these platforms. But the most important thing is to just make sure that you're getting outside and you're having some sort of moment in nature. So, like Kelly was saying, you guys can sign up if you're in the Maryland area to, possibly become an oyster gardener or just volunteer anywhere that needs help, because places are always looking. That's the main takeaway. Just get outside, have a moment in nature, man.
Jacob.
Kelly,
That is awesome.
bring it in. Absolutely, absolutely. Whether you're supporting local organizations, sustainable seafood, or just clean water policies, we all play a role in protecting this incredible ecosystem. Thank you again for joining me on another episode of BIMS TV. And
Well, BIMS, it's your boy Hassan, and today on BIMS TV, we're gonna jump into the bay to discover oyster hatcheries and oyster farming. Join me as we jump into the bay to discover oysters and see how this little animal is keeping the bay healthy. The Chesapeake Bay is not only an iconic landmark, it's also a thriving ecosystem. The marine populations that this area supports are incredibly important to the biodiversity of the Chesapeake. But habitat destruction, pollution, and overfishing have threatened these populations. But thanks to aquaculture, these important animals are actually making a comeback. And now I have the pleasure of introducing y'all to an expert in the field. Shatiana Dunn, what's up? In the house, watch your mouth. She's an expert on this. Go ahead and talk to the people.
Right, so you already talked a lot about the aquaculture side of it, and there are other methods that scientists use to try to increase oyster populations throughout the bay. One of these ways is using what we like to call oyster baskets. So we take old oyster shells from local restaurants and things of that nature, and we put them in these baskets, and we usually hang them off the dock. And this way, as a form of artificial reef. The purpose of these oyster baskets are to increase biodiversity. They act as an artificial reef to attract young fish, worms, and any other things that are usually in an actual oyster reef.
Wow, that's pretty incredible. So basically what you guys are doing is scientists are taking these baskets and just creating the perfect environment for these folks to grow up, for them to survive, basically for them to make a comeback.
Yes, it's a form of recruitment. Another form of recruitment that we do are using these things called spat balls. So once the baby oysters get to a certain age, around that spat life cycle, we take them, we put them onto a hard circular surface, a ball, and we will get onto boats and we will basically place them out into the water.
Wow.
This helps with recruitment of other oysters. So if there's already there's a chemical sensing that oysters do. So if they already sense chemical,
Love that science, girl.
if they already sense oysters there, it will recruit other oysters. It'll draw other oyster larvae to that spot.
That's incredible.
And it will build oysters.
So it's like you have a partner in their own conservation. This is what I'm talking. This is why we had to get Shati on the outside with us today. Thank you for joining me on this wild journey through the bay. And remember, sustainable practices are not just good for you, they're also good for the environment. Till next time, we have some. Education. My name is Hassan, and I'll be your host. Now, have you ever wondered about where your food comes from, or like how a particular food got discovered? Well, you wouldn't be the only one. From apples to oranges, every food has its story. But there's one food in particular that has an incredible story. A food so important that indigenous Americans used to farm and ate billions of them. And Jay-Z said he likes to eat them on the half shell while sipping Mai Tai. Today on BIMS TV, we're talking about oysters. Oysters hold a special place in human history. Dating back to the Paleolithic, in Africa, our Stone Age ancestors left behind cave paintings and piles of shells that date back over 160,000 years in caves along the coast. From Japan to America, they were revered and seen as important staples of many diets. The amount of oysters some ate was staggering. with piles of shells containing billions of oysters rising over 30 feet into the air. Oysters haven't just been enjoyed for their taste, but also their cultural significance. From ancient Romans indulging in oyster feasts to the iconic Parisian street vendors selling them raw in the half shell, oysters have graced the tables across the globe. In many cultures, they're seen as a symbol of love with a long history featured in folklore and mythology. But oysters have a particularly interesting story here in the Chesapeake Bay. For millennia, Native American cultures have actually farmed and harvested oysters here. Not just that, they have been the cornerstone of the economy and have enabled this area in particular to really boom. But by the late 18th century, Europeans had gained a taste for oysters. The unique salinity levels were perfect for cultivating a specific type of oyster prized for its plump size and briny flavor. These Chesapeake Bay oysters became a national delicacy and were shipped all over the country by train. Now, since we're talking cuisine, oysters are more than just a delicacy. They're good fried, grilled, and on the half shell. They are quintessentially a culinary art form. And speaking of which, I got the artist himself. Yo, Q!
What's going on, brother?
What it do?
How you feeling?
I got Chef Q in the house, and he's going to break it down for us about everything has to do with oysters. So Q, break it down for
I
us.
got you, brother. So look, today we have our oysters cooked 3 ways.
Okay.
Of course, the traditional shuck raw oyster. I have an oyster Rockefeller that's cooking on the grill right now for you. So, definitely got that for you. And lastly, we'll do an oyster po' boy.
Hey, I need that.
Me and both.
Because Q, I'm a little hungry, so I need to get in on that.
We got you. That's what I do. All right, but first, we want to start off by doing shucking some oysters. So let's
All right, let's get to it.
We got our oysters here. So what I'll do is show you a little technique called shucking. So let's get into it right here. Basically, what you want to do is get on the back end of your oyster here. Use your tool, find that crevice, crack in there. And it's really simple. Once you get in there, just wedge your way in, turn to the side, and then pop it up, and then you're good to go. And what you want to do is scoop that oyster out and disconnect it. Once you've done that there, have your freshly shucked oyster. So here, we got our oyster Rockefeller cooking up for you. So as you can see, we have our garlic creme at the bottom. We have our oyster, a little bit of Parmesan cheese melting on top.
Okay.
There we go. So, we got to finish it off right.
All right.
So here we got a little bit of kale that we'll put right on top. We'll give it a little bit of color.
Mm-hmm.
See what we have is locally grown purple kale.
As it should be.
Indeed, indeed.
Yo, and I know y'all can't smell this right now, but the smell is incredible.
Indeed, yes, indeed. And so what we'll do is let that cook down a little bit, but we'll garnish it with a little bit of breadcrumbs. So we butter these down with a little bit of butter, thyme, and rosemary.
Okay, got them buttered down.
There you go. That's the only way to do it. Put that right on top. Now you can do this as much as you want. You got a little bit of breadcrumbs, but you know how we get down. We got to load it up.
Wow. It's looking good, man.
I got you. So, the last thing we want to do is always finish that off with a little bit of lemon juice.
Okay.
You hear that?
That sizzle action.
You need to hear.
All right.
So you know you're doing something right. And me, here I got a little bit of lemon finishing salt to put on top.
Okay.
Right.
See, this is why you gotta call Q, man. This is why you always gotta talk to Q.
Indeed, indeed. All right, so I'm gonna take my remoulade, just go with the base right here. Want to get both sides so we can spread that flavor evenly.
I wish y'all could feel how hungry I am right now.
So then you want to take our lettuce here, a locally grown lettuce that we have, fresh from the farmer's market.
grab that. Then we'll grab our tomato, put our lettuce down. Then we'll have our tomato. They go right on the base of that. And then we'll just start loading up our oysters.
All right. Got that joint loaded up, right?
And like I said before, you always want to finish off with a little bit of lemon juice.
Hey, there it is.
So we all finished up cooking. We got everything here for us ready to throw down. So, you know, there's one thing left to do.
Don't gotta tell me twice.
Your thing you enjoy, bro.
Put a little Tabasco on there.
That's only right. It's only right.
All right, y'all ready for this?
Let me know what you think, big dog.
Ooh. My mama better watch out. Wow, that is really good, though.
I appreciate it.
What's that white sauce called again?
So we have a garlic aioli at the bottom, and then on the top, you have that Cajun remoulade that's right on top. So you have
so good
compounded flavors. That's what cooking's all about. You know, you need a little bit of this, a little bit of that, develop those flavors, and you can.
Man, and that fresh tomato and the fresh lettuce is really standing out, but the oysters are definitely the star of this show, man. You did your thing.
Appreciate it.
I got to go in for one more.
Do your thing, man. That's all yours. We got other food to get to, man, you know? So I think it's only right that we both toast it up to a great time and we have our
yes, sir. A toast to conservation.
There you go.
A toast to oysters and a toast to the bay.
For sure.
Hold up. That Parmesan cheese.
That's right.
Look, y'all. The Clean Shell Club. Yo, that joint is hitting. So, Q, let's have a seat. Because I got to talk to you about something, man, because this joint is hitting too good.
Let's do it.
So, Q, you got to tell me, as a chef, right, what makes oysters so much fun to work with?
Oh, man. Now, you say fun, but it also can be not too much fun, depending on how you're dealing with them, because, you know, a lot of people shucking oysters all day. That's no fun, but it's definitely a learning. It's a, you know, it's kind of an experience in itself.
Yeah.
So we all have to go through it.
Yeah.
We all done it. We all go through it. But honestly, what I love about oysters is it's just a natural taste of the sea. Really, you can crack them open, and then you get that fresh saltwater taste. It's really an acquired taste. Some people like it, some people don't. But I feel like as you get older and your taste grows, it kind of grows on you. But
like Q said, this grown folk food right here. You little kids stay on the porch. This for them adults. All right.
I'm telling you.
Now, keeping with the same theme. Now, you were talking to me a little bit off camera about like the history of Oyster Rockefellers, and I thought that was so incredible. Can you talk about that again?
For sure. So it's referring to Rockefeller, who was the richest of his time. And as you said, they're a delicacy. So because of that, the dish was seen as something for the richer or the higher class.
Yeah.
So that it was a staple dish back in the day.
High end. I can definitely see why, because this was phenomenal.
For sure.
Now, the last question I want to ask you is more to like tips and tricks on like what should people keep in mind when they are shucking or eating oysters?
Okay. So being that my family is from Portsmouth, the Newport News, Virginia area, so we're very familiar with oysters and seafood. So I kind of grew up that way. Crabs, you know, cooking out on the outside in the backyard. It's kind of how I got down. So as far as shucking oysters and tips and tricks, I mean, if you're frying them, you always want to use a light corn flour. And that's really the trick to it. You want to season that flour up really good so you can get a nice sear on it, a nice nice color on it. You can actually tap on the oyster and you can hear if there's a hollow sound, that means that they're not good. And then if you hear that a nice firm sound in your oyster,
almost like a rock.
Indeed. Then that means they're good to go.
Okay.
So just a couple of tips and tricks.
I'll keep that in mind.
For sure.
So Q, where can people keep up with you at?
So you can find me on Instagram at chef_swank. I'm a local chef in the DMV area. So you can, if you need any culinary services, whether that be meal prepping, you have a banquet that you need, or just a personal dining experience, I'm your man.
Yo, and I can tell you first-handedly, this food hit. Thank you so much for joining me on this culinary journey all about oysters. And remember, we can work to protect these very important bivalves. Until next time, BIMSies, we outside. If you enjoy diving into the world of marine science with BIMS TV, ride the wave. Click the subscribe button and consider making a splash with the donation at
We're excited to talk to you about, shucking and the traditions of shucking oysters and the Chesapeake Bay. And so I want to know more about the Oyster Ninja. So talk to us a little bit.
Where do I start? So my name is Gardner Douglas. I've been shucking oysters for so long, it seems. It's like now that I've been shucking for like over 10 years now or longer. Yeah, something like that. It's like, how did I get here?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But my dad taught me how to shuck oysters. And it's been a roller coaster ever since then. We started like doing like firehouse parties, so it'd be like oyster and bull roast, and we would go there, set up. They would do like oyster po' boys and pulled pork, and we would shuck the oysters, and that was kind of like my introduction into oysters.
Wow. Okay, so when was this? Like, how old were you? How long ago?
So I'm 37 or 38 now. I was like 22 or 23. So it's been some time. Yeah, it's been a long time.
So had you eaten oysters before then? Like when you were younger, were you eating oysters too?
So so my grandmother actually shucked oysters also.
Okay.
Oysters, clams, scallops in the shucking house over on Chigatig Island,
Okay.
which is really historical for seafood. She never she couldn't get me to eat oysters. She would do like these fried oyster fritters and clam fritters that were phenomenal. I'm still trying to work that recipe. I'm not a chef at all, but I'm still trying to rework that recipe. But it was so good, and that's the only way I would eat oysters for a long time. And then I actually tried a raw oyster at the Chigatig Seafood Festival one time, and it came back up. So I just assumed that I was allergic to oysters or I didn't like them, and that was it. But granted, now thinking back, I really wasn't eating them properly, first of all. And then two, it was a texture. So just like everybody, not everybody, but a majority of people, they always like, oh, it's the texture. I can't get over the sliminess.
Yo, for real, I ain't even gonna lie to you. I'm not even, no BS, for real. When we was planning this, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, let me tell you something. Like, I'm ready to go. I'm excited to go. But I never ate an oyster because I'm scared of texture. And I just recently, like, I just started even eating like guacamole. Like, I'm very big
I still
on
can't do
texture.
guacamole.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, like, I was like, I don't know. I'm like, we're gonna do this demo, and I'm gonna have to eat an oyster. And how I'm gonna act when I eat this oyster, what I'm gonna do. We normally eating like the Eastern oyster, or are there other types of species that folks might be eating from the Chesapeake Bay area?
So here in the United States, I think we get the 5 species. We get, I know I'm gonna leave one out. Kumamoto, Pacific, Virginicus. I should have started on the East Coast. Now, Olympias. What am I forgetting? I'm forgetting one. Oh, and the flats. We can get all of those here. But majority of people are only eating Virginicus. So all the oysters on the East Coast are the same oyster. The only thing that makes them different is the body of water that they come from. So the Atlantic Ocean, Chesapeake Bay, James River, up north with the colder water. So that's the only thing that changes the oyster. It's the same oyster. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you go to do events, what's the most popular way? Like, what do people normally ask?
I only do raw oysters.
Oh, okay.
That's the only way I do.
Okay.
Because I like a simple business model.
Yeah.
I'm not a chef, like I said.
Yeah.
Raw is good. Mother Nature did the prep work for me.
I hear that.
I just got to finish it off.
Okay, what kinds of events do you do? Like you were saying, you might do pop-ups, or you do some of this stuff at, firehouses. What are some of your favorite places to go? Or what kinds of, events do you do where you might be, shucking oysters and giving them to folks?
So what I'm trying to focus on now
is like oyster pairings. So actually tasting the oysters, tasting if we're doing wines or spirits. Pop-ups are good for meeting people, getting the word out, spreading the word. Of course, I do weddings. People hire me to come in, do the raw bar for the wedding, and I can do oysters, clams, crab legs. I can do spiced shrimp. Every now and then I do caviar. Recently, like I said, that's what I'm trying to focus on is the tastings part of it because it's not only are you educating people about the oyster itself, but you can spin it all different types of ways. And like I did a kombucha and oyster pairing. Like, you know what I mean? Never would have thought, but that's the way my mind works.
Yeah.
I,
Okay, so have you ever, when you're doing your events or when you're meeting people and you're educating them about oysters, how many times is it, those folks' first time eating oysters and like seeing their face when they realize that like this is really cool, that I really like this.
That's so magical.
Yeah.
That's so magical. It's like seeing a baby walk for the first time. It's like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And, it's just really, honestly, better than watching somebody eat their first oyster is converting someone who didn't like oysters and watching that facial expression just totally switch from, oh, I'm prepping myself to throw up to, oh, you know what? Let me get another one.
Yeah.
So and I feel like that's the job of an oyster shucker is to educate that person, hold their hand, walk them through the process from beginning to the end, and kind of you're not only holding their hand, you're holding their senses, their taste buds, their sight because it's visual. It's them listening to me, it's the tasting of the oysters. And then it's not just that initial taste, it's also on the back end, like just like you're drinking wine. So
let's go through just very quickly. Let's talk a little bit about like your transition through, to becoming the oyster ninja, right? Because you said, I want to look here, right? You see, we got some license plates over here. So can we talk a little bit about like how you became the oyster ninja?
Yeah. So I was fresh out of Afghanistan. And I went to Virginia Beach to do this military to manufacturing program. And I just kind of realized, I'm in a great position to really take advantage of doing what I really wanted to do. I don't have any kids. I don't have any responsibilities. My choices are my choices. My decisions are mine. So win or lose, it's me. It's not really affecting anybody else. I don't think I really had that kind of thought process back then. I'm just
but
now,
yeah, for sure, yes.
I wasn't that responsible, but I knew I wanted to be happy, and I wanted to do something that I really wanted to do. And that military to manufacturing program was not it. But the jobs in Virginia Beach were not sustainable for me to stay in Virginia Beach. So I'm like, no, this is not going to work. So I was dating my wife at the time, and she stayed up here in DC. So I was like, well, let me look for jobs in DC. And I found a job at Rappahannock Oyster Bar. But the only thing is, they wanted me to come and stage, work a morning shift on the day that I was supposed to test out of that military to manufacturing program. So I thought about it. And when I said think about it, it was like a couple seconds. I was like, all right, I'll be there because this is not what I want to do anyway.
Right,
yeah. So from that job, I worked there for a couple of years, kind of learned about oysters, learned about restaurant, just culture of restaurants, which was really, still helps me today. But also that they started helping or letting me help out with events, special events.
Okay.
And then that's where, my entrepreneur spirit kind of started blooming again. And I was like, damn, I probably could do this myself, So I started looking, so the guy there, George Hastings Jr., or George Hastings, I'm sorry. He's not a junior, but he's named after his dad. Weird story. For another time. But anyway, he was like, you should follow this guy, Nick, from the local oyster.
Okay.
and I follow him on Instagram. I started Instagram first of all, and started following him. Nick reached out, said, "Hey, I need help with this gig, shucking." So I was like, "Yeah, all right, cool." So that started the pop-ups, and just like, boom, the social media, linking up with Nick from the local oyster, started what SS Shucking is. Yeah. And I just started on pop-ups, and then I started, kind of venturing out on my own. Basically I was selling myself as if I had been doing this for 100 years. I was like, "Hey, yeah, I can do this. Oh, you need that? I can do that. I do that all the time."
Because it's one thing we're going to do is always be able to sell ourselves, right? Like, you would never know that I can't do this, and this, because I can definitely do it. Oh, for sure.
Yep. So like I said, I wasn't even really eating oysters like that. But I was saying, "Yeah, you want to do an oyster and wine pairing? Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, that's no problem." And that was, those kind of those days were great for me. I think one, because I wasn't charging like I should have been, but it was a learning process. So now in present day, I know, all right, yesterday's price. You know what I mean?
It's not today's price.
It's not today's price. So I learned that, and then I just learned people or relearn people, because the military teaches you a little bit, and then life teaches you a whole bunch. So just learning people, learning what they want. Oh, I forgot a part. A part is I was actually working down at the wharf, Southwest Waterfront, selling crabs. That taught me how to sell.
Okay.
Like hand-to-hand sell.
Yes.
Like not just because I can't talk about that. I was doing a whole bunch of other stuff. I was buying stuff. It's been 7 years, right?
Yeah, you can go for it.
So no, I was buying like wholesale stuff, right? And reselling it. But I would just put like a post up on social media, Facebook, and say, "Hey, I got these for sale," and boom, they would sell. But that hand-to-hand selling is totally different from just putting a post up. Hand-to-hand, you really got to talk these people into buying what you want. So you got to learn how to talk to people, learn how to read people, learn how to start high and then go back down. Don't go low, because there's no going up from that.
Yeah. I like how you kind of just talked about all of the experiences and like what you got from each of them to bring you to to where you are now.
Yeah.
I hear you.
So where I am now, of course, like I said, the catering, to an extent, like I said, just raw.
Sure.
Keep it simple.
Right.
But yeah, and then the podcast took it to another level, because I started learning a lot. While I was working at Rappahannock in the bar, I was working with my buddy John, and he was like, "Oh no," he had his headphones in or something. I was like, "What are you doing?" "I'm listening to a podcast." I said, "Podcast? What is a podcast?" So he's like, basically anything you want to learn, you can learn. And I don't think I was really searching YouTube back then. Like it was a YouTube university as it is now. Like now, that's my go-to professor. But so I learned what a podcast is from there, and then I left that job, and after I had my son, I had to get a real job, because you need consistency. And the oysters were nice, but it wasn't like, I wasn't hitting them like that. Yeah. And it's funny because I'm leaving so much out. I'm just thinking about the struggles, like starting off with SS Shucking, because I left the job completely. I was like, I need to focus on this.
So you like really stepped out?
I stepped out. Yeah, stepped out on faith.
Yeah.
I knew how much I needed to make a week. I knew how many events I needed. But like what I'm not saying is like how like every morning I had to get up, take my son to daycare, come back, listen to the Eric Thomas motivation.
Yeah.
And like I had a line of caterers that I was hitting up. And I'm giving like a blueprint now, because there was no blueprint for me.
Yeah.
Like this was even really, so yeah, I'm like, this is before I met Nick, because I met Nick. No, that's not right. Nick hit me up after I left Rappahannock. Yeah, he hit me up to do my first event, because I remember I was staying in the apartment. I'm on the phone like, yeah, let's do it. And I needed money too, so yeah, let's do it.
Bet.
Yeah. But yeah, just learning the ropes, because there was no guideline, there was no blueprint for what I was doing. And now it's crazy because I look and like everybody has an overall bar. I'm like, man, look, You're
But
welcome.
they ain't you.
They're not. And that's what I tell my wife. I'm like, they can do all they want. They can, and I don't see it as competition because it's so much work out here. And I can't do everything, and I don't want to do everything.
Right.
But a lot of the guys, or a few of the guys that I taught now have raw bars, they're mobile raw bars. I'm like, yeah, these are my little babies. But I'm learning from that too. I did I can't give her everything. I can't give her everything.
Say something.
Yeah.
Say something for our dive.
I know, right?
Yeah, say something for our dive. Let's leave people wanting more. Yes.
We'll cut out all the stuff you don't want.
No. All good. No, this is great. I'm glad that we started to talk about shucking and about how you got introduced to this world of oysters and the influence that you've had on it in this area. Again, as always, being from Baltimore, being from this region, it feels really good to meet another Black person who's in here, who's handling business, who's, making, they're marking, I want to say, like, who's really just leaving a mark on, this industry on, because we didn't have it either. That's also what we want to do, is to help the people coming up figure out how they can make a way too. So I feel like we are definitely making some good strides there.
Yeah, no doubt.
Appreciate you.
What a blessing to be a part of this. And I want to say that was like one of my initial goals when I started shucking, was like when people thought about oysters, just in DC, I wanted them to think of me.
Yeah.
Not a raw bar, not a restaurant. I wanted them to think of, Gardner Douglas. Yeah.
And that's that. Okay, Gardner, I see you're set up here. Talk to me about what we have in front of us, and I would like to see you shuck some oysters. And I maybe will try one.
Come on now, you're gonna eat half a dozen at least.
You did too much.
On
You did too much.
Okay. So as we talked about, oysters are all the same. All of these are the same. Well, not these are clams, but these are the same oyster. The only thing different about them is the region they come from. So shucking oysters is easy for me. Just shucking. It's easy for everybody, especially if you're home shucking. So home shuckers, you want to get a towel. You want to get a nice, flat, stable base. What you do is put the towel over top, put the hinge, which is the back of the oyster. This is the front of the oyster, or the mouth that opens and shut. This is the bottom, or the cup, because the oyster sits in the cup. Okay, and this is the flat part. So the cup goes down first. Your hand goes over the flat. You're going to insert the knife. Give it a little wiggle, wiggle. So you turn it like a doorknob, right? And then it's open. So once you got it open, you just disconnect that muscle. So the oysters has two muscles. There's a muscle here on the top, a muscle on the bottom. This is a kind of a bad sign. So I've shucked the oyster and my hand is dry, the board is dry. There's not a lot of juice coming out. So that's a bad sign. Now we got a little juice, but usually when an oyster is dry, it's not really good.
Okay.
So we're going to open it up and see if I was right or was wrong. Let's see what's going on under here.
Okay.
So yeah, it's not that bad, but as you can see, it's dried up.
Okay.
This I would not serve just by looking at it, because it's dry. That's why it's really important to shuck a lot of oysters, know your oysters, look at the dates that they've came in. That's another thing. So if this is an older oyster, because it happens in raw bars, not when you hire the oyster ninja. A lot of times they can't pick and choose, oh, give me that bag, take that bag back. They get what they get.
Right.
We'll see with this next oyster.
All right.
So I'm hand shucking now, right? So in my hand, again, this sounds a little dry too. So again, they're all looking like this. I'm just gonna try another one.
Okay.
Now, because I'm curious now. Okay, that one
looks better.
Yeah, this one's good. So you got juice coming out on my hand, and that's good.
Okay.
All right. So that's shucking. Now that's hinge shucking. Hinge shucking, going from the back, disconnecting the muscle, disconnecting the bottom muscle. Okay.
Okay.
Now stabbing oysters is a little different. Stabbing is like a traditional Chesapeake style. So, Crisfield, Eastern Shore, through the mouth. Yeah, so this is not the best knife because it has a point. but I'm gonna make it happen.
It shouldn't have a point, or like it's
Well,
equal with
for
something?
stabbing, it's not the best.
Okay.
So I'm just applying a little pressure, disconnecting that bottom, disconnecting the top, cutting it, voila.
Yeah. You did
So
smooth.
nice, juicy
Yeah.
oyster. So disconnect the bottom, disconnect the top, you're done. You're done, son.
Wow. Thank you.
So you ready to eat?
Yeah, I'm gonna try one.
Let's see.
This nice small one right
The
here.
biggest one you
This
pointed
small
the
one.
biggest one. She
I
points at the
pointed at
biggest
the
one.
smallest
I'm so proud of
oyster
you.
over here.
Look at you graduating. All right. So eating oysters.
Yeah.
So controversial. Not really, but it is.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't eat oysters because of the texture, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have any meaning in that. I do, but I don't.
You didn't want me to eat it though. He wanted me to eat them so you can get the real oyster taste.
There you go.
Yeah, I know. I know.
So the lip of the oyster to your lip.
Okay.
Take it back, give it a couple of chews, and then swallow.
Okay. So chew it.
Give it a couple of chews.
Okay.
All those slurpers out there, stop it with the oysters. I'm done. I'm done. It's oysters. Yeah. So you ready?
Yeah, are you gonna eat one at the same time
I don't
or
like
something
oysters.
so that like no, so that like all eyes not on me. I feel like you should.
You pressuring me.
I feel like you should eat one at the same time too.
That was a good turn right there. That was good.
You can share it.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna get that small one.
Which one?
This one.
All right, that's one I want.
No, that's mine.
Okay. All right, here you go.
Okay.
So we're gonna give it a light jiggle. We're just gonna make sure there's no shell, no dirt, no debris.
Mm-hmm.
So it can be a pleasurable experience.
Yes.
And again, I do not know the flavor profile on this. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I think that might be a blue point. So again, you're gonna turn yours around.
Yes.
Cause that's the butt.
Yep. Okay.
So mouth to mouth.
Okay. Yep.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Take it back, give it a couple cheers, and then swallow.
Okay.
All right. Waiting on you.
No, come on.
Yep. Mm. Salty
You know,
and chewy.
it's salty.
Oh, yours
but
was
I
salty.
liked it.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
I ain't gonna lie.
Okay, don't lie. I don't want you lying.
I wouldn't. Y'all would have known if I didn't, if it wasn't right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not a big oyster eater, but I every now and then I'll eat some, of course.
That was all right.
Yeah.
I liked it. Okay, I'll do one more
Yeah.
with hot sauce.
Okay. All right.
Because I like hot sauce. Cheers.
Chew. I see you chew. Take your time. It's gonna be all right. Chew. Keep chewing. Chew some more. Chew again. You can get it now. There you go. Look at you. I'm proud of you.
Okay.
That was a process.
No, okay. You got me there though. No,
Yeah.
it just was, it was
lot of
larger.
texture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it took a little time, but
Mhm.
the hot sauce was a nice addition though.
Mhm.
I liked it.
Yeah.
With the saltiness, it was pretty
Yeah.
good. This was really nice.
Yeah.
Now I feel confident
Mm-hmm.
that if an oyster is placed in front of me, that I'll eat it. I feel comfortable
And
at
it's
least,
only-
right? And I won't be so.
It's only gonna get better.
I'm happy that I started the journey with you. This has been great. Okay, now if like somebody wanted to have you come out to their event or to their home for a celebration, how can they get in contact
So-
with you?
Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
Look at me being polite. The best way is to email me at oysterninjaevents@gmail.com. You can follow me on social media at s.s.shucking. If you want to check out the podcast, it's on all streaming platforms, and on social media it is Oyster Ninja PC, like podcast.
Okay.
Yeah, but book us. It doesn't have to be something big. It can be something small, intimate. I've done like date nights where it's just the booze together.
Yes.
I've done big stuff where at Oyster Festival we've done thousands of oysters. So yeah, check me out.
I feel like now I have a lot of knowledge about
You ready
oysters.
for it?
Yes.
You just said yes. Said yes.
I said yes, like that I have a
Yeah.
lot of knowledge.
And another oyster.
Okay, just this which style?
No pressure. No
Which
pressure.
style? I'll eat this one
You
more.
want to try some oyster salsa?
Yeah. All right, everybody. Thank you for watching that video. Well, actually, those series of videos on oysters. I hope you learned a lot. And if you are a fan of oysters and you enjoy them, please continue to tune into BIMS TV and learn more about them over the next year as we continue to put out more content on oysters and other things. And so we next have Dr. Ambrose Gerald, the man, the legend. We are so, so lucky that Dr. Gerald is someone who we call family and that we've gotten to know him over the years and that we have been the recipients of his influence in this field. And so we welcome you and looking forward to hearing what you have to share with us this morning.
Well, good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, again, good morning. And it is early here on Cape Cod. So I am excited to be here, obviously, to be asked to participate and I hope that whatever I have to say, rambling along or whatever, that there might be some morsel of value. And so, what I had thought about, given that I am retired and have been retired since 2016. And so therefore, I have not been actively pursuing science, but I have maintained my interests in following in a very general and broad way what is going on in the world around me. And so I did say that I would maybe just do some reflections in terms of my career. But I would like to, just say that this is very important, what is going on here. And today is Earth Day. The sun hasn't risen here yet, but in 1970, some like-minded individuals came up with this concept, and knowing life, it's probably not new, wasn't new under the sun then, but someone coined it again or whatever, called Earth Day. And that was, at that time, I was still in the Army. I'd gotten drafted out of graduate school. I had, was in my pursuing my master's degree in fishery science as part of the research cadre of the Oklahoma Cooperative Fishery Unit. And I had a dear friend who had been one of my, or who is one of my mentors, and his family had recently returned from Oklahoma to Massachusetts, to Falmouth, to Woods Hole, that he had left on a detail to help found the Oklahoma Cooperative Fishery Unit. And it was Brad Brown, who recruited me to the Oklahoma State University Department of Zoology, where the fishery unit was being, it had been established because it had been in existence a year before I got there. And so then moving forward, pursuing that master's degree, I got snatched by the Army as a draftee during the Vietnam War. And I happened to be stationed in Maryland at the Aberdeen Proving Ground Edgewater Arsenal component of that. And so my friends had invited me up to Massachusetts for a few days, and it happened to be at a time of the first Earth Day. And so we, trekked around Falmouth, Cape Cod here, and then went over to Boston. And so I have fond memories of my first Earth Day, and so I wanted to say that. And then the other is in my, greetings, introduction, whatever. I realized that, as always, for all of us, that we are part of a legacy. We are part of a movement, and so there are those who came before us. Some names we know, and are very, they're just at the tip of our tongue, so to say. Whether we're talking about George Washington Carver or whomever. But I also would like to say that that there are those that were more contemporary to my time, in the sense that while E.E. Just was before my time, and I stand on his legacy and shoulders here as a scientist in Woods Hole, in the marine or ocean or aquatic sciences. But we want to remember too, I think, people like Dr. John Slaughter, who did so much to open doors through various avenues, whether it was the National Science Foundation, the National Academy of Sciences, you name it, primarily engineer. And then there's Dr. Massey, Walter Massey, a physicist, and there was Dr. Jewel Palmer Cobbs, and all of these individuals I had the pleasure of meeting. Of course, Dr. Jewel Palmer Cobbs was she came to Woods Hole to do science, as well as Dr. Massey was here for various capacities as a trustee at the Oceanographic Institution. And then, of course, there's Dr. Shirley Malcolm, was at the AAA, American Association for the Advancement of Science. She's done so much to bring awareness to the place of Blacks in science, and particularly around policy and the importance of policy, and whether we participate as policymakers or we are the victims of policies that often have not worked in our favor. And so there was Roger Young also, who was here along with E. Just, looking back. And there's Dr. Shirley McVeigh, another. So I'm saying this to say that I am part of not only pursuing and part of that, those persons who were lucky enough to actually do science or to practice science, although nowhere near what I had envisioned with regards to the intensity of it. And part of that, I will say, has to do with segregation, has to do with bias, discrimination, but it also has to do with my choosing to pursue governmental science. When one works for the government, you aren't as free necessarily to just pursue science, say, for science sake, or your interest in science or a particular problem or question or hypotheses or unknown. But there are some constraints in terms of, of what you can do science on. And so my being in fishery science, being part of the National Marine Fisheries Service, part of the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, meant that that came with some requirements in terms of meeting the obligations of the agency to pursue its mission and to produce. And so I want to shout out to Earth Day. Here we are with Earth Day, to those people who have helped to open doors for those of us who wanted to pursue our aspirations to as scientists. But I want to also say that before I just go on here and maybe return to myself, something about myself, and that is to say that thinking about what is going on today, and I do not want to get bogged down on that because I'm incensed, I'm livid about what is going on with regards, again, to putting up barriers to Blacks and other marginalized and fully underappreciated individuals and citizens of this country being again under the yoke of discrimination, segregation in many ways, and so inequality. But I don't want to go off on that at this point. But suffice it to say, these are troubling times that we are living in, and they do not bode well for we as a people, that is Black folks. It does not bode well for brown folks, our indigenous fellow citizens and human beings, for Pacific Islanders, for women, and especially for women of ethnic distinctions that are not white, or what we think of as white, or European, or in a sense. But nevertheless, so my question then has to do with the policymakers. You know, what will they look like now under this climate, or we don't even know what all this means with this retraction and this backpedaling, or this, closing the doors again, bolting the doors again, so to say, in terms of one being able to be recognized, or another recognizing another human being for their God-given phenotype. And I say that because when we look at color, we look at pigmentation, and from both ends of the spectrum, if you want to look at it that way, that there are some people with greater amounts of pigmentation than others, some with far less than others, and everything in between. And as living creatures who respond, you have a stimulus and a response. It is natural to recognize differences. And so it is immoral, let alone to say that one will be denied of using language that connotes differences. So, at any rate, I wonder what the policymakers under this kind of scheme or regime will look like, and how will they differ, from the past, but or what we have moved into, where what they look like even moving into the current situation we find ourselves in. And so and not just will, but I think we are again at a point where we will have to break the hold with the past and the current regime, where parents, educators, and policymakers need to move forward and address the educational deficiencies that continue to derail the science careers of Black students in American or the US system. And so when I think about my career and where I thought we were going, we were trying to get to with regards to the various intervention programs or strategies for increased participation in the sciences. And I say sciences broadly. And I know this is Blacks in Marine Science that we are part of this celebration. But I would say we are concerned about the sciences. And of course, we certainly, are not suggesting to overlook the marine or ocean or aquatic sciences. And so we were moving from, say, when I came along. I'm in my 80s now. And so looking back at my trace, so to say, it's one that at some point in time I characterized it as coming of age during segregation, and when I was choosing my what I wanted to be, or trying to identify what I wanted to do. When I was in undergraduate school, for example, starting back in 1961, the country was still segregated. It was still while we had had, um, some, by the time I graduated in 65 with the degree in biology and a minor in chemistry, uh, I the country was still segregated in the sense whether it was de jure or legal segregation or not. Uh, it was still very much de facto segregated. And you'd had the 64, 63, 64, and then after that, I graduated of 68 civil rights laws that had been passed, which did change things. But they didn't necessarily change things in a hurry. And so, when I, was coming of age, so to say, uh, it was under conditions that were policy, the policymakers still hadn't gotten very far from coming up with policies that crippled blacks, brown, and other people, or people or non-whites. And so, that we were now at a time when, there were little pockets of activity here and there within uh, the government to open the government, to desegregate the government. Same was at the state level or the municipal level when looking at governments, and the federal, of course, and then, but you had to look at what was going on in the educational system, and it was moving at a snail's pace still, you see, in terms of opening up. And so I was one of the few lucky that whatever it was, serendipity, being at the right place at the right time, when someone was there to tell me what line to stand in, and having had at least, the preparation to be considered for that opportunity. Um, and that's often what happened, was being at the right place at the right time. I remember, graduating from college, and back then we didn't have internet or the technology that we have now. Some of us even still had limited access to telephones. But at that time, you hit the street and you knocked on doors. You saw an ad in the paper, maybe, or in a magazine, or someone passed on some, verbal or oral information about the potential for a job, and it might fit your credentials. So that's what it was like. And so I did those kinds of things. I, went to Washington, D.C. since I was from Annapolis, Maryland, and then went to school in Maryland. And my dad, took me over there and waited for me while I went to NIH or wherever to knock on the door to see if there were any jobs open. And 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 there was an individual there, for example, who wanted to hire me, but he did not have the absolute authority to do it. So therefore, the person that he relied on via his recommendations turned me down. I then went to the Smithsonian, and there was a job that I could have taken. Um, However, I wasn't sure that, given how hot it was, and the building was not air conditioned, And I don't know so much that I was thinking of air conditioning at that time, or it was just something about it. Um, and it was in an open bay, so to say, and it was a desk here, a desk there, and people peering through a microscope. And it was sorting plankton was part of it. And when I look back on it now, on this old head that a young head wouldn't have had then, I think what I possibly was reacting to were the stares, the hostile looks, because there was no one there that looked like me in that room. And I said to my dad, I don't think I want to peer down a microscope all day and da 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 da. So I end up, he called my uncle, his brother in Philadelphia, went up there, and in a couple of days, I had a couple of job offers, and it was both were in using my chemistry background, and I took the one at Public Industries. The other was there associated with Drexel University. It was industrial chemistry as well. But the point is also is that I uh, had minored in chemistry, but at my institution, I was only one course or area of chemistry from having a major. So I would have had a double major, biology and chemistry. And so I took the job as a industrial chemist at Public Industries, 1429 Walnut Street. And so there again, I was able to, get that job, so to say, uh, by people investing in me, my uncle, my dad, my parents, my family, my my teachers, who believed in me and had encouraged me. And so a little bit about that too is my dad's sisters were teachers. And as a matter of fact, Molly was my fifth grade teacher when I lived in North Carolina. And so back then, you had to have a safety net, they thought. And so it was, well, boy, you better get that teacher certificate because, that's a pretty safe bet. You can, have a job. But I decided that I just wanted to do straight science. I didn't want to use my hours that I could use for courses in science for teacher training and then have to go out those X number of 3 months, I think it was, for practice teaching and what have you. So anyway, I went straight science, and so I was taking a chance. It was risky as far as my family and others were concerned, but I did it, and I loved science, and I loved, for me, uh, the background, preparation, and what have you. Maryland State College, now the University of Maryland Eastern Shore, that has a baccalaureate, master's, and PhD in marine sciences, was the right place for me. The size of it was extremely important for me, and the credentials of the professorial staff, or uh, component, the faculty was second to none as far as I was concerned, and their dedication to the students made a world of difference. And from the very beginning, I was fortunate enough again to get a little research assistantship in the biology department, and that, while it may have looked like doing a bunch of grunt work, um, that is in prepping for the various laboratories, for the various courses taught, or helping with papers or whatever. But some of the key things that came out of it, and in addition to the importance of just being in that environment and being a gopher or whatever, was the fact that I got to participate in ongoing research. Dr. Lewis Austin, who was the chair of the department, was a microbiologist. And so everything from what may seem simple in having to learn the technique of preparing agar or the instruments that are used to populate or to create a culture in a petri dish or whatever, to handling, managing an autoclave and the importance of time and precision. It was all extremely important. And then Dr. Maren Richard Miles, who was a genius. She was just brilliant. Had gone through, I think it was Girls High in Philadelphia, and then the University of Pennsylvania, and then off to Germany to do her, graduate work and back. And these are all African Americans, and who at that time most likely couldn't have had a job in any place other than a historically Black college because of segregation. And at any rate, Dr. Miles, one of her pursuits as a uh, plant or as a botanist in, was she was looking at root tip elongation and mitotic division in aspects of that with exposure to various chemicals. And so I got engaged in that. And that's when I started to learn that it wasn't just like academic science in the classroom. You got to experiment, you set up for it, you follow the rules, the methods, procedures, and what have you, and then, get your results. But, it required me, like right now, here, starting out at 2 o'clock in the morning, to set that alarm clock so I could be over at 2 o'clock in the morning if that intervening variable required to snip those root tips at a given time and smash them between a slide and a cover slip, and then look through that microscope peering to count the mitotic division, and then to the recording, and then to get involved into the analysis of the data, and then the formulation of the as you synthesized, and the tables and the charts and the graphs. And we didn't have all of the technology that you have now with regards to generating visuals and what have you. So I'm saying all that to say that, that was, well, around the world around me was segregated, and it someday I was going to have to deal with the reckoning of that. Because graduation would come. But our professors, our administrators, our grounds people, our cafeteria people, in that little segregated space, because there was nothing we could do in the town of Princess Anne other than go to the laundromat, go to the Hawk's Nest didn't come about until my senior year, I think it was, were Black owned, and you could go there and get a sub or whatever. And there was something called Somerset Grill. The other places, there were lots of other places, but you had to go to the side door if you wanted something to eat, the side window, and order what you wanted and have them handed out to you. You could not go in there and eat and this sort of thing. So, but at any rate, we were prepared to go out into the world with confidence, knowing that if a barrier wasn't thrown up in front of us, and if we got the opportunity, we had the prerequisite confidence and skills and knowing how to pursue examination of information that's thrown at you, so to say, or the problem. And so we were just saying, as Jackie Robinson, that saying about him, he never asked anybody to move the goalposts. I mean, the fence. Never asked anyone to move the fence. He just said, let me play ball, so to say. And that's how we were prepared, and they were preparing us. And so, when I went out there knocking on those doors in Washington, D.C., I went with confidence that I'm knocking on this door because I have my credentials here. Okay. I want a job. I need a job, I'm interested in science. I want to be a scientist. And when I went to Philadelphia, it's the same thing. I just had better luck there. And it turned out that I I was the only in for the longest I've only been the only black wherever I worked, whether it was when I was in the army, in the company that I was in. And because it was a company made up, and I shouldn't say because, but it was a company that was made up of scientists, people from science backgrounds. Company B at Edgewood Arsenal, and but at any rate, I got there and I realized that yes, I had preparation. I had almost a major in chemistry, but there was still so much more to learn. But I had the foundation to have the confidence to want to now um, uh, take on the challenge of the new approach of information and manipulating that information to come up with results that were in keeping with the mission of the organization that I was part of. So it was a tremendous learning experience for me, but it was also a tremendous learning experience for me and a confidence builder in holding my own and my dignity uh, in with the people that I work with, because they came with a lot of assumptions, a lot of prejudices, a lot of just ignorance of not knowing about the other or differences and what have you. But we worked through those, and we worked through them in a way that was amicable. And I left there with a very good feeling. And when I left there to go to graduate school, Dr. Hurd, Mr. Hurd, he was in the front office, one of the administrators, made it clear to me, when I went out to Oklahoma, sight unseen, it was no go look at it and see if this is something you wanted to do. I talked with Brad Brown on the phone under the recommendation of Dr. Heitch and Dr. Abrams, my biology teacher and my math teacher, who met him, referred me to him, and knew that I wanted to go to grad school. But what I'm saying is, it had been made known to me at Public Industries. If you go to Oklahoma, because at that time in 1967, folks thought I needed my head examined to be going to Oklahoma. So if you go there and you decide that's not for you, you have a job here, you can return. That was really uplifting and very uh, stimulating is not just the word I'm looking from. I'm not bringing it up right now, but at any rate, it meant a lot. But then I got to Oklahoma State University, and I met I again met up with those stairs I'm in there with folks from Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama. They were from Texas, Kansas, you name it. It was just a different breed of white folks that were different from those that were in Philadelphia at public industry, and those that I had grown up around with, whether it was on the farm in North Carolina, our family farm, or in Annapolis, the capital city of Maryland, and having left the farm to come back to Annapolis, where I was born, and then at the age I was then to have to learn of the invisible fence that you don't cross after a certain time, or if you cross that fence in town, you've got to know why you're there. Why are you there, you see? And so any rate, I did well. Brad was a fantastic mentor, as were others there at Oklahoma State. And then as I said, I got snatched, I got drafted. I really didn't want to go, but I was not a conscientious objector. So I ended up in the Army, did my time and what have you at Edgewood Arsenal as a research or, biologist and what have you. And then, from there, I came back and did graduate work towards my PhD. My research animal has always, or critter has always been an aquatic, whether it's freshwater. I then, dealt with the vicissitudes of whatever. But while there, both times I also participated in the community with the NAACP, with the Boy Scouts, because I'm a Life Scout, one merit badge from Eagle Scout. And in terms of being part of wherever I've been, I've tried to do that as well, because it's also part of my support system in a world of differences. And so I then, finished and ended up, my first job was at Lincoln University in Pennsylvania, historically black college, founded before the Civil War, and then spent a couple of years there as an assistant professor of biology. And while there, I went out to the University of Berkeley Livermore Labs, California, for a stint, and which was marvelous. I'd done freshwater, fisheries science, biology, and now I'm out here on the San Francisco Bay, Raccoon Strait between Sausalito Island and the Golden Gate Bridge, and doing work on anchovy. And so that was a marvelous experience. Got worked my butt off and, got a publication out of that. And it turns out, again, that publication was extremely valuable to my applying to the federal government. I mean, I'd published from my master's work and my doctoral work, but then, went out there, and it was in Fisheries Bulletin that I published in. And so what I'm saying about that, I was part of that, and I learned early on, publish or perish. You have to publish. And so that was part of, sort of the straw that helped me win out to be part of that top three, and to be in a position to be able to be selected to enter the federal government as part of the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration there in Woods Hole. And that experience, the 39 years I spent there, I did spend a summer at Sandy Hook, New Jersey, as part of the Northeast Fisheries Science Center, which is a stream of laboratories from Maine at that time down to Oxford, Maryland, Maine. Uh, there was Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, then Oxford, Maryland. And so, any rate, it was there that I pursued my interest in fishery science. It was and still is the place or place to be if you're in fishery science. Obviously, there are other places now that are, just as renowned, so to say, whether you're looking out in Seattle or San Diego or Miami or wherever, or Michigan State or Michigan, and so that was a different setting in the sense that I was now moving into upward, everything I did had or was part of being upward mobile. So it meant, I had to know how to play the game or what have you to survive, but better than to survive, to thrive. And it was there that, by then there was more of the Victrolic language of affirmative action was in the media, in the air, so to say. And so there was a lot of pushback with regards to, what does this thing affirmative action mean? Qualifications, are you qualified? People not thinking that, I had to earn my degrees. I I had to, be part, do what it took to publish those papers and what have you. And so it was a challenge to work alongside of individuals who were in competition with me because they wanted the next plum assignment also. And so they were, not beyond using any method or any factor that they thought would give them an edge. And so if they could use my blackness as a factor that would, help them be part of the team that, still doubted whether we belonged or I belonged, or if I was superior or inferior or whatever. I was dealing with those kinds of things. And so it required me to draw on whatever wisdom, understanding, experience I'd had to be able to know people in terms of uh, who were supportive and who were non-supportive, and so focus on those persons that could help me get where I wanted to be, as opposed to letting those who were there to create barriers for me to retard or to thwart my being successful. And so it meant I had to, like anyone else, learn negotiating and navigating skills in working with people around and across differences, across prejudices, and some of it wasn't very nice either. And I contend to this day that, while I learned that government science, in a sense, uh, again, you do not have absolute autonomy to do the science you're interested in and to do it well, although there are individuals who did it well and excellence was their goal and what have you. it required taking on administrative duties, responsibilities in order to advance along with the science, along with the publications, along with the production. I went in, started out as the chief of the fisheries biology investigation, which was part of the assessment division within the Northeast Fisheries Science Center. And that was sort of the, the creme de la creme division in some mind because they were the numbers crunchers. I was part of the numbers crunchers division. And my position there as chief of the fishery biology investigation was to manage a staff of individuals who did something called production aging and also research. And in fishery science, a fundamental and a basic indice that is required to estimate the abundance of a population of fish is the age of that fish and the growth of that or of fish. And so we were looking at techniques that could be validated and instituted that and with reliability were to determine the age of a fish and then of course extrapolating to the age of a population of the various species that we work with from Bay of Fundy, Nova Scotia to Cape Hatteras, North Carolina was our jurisdiction. And while I was there and I participated in the convention formation of the exclusive economic zone also, the EEZ, which essentially is a convention that a state's or a country's territory extends 3 miles out into the ocean. And from that 3 miles to 200 miles out is the exclusive economic zone. And there's a lot behind that also in terms of how that came about and why, but it had a lot to do with foreign fleets coming into a sovereign's waters and depleting the fisheries there because they might have had more advanced, larger, more of technology or vessels to do so. So you had to have a way to control that entry, but also it was toward the conservation and attending to minimizing overfishing. So, any rate, when it comes to the administration, management of a job, which if you're in academia, you're in private industry, you're in government, or non-government organizations, at some point in time, you're probably going to one will have to take on administrative, managerial responsibilities in order to advance and be part of the decision making, the leadership level of whatever the organization or the entity that one is working with. And so I had to attend to those and how would I continue to advance because I, needed to put food on the table and pay the bills and help send my kids to college as well and have a quality of life for, recreation and enjoyment and pleasure and what have you. So those, while, looking at going back to policy and where we are right now, and looking at the fact that one of the things I did was found a intervention program called the Woods Hole Partnership Education Program which was sponsored by the 6 scientific institutions in Woods Hole, I have learned under this current regime that the program, which this would have been the 16th year, was terminated. And so what we are doing now is looking at moving forward. But in doing that, what will it look like? And more importantly, what about all the resources, human, fiscal, money, people, that have been squandered in what we thought was moving in the right direction? And so what will policy look like under this regime? And as we go forward, how do we make sure, as much as possible, that we are part of policy? We have to be part of the policy makers. Otherwise, we will not move forward, you see, because we cannot leave it up to people who are comfortable with throwing another individual or another people on the wagon when the wagon comes by, for holding resources for themselves, holding advantage for themselves and theirs. And so we are at a time I would not have wished. I cannot imagine in my wildest imagination how we got here. And that does not mean that I'm naive, but we are at a period of time, again, you know the history. Again, we are now at a time when America has said, you do not count. You are at our beck and call, so to say. And so we have work to do, and we can do that work. And we cannot allow others to tell us how we can speak of ourselves, how we can identify ourselves, how we can identify others. And we have a moral responsibility, I think, as part of the human family, to speak up, speak out, and to act for the betterment of ourselves, our kind, and for humanity. And so that's hopefully, as I said, there's some modicum or morsel or tacit piece of whatever I've had to say here that might be of value to someone that's listening.
All of it was of value. Hopefully you can hear me. Thank you so much. We have plenty of time if you have other things you want to share. But I wanted to make sure we are honoring your time too, because it is 3 a.m. But if you want to chat more, we can definitely do that. We have a little bit more time.
Help me, if there's something you might, think that would be worth my maybe pondering, I'm happy to do that.
So can we talk
as questions or whatever?
Yeah. So as you talked a little bit about NOAA and the situation that NOAA is also in now. We have a lot of aspiring marine scientists, right, who apply to programs like your
Yeah.
program at Woods Hole, right? Or at the EPP program at NOAA or the Canals Fellowship or all of these other programs. And we've had members who have, said, like, should I still be applying to these? What does it look like later? What will my presence be like in NOAA or some of these other federal agencies, in the future? And so what type of guidance, mentorship do you think we can offer for folks and students as they're trying to figure out what their next step is and helping them to not be discouraged about coming into the field right now too, because we don't want to push them away.
Yeah, I think that's a very good question and consideration. And I want to look at it this way, just freshly looking at it, and that while we're in a situation now where there's this pushback on, and they're using DEI uh, as the shield, so to say, and and it's carrying a message that could be deflating to people's ego and everything else. Uh, and and but what I think, and in people in who are knowledgeable, uh, is that we're in a situation right now, while all this is being thrown out here, we don't know what this means because there, whatever the foundation is for it, I don't think it has a leg to stand on for very long, you see. And 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 so we what pipeline programs will continue is what I want to say. These major universities, small universities, state universities, whatever distinction they are, HBCUs, minority serving institutions, in order for a training component and education component to really be of value, it has to promote experiential learning. The learning cannot just be in textbooks and in a classroom or in a school laboratory setting. Right now, all this pushback on diversity, equity, and inclusion, you have thousands, millions of students that are going to get internships this summer, whether it's in science, in other industries, or whatever. Most of those are going to be white folks, okay? But there are still black folks that are getting, and brown folks, and indigenous, or whatever their distinction, are still getting internships. The internships that are being were contributing to the building the pool of credentialed or the credentialed talent that's going to be missing are those that somehow they can identify that had diversity, equity, or inclusion in their title some way or in their funding or whatever. But those programs like the Woods Hole Partnership Education Program that I founded, those programs were necessary and are still necessary because people tend to look for, attract, go after, spend any extra energy that they may have from doing their research or their teaching or their whatever at whatever level. They go to the lowest hanging fruit and they go to people that they know in their community and wherever they have an affinity for, their friends, to look to fill those opportunities or those positions. And by and large, when we look at, we are still only maybe 6% of PhD holders across the sciences. And then you start looking in things like the geosciences or marine or oceanography or, atmospheric science, mathematics, statistics. It's even fewer and fewer people of color or non-whites, you see. And so you have these folks who are in the position to make policy, to hire, to bring in graduate students into the academy. They're not going to be going and doing what folks have had to do to identify talent out there that is not readily in their view, you see. And so we need these programs. So what I'm saying is still knock on the doors, just like I had to do. I was saying that in a reason. Under segregation, we were being educated, trained, conditioned to have confidence to go out there and knock on that door, knowing that segregation was still in force, knowing that they might not like you or might not want you to sit at the lunch counter with them or whatever. So put that aside. Build your hold on to your confidence. I'm saying to students, to early career persons, knocking on the door for a new job. For those in the job, do your work. Meet the obligations of the contract you have signed, whether it's as a student, as a faculty member, as a government employee, as a private industry employee, whatever you're doing, do it the best you can and hold on and have tenacity and also keep your eyes open and do your work. Intentionally have your eyes open. How is the game played? What are the rules? Are they getting ready to change the rules again? What are those changes that I need to know about so I can stay in here and I can help others come in, you see? And when they decide whatever it is under this, what, meritocracy or whatever, something to be laughed at, once they so-called put in whatever their RFPs are, if we're talking about response for proposals, look at that RFP, look at your credentials, look at what you want to do, use the language of that RFP, and submit your proposal, okay? If you're looking to apply for to get into college, complete that application on time. Fulfill all of the requirements. Those of us who are in academia, in workspaces, in professions, in disciplines that are connected to these institutions, we have to now really grow that awareness and connection and familiarity. So we can reach back into these communities, to these young men and women, and help them be prepared to submit that application. And we also know, looking back, what we knew 40 years ago, 50 years ago, that this preparation, if you want to go into science or any discipline, starts long before the ninth grade. So the kinds of things that BIMS is doing with swimming, it is important to nurture the children, the young children. And so we've just got to continue what we had to do in the past in stark legal segregation. These folks now aren't calling this legal segregation. They're doing something dirty and calling it clean, you see. But they still haven't articulated what this clean is supposed to look like, you see. So right now they got everybody perhaps maybe, in a stage of uncertainty and what have you. And that, I think that's part of their strategy, you see, while they get their S together, but and whoever we're talking about. So my thing is we have an obligation to do what we've always had to do, and that's to burn the midnight oil, run faster, longer, and you have it. And running is handing that baton to our young people and supporting our seasoned people, and what have you. And so the pipeline programs are going to continue. It was just we don't know exactly what they are. They will look like. What the criteria are for getting an opportunity. But my fear is knowing from whence we come and where we are now, we cannot rely on other people to know us or to know that we are there. We have got to make sure that we are known and that as taxpayers, as citizens of this republic, the United States, America is the only home I know. Okay? It is my country, and I demand to have first class citizenship. And what these people are talking about is reverting to anything but first class citizenship for certain segments of the population, you see. And so we've got to fight. We've got to, that's part of it also. We got to be part of organizing and pushing back. Nothing is given to you. You have to take it. And so, that's my thinking. And here again, I'm saying that at the more leadership levels, we have now, I feel, people who are already in policy making, part of policy making, and connecting with the legislature and you name it. That is very important. We cannot just leave this up to white folks to make policies that's good for everybody and no good for us, you see. And that's the way I see it.
Yes, totally. I want to just respond to like a few of the things you said. One is that, we need to continue supporting our aspiring students and the people who are in the field already. We can't, just say like, oh, these programs have, been suspended. And so there's nothing else that we can do. I think that one thing that we, really prioritize at BIMS is mentorship when we have young people, we have members who are dedicated to wanting to, pursue their careers. And so, for example, we have a young lady who is a freshman in college right now, and she applied for the Woods Hole PEP program. And of course, this year, we are moving forward, right? But we were able to find her. I worked with her to find her a couple of other programs like the Virginia Sea Grant, right? They still had some funding. And like Masonville Cove, which is a wildlife preservation center in Baltimore City, they still had an internship opportunity. And so worked with her to teach her how to look in places where you may not have thought there were opportunities, but you can still use the experiences you have, right, to further your career aspirations. Because just because it doesn't say, marine science, for example, doesn't mean you can't gain skills that you can apply in your marine science job. And so just making sure that we're malleable and we know how to pivot and we know where to look for opportunities as we move forward. And so I'm really excited about the things that we do that, help our members to become more confident and to stand in their truth and to feel like, they know what's the next step to take. And if they don't, that they feel comfortable enough to say, Dr. Gerald, what should I do now? Or Simone, where should I go? What should I do? Because that's what we needed. I didn't have people, that I could ask, what's for advice when I was going through the things I went through in grad school or in undergrad. And I'm sure, right, things were similar, even worse, right? For you didn't have a whole lot of colleagues or mentors, right, that can give you so much. And that's what the BIMS community is able to offer.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. One of the things I like to say too is I help me recall too, is just as you did with the student that had applied to PEP, we had some 250 completed applications to consider. And it was far more applications, but those were the ones that were completed, met all of the requirements and what have you. And unfortunately, the program was terminated, and I'm very unhappy about how it was terminated, because here, the decision makers who went behind closed doors and did that uh, did not include people of color, you see, and those of us who have found the program and what have you. So that in itself is an atrocity from my point of view, and totally disrespect. And say, when I say squander 20, 30, 40 years of building a working, collaborative working relationship, and you think people are learning, that the leadership would have known better because it didn't have to end, and it didn't have to end the way it did. But what I see is that over these 20 some years, um, we have built Woods Hole, for example, is not the place it was when I came in 1978 in terms of welcomingness. It still has miles to go, but it's much different, and it's much more conducive to welcomeness than it was when I got here. So what I'm saying is that there are professionals of all stripes, whites, because they're, other than I think Larry, Jarita, who is it? There's one other. That's it. People, African Americans, that are PhDs working in Woods Hole in 6 scientific institutes. This little village where big science goes on, the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, the Marine Biological Laboratory, the Northeast Fisheries Science Center, the Woodwell Research Climate Center, the Sea Education, the U.S. Geological Survey. It's a powerhouse of resources, you see. But what I'm saying is, over these years, we have built a cadre of people who are in it for the right reason. They are researchers at these institutions, and they know the benefit, and not just know the benefit, but I think in addition to uh, whatever other way you might look at it, they have a moral compass that has allowed them to be comfortable with differences. And they see and have enjoyed the value and the pleasure of these students coming in over these 15 years. They have learned from these students. You see, these are not empty vessels coming to be filled. They are also bringing knowledge, wisdom, and opportunity with them. And that is what has happened in some of these spaces. So we do have friends, is what I'm saying, that even in this climate are looking to do what they can do to help in some way. And so some of those students, there are 4 or 5 students. There are researchers who have money in their grants or whatever, that obviously must be non-federal, whatever, that were able to pick up 4 or 5 of the students that would not have had an opportunity. And what we've been also doing is just what you are doing and you all are doing there in BIMS, and that is looking to see where else there might be people with resources that can take in these students. However, while that is happening, I am still incensed of the thousands of students that will not have a research opportunity this summer, not just because DEI has been shut down, so to say, but I say they're not having that experience because of the color of their skin, you see. And we cannot forget this. This isn't just DEI, oh, blase. If you're black, brown, they're saying, don't stick around, you said, okay? Okay. And I don't want to go into other arguments about who's benefited from affirmative action and who hasn't. But right now, this is an all-out assault, war on black and brown people, okay? So, but we have to hold fast. We have to make sure that we help our children, boys and girls, prepare, 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 study, 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 practice, 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 behave, 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 but enjoy and love life as much as you can. But it's the old adages have to be taken care of in order to be able to take that serendipitous or that season or just methodical, thought out entrance to whatever it is you're doing. But these pipeline programs will continue. American education, any education, has to have experiential learning to undergird and fortify and support the learning and what have you, if we are to go on with being innovative, creative, and with any sort of competitive edge as a country, you see. And any talent wasted is a deficit, you see. And so we have just got to gather ourselves, so to say, and use every bit of whatever we have of influence, observation, awareness, and being on top of things to know and be part of the pulse of what's happening, not learning about it, uh, you know, weeks, months after the party's been designed, and then, oh, maybe we might find a way to invite you. Okay. That's the model of the past, you see. And that's what I'm afraid we will recapitulate into is these institutions will go for the low hanging fruit and they will be out there providing for those that they know. People in Woods Hole, everybody in Woods Hole, I don't care which institution they're at and how powerful it is. They got there because they knew somebody. Okay? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that that's real, right? Because even when we talk about some organizations doing recruitment, right? Their recruitment, right, was centered around like sending an email blast, right? And saying like, oh, well, we reached out to them, but nobody answered. And like, we know that that is not sufficient for everyone, right? There are other ways that you have to connect with people to get to know them so they trust you so that you can build relationships. And if you're
Exactly.
not doing those things, right, you're not going to see those people. And so I really appreciate you bringing that up because
Yeah.
I don't want that to be what happens again, right? Where our people aren't getting the connection that they need so that they can be knowledgeable and aware of what's out there for them.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you mentioned like the Canals program and the Hollins program and then there's so many more out there.
Mhm.
Well, unfortunately, those programs, and even when you looked at the REU programs, the NSF programs, or if you looked at NIH program, those programs, while they didn't have diversity and equity in their names and inclusion in their titles or whatever, they were just supposed to be meritocracy,
Yeah.
meritocracy. Uh, but when you looked, you were lucky if one person of color was in those
Right.
16 or 12 or however many students it was. And it's just cruel. I am of the background you need a critical mass, you see, of whatever it is you're looking at. Okay, and that was part of the defining factors of PEP. We had a critical mass of people, you see, and that is very important. And so we have to have our eyes open. Those of us who are in the academy, who are in the government, where the state, municipal, local, federal, whatever, in these NGOs, in industry, we have now got to be very, very aware of the rules, the policies, the opportunities, what's coming down the pack, what's being formulated before it even gets there, and we've got to then be connected to the communities, to the institutions that have the populations of people, concentrations of people who are underrepresented. You see, and so it's working together, knowing what is out there as far as opportunities, but you've got to know what is out there also in terms of preparation. Where is the preparation taking place? What does that preparation look like? Or is that preparation meeting the expectation of what that person hiring will be looking for, you see? And this is where I'm so livid of this so-called ending of DEI, because what it is saying, it is reducing competition. It is saying that these young men and women now who are not going to get these opportunities, that apprenticeship, they are going to be at a disadvantage when people are looking at credentials and how do you compete, you see. That's what this means. Okay, that's part of it.
Oh yeah, 100%. This
Yeah,
brings us
and
to a question. Yeah,
Mhm.
we got a question from YouTube from someone, and they wanted to know if they aren't taking classes, but they're an early career scientist and they want to learn more about policy. How can they start to learn more about policy? What kind of steps can they take to be prepared?
Well, one, you say they're not in school or they're not, yeah,
It
okay,
says that they are not taking classes right now.
right. Well, then this is where I would say then they could look into everything from go to hopefully, since it doesn't have DEI in it, even at their local level or at the federal level or at Congress, look at what those entities are, components that deal with policy. If they are academically inclined, or they're the educational policy entities. I'm trying to think of the American, something of higher education. Um, it has a policy section. If you look at the American Geophysical Union, it has a policy dimension expressed in different ways. So your local government has a policy sector to it. So, in other words, you just have to search and see if you can then find policy. okay, where's it taking place? Is there something online you can do? Is there a self-study or whatever, or just go out there and do some research? And knowing policy, like everything else, has many dimensions, varieties to it. It varies depending on, whether you're looking at agriculture policy, education policy, marine science policy, marine shipping policy. Uh, you name it. And that's something we did not, I didn't mention in far as I'm concerned, looking ahead for those of us in BIMS is, I'm sure it's already to some degree being pursued, but a major component of marine endeavor, sector, is shipping, and everything from handling small vessels to huge cargo ships or cruise ships or whatever. So that I was on the board of trustees at the Massachusetts Maritime Academy, and that was quite an education for me, and awareness also was the the industry, the maritime industry, which has everything basic science components to it, basic marine science or oceanography, or what have you, engineering, physics, every possible dimension or discipline of science that you can think of is required there. And people who pilot these vessels up and down the Mississippi River or the various inland waterways or the lakes or the ponds, to one of the most intense highways is out there on the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean, or any ocean, connecting nations via shipping and what have you. So there's that's a dimension that we could pay more attention to, and I forget how many maritime academies there are in the United States, and those are just the ones that are either state or federal supported. But then you have the private maritime schools as well, that prepares one, or there for one to get build skills and preparation to work in the maritime industry.
Yeah, we have our BIMS immersion program coming up, and part of the BIMS immersion program is that participants are able to get scuba certified. And a couple of the people who applied actually talked about wanting to do like maritime archaeology. And so I'm starting to see more like work around like maritime, either being on the ships or doing research around the history, right? So the archaeology component, we're seeing that more and more often. So maybe, right, that shipping piece is starting to become a little bit more like prevalent in folks' career aspirations. But Dr. Gerald, we have one more question for you from the chat, and it was the last one. How can we activate our institutions, could be your school or lab, et cetera, to stand up for us?
I think that it's a two-way street. There has to be push from, there has to be external or extramural push a lot of times for institutions to do the right thing, to stand up, to push back. And so it can only come from without, because institutions have to know, I think, that they are supported and that somebody has their back also, you see. And they have to consider, where the funding and what comes from. But also, I think they need to look into what are the laws? What is the legal foundation of your institution? You're in business, so what are the laws behind your being, in operation, so to say? And look at those, and look at how you challenge ever how small or big it is in your pushback for what it is that you believe in, and to meet your mission. Um, and so I think it takes um, people from outside to agitate, to make their concerns known in a respectful way. We can debate, we can, argue, but in a respectful way, if it comes to that. My thing is I don't have the answer. There's no silver bullet as far as I'm concerned. It's gonna, get everything. But the point is, I believe it's a two-way endeavor. Is what's going on inside the institution, looking at who we are, how we operate, how we are a legal entity, and what the laws are that we are meeting, the statutes to maintain, and then whatever is being denied or saying we can't do or you won't do anymore, where can you see you can push back on that, you see? And so yeah, yeah. And because when you and I don't know what institutions or what entities this person is asking, where they're talking about academic institutions or private industry or non-government organizations or whatever. If you're looking at academia, you have to look at what we are now realizing in many ways, whether you are state or whether you are private. If you state, you've got statutes that govern your existence, and if you're private, you have statutes that govern your existence. I mean, look at what's looking at Harvard. People looking, and hoping that Harvard will not only look out for Harvard, but be a magnet and a leader and a galvanizer for higher education, since it's the capstone of American education. Now I have issues with Harvard, in the sense of I do not like how our sister was treated there. I think it was despicable. I think with all those billions of dollars, they could have stood up for some principles and what have you. But that's another, I don't want, I'm not there, and I don't want to meddle too much in that. But I'm just saying, as somebody out here in the atmosphere or in the environment or in the world, it just the optics are not good, and they don't look good for people who look like us, you see. Yeah.
If it's
Yeah.
one thing Dr. Gerald gonna do, he gonna tell the truth, and we appreciate you. Let's end on a high moment. What is the best moment of your career? That's what someone has asked.
Oh,
Yes, can you tell
Lord,
us
the best
something about the
moment of my
best moment?
career. Oh, my career. So that means after the studying or at least having earned degrees. Um, well, I would not take away my time with Noah for nothing. Noah, I've loved my job. I've worked with some of the best people in the world at Noah, in spite of, or maybe because of, the challenges and what have you. But I think one of the things about that employment, that job, career, um, that was exciting, beneficial, was the opportunity to travel, to do my science, to broaden my purview, so to say. In there's a friend I have in from Benin in Paris, Justin Ahanzo, who with IOC, UNESCO, retired from there, um, and and so meeting him and being a colleague, and he was just here recently in the States. Um, I got to appreciate, have a better appreciation for Pan-Africanism uh, by our association in looking at the global community with regards to participation in the marine and ocean sciences. And we end up with something called Paxicon, looking at Pan-Africanism and in up in Mozambique together and in Abidjan. And then one of my highlights too was being part of the U.S. Binational Commission, um, the U.S. South African Binational Commission, which came into being just the year post apartheid, of getting being seconded to South Africa to work for over some almost 5 years, for long stretches of time to work with, starting out with what was our counterpart, say, as a civil servant, National Marine Fisheries Service. I worked with Sea Fisheries in South Africa. And then as they went through the transformation from the old government to the new government, it became the Department of Environment and Tourism. And so that was a very rewarding um, experience for me. And it is a highlight of my career, is the time that I spent with that, and also with, oh, I think I've ended, but that's it.
You seem like you were trying to
Oh,
decide,
oh,
like,
oh, I'm
oh, go ahead.
sorry. I thought it had ended. So, so that was a highlight, and also associated with my work in West Africa. I got to be part of the large marine ecosystems team that did, we were working in Cote d'Ivoire, in Nigeria, in Ghana, Cameroon, and so for me, you know, African American, Black American, colored, whatever, that was a highlight of my career, I think. So it's up there. Yeah, my opportunity to work on the continent there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that was a powerful experience. You seems like you were trying to decide between, or like what to choose within your career, and
Oh
then
yeah, it is. Yeah. After, 40 years, that's,
yeah,
it's pretty hard to do, because there were some really high moments there. And I think of the time that, I spent working with the oh my goodness, it's right on the tip of my tongue. Uh, Lab at MIT. Jack Swamala is who I'm thinking, but I'm drawing a name on the. He was the PI there, uh, but and head of it. But at any rate, the work we did in Norway, and when I say to travel, it was meaningful travel, professionally meaningful for me, scientifically meaningful. My focus, concentration for my doctoral work was from the biological basis of behavior, the evolutionary approach to behavior. Ethology is what I concentrated on, study of animal behavior. So I fortunately again got an opportunity to go spend time working with physicists, engineers, acoustics people, biologists, and behaviorists in Norway. So that was a highlight. I mean, so it's a number of experiences that I think, and then the work that Dr. Chigbu and Food and I did down for a number of years at Jackson State University in Mississippi there, an HBCU, essentially teaching a course in stock assessment, fisheries population dynamics. But it was working with some 15 to 17 students and for X number of weeks each summer. And so that those kinds of things compete with what is my favorite, so to say.
Yeah, it seems nearly impossible to choose, I'm sure. And my career is much shorter than yours. And I feel like there's a lot of memorable, times that I've had. And I think that that's something that we all love about marine science, right? It's like there's so many different things you can do, right? And
There is.
no day is the same,
There are.
and you can have some
Yep.
amazing experiences that you will never forget, even when it's hard, right? Like even when it's tough, even when the research is, you have long days, or you've been in the lab all night, or you've been in the boat all day, and you haven't been able to, like meet the goals that you wanted to have, whatever it is, you still feel really just like excited whenever you are doing the work. And it's like what Dr. Moore said at the beginning, Dr. T said at the very beginning of this, the experience that she had as a young person on a trip, where she like started to do some water quality testing, and the watercolor change, something that simple made her feel like this has to be what I do the rest of my life, right? Like this is something that I love so much. And that's how it is every time for us, right? It just sinks in. We're like, oh, I love this and I'm never going to stop doing this. And so I appreciate you sharing your experiences with us.
Yeah, and it's you hit it, and and the people, it's just the people that you work with of all dimensions and personalities and interests, and so it's been wonderful, and that's part of being a scientist. And as you say, part of science can almost seem like loneliness sometimes because you got to be in that lab sometime alone or aloneness at least. And, while others might be out, finger popping and whatever, you got to burn the midnight oil. You got to be in that lab. You got to be out there in that field. You got to get that data, and that, we cannot emphasize enough in terms of as we move, policy is extremely important, but to be that research scientist that we aspire to be is keenly important, and that's where we need people to keep have that stick-to-itiveness to wherever you got that spark, looking at the TV or online or visiting an aquarium or visiting whatever or going rock climbing. Uh, Hang on to it and that curiosity, hold on to it, but realize that it has to be bridled.
Did I lose Dr. Gerald, or is it me that is messed up? Jasmine, can you hear Dr. Gerald?
No, I think he's frozen.
Would you say, Jasmine?
I think he may be frozen, may have lost Dr.
Okay, he's frozen on my end too. I wanted to make sure it wasn't me that was messed up.
No.
Okay, Dr. Gerald is maybe frozen, likely frozen. But that was amazing having him, and I appreciate him for sticking with us for an extra hour. That was awesome. And that's like, again, the power of, just someone who has been in the field so long. They have so much to share, right? He can never run out of stories to tell us. We've talked to him and we've known him for so long, and still we hear new things all the time. And every time I'm like completely engrossed in what he's saying. So I'm really glad that it was him that got to talk another 2 hours. Huge fan. And so I'm going to turn it over to Dr. T. But I hope that y'all had a good time riding with me for 4 hours, and that y'all enjoyed the kickoff to the BIMS Currents of Change. And we got the rest of the day and night to go. So keep it moving. Sign in with us all day. And we appreciate y'all. Don't forget to donate. Love y'all. Bye-bye.
Simone is trying to get out 7 minutes early. That's it. That's right.
You know what's crazy though? Like literally, as soon as I said that, Emery just started crying. So like,
He
it's
said
actually
it's time
perfect
for me
timing.
to, it's time. It is time though. Thank you so much, Simone. Shout out to our amazing moderator and chief learning officer for the first 4 hours. It is now time for me to pull up, change the moderation. I also want to shout out Jasmine, who is holding it down on our tech team. So yes, we have a whole situation going on back here, as you may have guessed. So we should have our tech switch out coming on soon. Hopefully we don't have any problems in the interim. But did we stop Ambrose's recording and start the next one, Jasmine? All right. So we just had an amazing conversation talking with Dr. Gerald. I am back. It's your girl, Dr. T. If you missed my opening address, it'll be posted on YouTube. You probably can just watch it back on YouTube right now on our BIMS TV channel. But you are currently here at the Currents of Change. This is our 24-hour live stream. Yes. Okay, yes, I see 24-hour live stream. And I am the founder and CEO of BIMS, but the whole goal of this is to really have a fundraiser for the ocean while really amplifying the voices, the leaders of the people who are actually in this field. So again, we are so excited to be taking over your Earth Day. Happy Earth Day. So you can just take the opportunity to hear from us. So even though we are a little bit ready, a little bit early, our next speaker is already here. So I am going to go ahead and bring her up. No need to delay. So we have all the way from Nigeria. But you know what? Ngozi is always traveling, so I'll let y'all tell you where she's at right now. But we have an amazing BIMS member, one of my colleagues and friends, Dr. Ngozi, joining us for this next hour. So we're going to spotlight you and you can take it away. All right.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much, Dr. T. It's good to be here. I'm actually in Lagos, Nigeria. I'm speaking from my house. I'm in my parlor now. So yes, I'm in Lagos. Yeah. And I'm excited to speak to everybody here for the next 1 hour. My name is Ngozi, Dr. Ngozi Ogugwa, and I'm a researcher with Nigerian Institute for Oceanography and Marine Research in Lagos, Nigeria. Lagos is, okay, Google it, you'll find out where Lagos is. And what am I going to speak about? I'm going to speak about collaborations. These are the things I'm actually very excited about. Collaborations, mentorship, and navigating challenges. Today is Earth Day Happy Earth Day. We are raising awareness about the earth. We love the earth. We live on this earth, and we hold this earth in trusteeship for our next generation. So how we treat the earth will reflect on the people that we inherit the earth when we leave it. So how do you treat the earth? Are you the kind of careless person that says, I don't care? After all, I'm here for some years. Anything that happens here happens. Are you the kind of person that is very conscious about what is happening and you want to leave this place a better place for the next generation? This where a current of change is all about creating awareness and raising funds for the work of BIMS. And BIMS is a beautiful initiative that I'm proud to be part of. I'm proud that I'm associated with them because they have really, really impacted positively on my life. I met Dr. T when I was a student board member of ASLO. ASLO is the Association for the Sciences of Limnology and Oceanography. And when we met, Dr. T, I'm sure you don't know this. When we met, I was like, oh, okay, this is the first time I'm actually being on the board of this kind of association. I don't know what is needed from me. And I'm happy I met Dr. T because Dr. T held me in my hands and put me through a lot of the things that would have been challenges. She helped me navigate some of the roadblocks that she might have encountered in her own time. So she eased off the thing for me. And that is where collaboration comes in, mentorship and navigating challenges. That's why I say these are the three key things I'm going to talk about. And when we were on the board, I remember we collaborated and were able to write 2 publications. If she wasn't the kind of person she is, I don't think we would have been able to do what we did. So when, as a researcher, who are your people? Who are the people in your corner? Who are the people you look up to? Who do you actively seek out to work with, to do collaborate with? This is something that we all need to do. We need to, like, in our different spaces, look for allies. Yes, it's called allies. Look for allies. Your ally might not be that person you actually think is your ally. Your ally might be somebody, an outliner, but consciously look for allies. Look for collaborations. Go out of your way. Leave your comfort zone. This is very important because everybody, myself inclusive, I love my comfort zone. I don't like things that will upset me, things that will make me go out of my way to do things. But I have learned that for you to make a change in whatever you're doing, you have to take that leap of faith. You have to go and say, okay, this, I need to do this. There are so many stories. There are so many stories in my life of me going out, taking that leap of faith and saying, okay, let me go out of my comfort zone. And when I go out of my comfort zone, I achieve a lot. for collaborations, look at the people where you work. How many times have you gone out of your way in your workplace to leave your office to go and talk to the person next door? Next door, and ask the person, what is your research work about? What are you teaching? What is what subjects do you teach? What are you, you talk to the person, walk on the streets, your neighbor in your area. As you're coming down the stairs or the lift or wherever, you say hi. What are you involved in? Share stories. And in sharing stories, you might have something in common. And when you find that commonality, reach out to the person and say, what do you feel about us working together? You'll be surprised that the person will say, I'm interested in working with you. And that starts a wonderful journey. It has happened to me. And it can happen to you. And when the journey starts, be open. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, you move on. If it works, hold on to the person. Stories, story, story, story. I'm an African and we love telling stories. So let me see. The story of who do I use now? Okay, my sister, Adam. Adam is a lecturer at the University of Ghana. We met on board Polashtian. Polashtian, I'll tell you the story later on. There are so many stories concerning Polashtian. When we applied as early career members to be part of summer school, floating summer school, that was in 2015. And that was my first time of actually boarding a research vessel. So I left Nigeria, went to Germany. When we got there were so many of us. There were 32 scientists, 9 of us from Africa. When we got there, we stayed in Germany, in Birmingham for 1 day. And then we got on board the vessel, Polashtian. We got on board the vessel, being new, we were taken round, did the safety thing, safety drill and all that. And we were now divided into groups. And luckily for me, Adam was my group member. And we bonded. Adam is from Ghana. Ghanaians and Nigerians, we have a kind of relationship that is quite kind of weird, a love-hate relationship. You can read it up, but we love ourselves. We're sisters, we're brothers, but we're always fighting about the jollof rice. Who cooks the better jollof rice? So Adam and I bonded there. And if you have been on a research vessel, far from home, 1 month, internet access was very, very, very limited. So there were so many issues. This was my first time, as I said, of being on a research vessel. On the ocean, I've never sailed. I've done small sailing, right? But Atlantic Ocean. So I was out of my depths. Everybody was supportive. We had some issues, yes, but mostly they were supportive. But my sister was my rock. So in all things, we work together. And when we had to do some work in the group, we were divided into different groups. And we decided to do a blog post. So that was the start of our collaborative journey. We wrote a blog post, and that was where it started. And do you know what? Anytime Dr. Edem has any collaborative work that needs an international researcher, she reaches out to me. WAMS, Coessing, Kosiwa, anything she's doing, she reaches out to me. Anything I'm doing, I reach out to her. So, who is your collaborator? This is one story. You have to build up your network. And when you're building up your network, you see opportunities, please do not hoard the opportunities. Share the opportunities. Share, and share. I tell people, I talk from my own experience. People that sometimes that I have met at different conferences, because they know I love sharing opportunities, send opportunities to me. Ngozi, yes, I know this may not be your area of research, but I know you have a big network. Kindly help me create awareness about this. And I share the opportunities. And that was how one of my colleagues saw the opportunity about BIMS tidal wave. It's so ironical. I'm associated with BIMS. I do everything with BIMS, but I saw the BIMS tidal wave advert. I just said, oh, it's one of those things. I shared it, but I didn't, because I was busy, I didn't read it. But my colleague shared it and said, Mama, please look at this. And I looked at it and I was like, oh my word, this is something I can actually key into. And I applied. And I'm telling you, I got it. I'm a BIMS tidal wave fellow. And when the opportunity to become a mentor came out, I applied, and I'm now a BIMS tidal wave mentor. So I'm telling you people, everybody be proactive, share opportunities, look out for people, be there for people. Collaborations, you cannot do it on your own. Reach out to your local networks. Reach out to your local government. Reach out to your policymakers. As we speak now, I don't know if they are online, they will watch this. I reached out to my people here because I'm a UPIN fellow. I went and I did a secondment with the State Ministry of the Environment. And with that, I now have people in the State Ministry of Environment. And because once you have people there, you get invited to things, their meetings and all. And when you go to the meeting, you don't stay in the back room. Please go out, meet people, talk to them, exchange cards with them, exchange contacts with them, and be active on their social media space. They say anything, comments, like, and share. They are not ghosts, they are human beings like you and I. And you have opportunity. If you have any issues, you raise it with them and tell them, oh, this volunteer for beach cleanups, volunteer to be for advocacy opportunity, volunteer to be an ambassador. I know I reached out to some people to the boss in La Cepa, and I told him, yes, I know you're having challenges with pollution issues. I I'm a plastic pollution advocate. Come, anytime you're going out, I am there to be part of the advocacy. I am there to talk about what the research work I have done, to showcase what is going on, that what we are doing, the way we discard the rubbish from our house is impacting negatively on the environment. I am there for you. So do it. Are you there to be able to advocate for the environment? Are you there for whenever, are you ready to talk, to go with the policymaker, to go and meet the policymakers and tell them this is how you should do it? I remember last week, I met with the Commissioner for Health at an occasion, and I spoke to him. I told him, dear sir, I introduced myself to him. I said, this is what I need us to talk about. I've spoken to you about this issue. And you answered me like a politician. And he started laughing. He said, yes, he's a politician. I said, yes, I know you're a politician. But we need to have a stakeholders meeting and talk about this issue and talk about how to bring down this plastic pollution menace. And we know the core issues. One of the issues is provision of potable water. If we can have potable drinking water from the taps in Lagos State, the issue of plastic pollution will be reduced by at least 50%. Because if everybody can open their taps and get potable drinking water flowing from their tap, they do not have they do not have an issue. They will not go out to spend their hard-earned money buying sachet water. And if they don't buy sachet water, the issue of sachet water getting into our drains will be reduced. Because if it's not being used, there won't be issue of it not being properly discarded, and you won't have that issue. So I just spoke to him. He was like, okay, And I remember last year speaking with the GM of 7-Up Bottling Company, sharing ideas about setting up drinking water dispensing ATMs in different places, in high density places. And he said, okay. And up till now, he said he was going to reach out to me. So we'll talk about how we were going to do it. Up till now, he hasn't reached out to me. But we have to keep on making our voices heard. Our voices must be heard. You cannot be silent. And how will you make your voice heard? You have to be visible. You have to share your research work. When you go out to the field, showcase what you're doing. So they will say, this woman, what is she doing? Is she busy just traveling around the world? I travel around the world to create awareness about what we're doing, to get collaborators, to look for collaborators, because this work we are doing, we need funds, and the funds are not here. The fund is not here, it's not available. So what we'll do is look for people that have the funds and work with them. They can't come to Nigeria. They say there's insecurity. Well, I live in Nigeria. I'm saying Nigeria, I'm talking Nigeria, I'm in Lagos now. And we still go there and would come out. We do the research. So if you can come, fund us, and we'll work together and do the research work. What we can do in our labs, we'll come to your lab where you have the equipment, and we'll work and we'll get the results. And when we get the result, have the evidence to show the policymaker, this is what you're going to do. And that is it about collaboration. Then another thing is about mentorship. Who is your mentor? In your work, who are your mentees? Are you the kind of person that says, "Leave me, I'm not paid to be a mentor"? I'm saying this because when I started work, somebody made a statement when they told her that how many mentees, when they asked her, how many mentees do you have? She was like, mentees? I'm not paid to be a mentor. And I wish I had the courage I have now then, because I would have told her about the gains of being a mentor. But I think at the end of the day, because I had the privilege of talking with her much, much later. I think from the experiences she had a change of heart, because she kind of mentored me informally. So maybe she didn't really have an idea of what mentorship was all about then. Because when you talk about mentorship, people don't know that mentoring comes in different forms. There's a formal mentorship and there's an informal mentorship. And a very key example in where I come from is the Waboy mentoring scheme. You can actually look it up on Google, Waboy mentorship scheme, where somebody would take an established businessman, will take up a young child, a young boy of maybe about 12 years, and put him through his business. The person will stay with him, put him through his business. He will live with him for like 6 years to 10 years, depending on their agreements. And at the end of the day, the person will learn through working with the boss about the business. And at the end of the mentoring period, he will be settled. They will set him up in the business. Then the boss will share with him his networks, and he will now get his own young boys that will work with him. So this is a kind of way that mentoring works. And I am a product of mentorship, both informal and formal. So I mentor people. The best example for the formal mentoring that I got was from Awad. Awad is African Women in Agricultural Research and Development. It's a fellowship that is based in Kenya. That back in the day, it was a 2-year fellowship scheme. That in the first year, you're given formal training about mentorship. Then in the second year, you get a mentee that you now pass on the skills to. And it was through that mentoring fellowship that I became a member of ASLO. ASLO, I've spoken about ASLO before, Association for the Science of Limnology and Oceanography. I joined ASLO formally in 2015, and I went for the ocean science meeting where I was sponsored by Awad to present my paper at OSM in 2016 in New Orleans. And that was when the first time I met Dr. T, and I met some beautiful people there, very encouraging people. And I then got to know the essence of attending international conferences. Yes, I had attended international conferences before, but I hadn't attended anyone of that magnitude because there were so many people there. And they had this mentoring program. I was given a mentor, and the mentor took me by hand and introduced me to a lot of people there. So it was, I wasn't a kind of, how do I say? He made the conference fun for me. He made it interactive. He didn't make it a chore. He made it relatable. So I got to meet a lot of people that I wouldn't have been able to meet. So from that time, when they now advertise for the student board membership, because I already met people, I knew people, so it was easy for me to now apply to become a student board member. So this is the gain of having a mentor. So I now became a member, became a board member, met Dr. T, and you know the story. So from there, because I now know the gains of being a mentor, I actively started looking out for opportunities to mentor people. I set up a WhatsApp group. When WhatsApp became popular, I set up a WhatsApp group where I informally mentor IT internship students that come to my institute for their internship program. There I share opportunities for grad school, for learning, capacity building, and all that. And I do one-on-one mentoring with the ones that reach out to me. And I'm happy to say that, yes, I have some that have finished their masters and they got fully funded scholarships. Some that are doing their PhD, they are all fully funded. Some that are still applying, some that have gone for summer schools, some that have keyed into other capacity building opportunities that I shared there. And while I'm mentoring them, I am gaining from them, because sometimes we have Zoom meetings, or I invite them for some things, physical meetings, and when we get them, they share their knowledge with me. There's some things that I'm not a Gen Z. Some of these technological things that I'm trying to do and I don't know how to do it. And I'm like, how do you do this? And they're like, oh yes, this is how you do it. And I'm like, wow, awesome. Because these kids are these young people. I don't call them kids, no, they're not kids. These young people are so talented. Okay, something happened today as I was getting ready to join this line. I have this selfie stick that I bought for my kids. It's been in the room. I said, okay, let me bring it. My first son is not around. So I told my last child, please, how do you set up something as basic as selfie stick? He said he doesn't know how to set it up. I started looking for the instruction manual. It wasn't here. So he said, Mommy, don't worry. As I was saying, okay, maybe I'll just hold it in the normal way. I use my hand and hold it. When my one hand gets tired, I'll use the other hand. Next thing he just said, okay, Mommy, this is how is it. And lo and behold, I'm using the selfie stick to talk to you all. So it's good to talk, it's good to relate with this next generation of STEAM leaders because you learn a lot from them. That's on mentorship. How long have I been here? 27 minutes. So let's talk about navigating challenges. Hey, so many challenges. How do you navigate your challenges? I call them building blocks. I don't call them challenges. I call them building blocks. So many stories, too many stories. Funding, I've written about this. I have a blog post about this. Challenges as a PhD student. I did my PhD. I was a self-funded PhD candidate. Self-funded. At the end of the day, yes, my institute chipped in to pay my school fees and some of the fees, but I had to do the bulk of the funding. And as a researcher, you know how expensive it is. My work involved me hiring a boat to go to the Lagos Lagoon, sail on the Lagos Lagoon for at least 4 hours, twice a month for 3 years. You will hire a boat, get the boatman, hire the equipment, get people that will help you use the equipment. Because I'm not strong enough to use a grab. You have to grab the sediment. You have to buy some of the specimens, the fish from the lagoon, from the fishermen, actively fishing at that your spot, because you have to know that the fish came from that spot. You can't just go to the market. These are things that need funds. Then you have to get, when you go out, you go to the lab, you dissect the fish, you digest, you run some tests. Those things need funds. So how did I do it? What I did, after exhausting personal funds, family funds, begging people for money, I now said, okay, I got some people that we had similar, we were all working on Lagos. So we agreed to collaborate, to share the money for going out to field work. So when they are going to the field, we will go to the field together, share resources together. I had to talk to the lab. Please, this is how much I have for now. Please put it down as deposits. That is what you do. And now, after my PhD, to do my work now, I have to write. There is no day I don't spend at least 1-2 hours looking for funding opportunities online. When I see it, I'll look for people that I will write with, collaborate with, to write the grant. There is no month that we don't write at least, put in one funding grant, put in an application for at least one funding grant. It is what it is. You need to do it. You need to do the work. It is hard, but it works. Does it work? Yes, it works. You want to travel? You want to go for your conference? You have to start early. Apply for the travel grants. Apply. Look, search for who can give you the grant to go and present your work. Who can give you the grants to apply it got so conferences. I'll look at for opportunities. First of all, the first keyword is travel. You can apply travel grants available. Yes, it's a conference I'll apply for. If no travel grants are available, I'm not doing it. I'm not going for it. I want to go for a capacity building course. I'll check fully funded, I apply. If it's not fully funded, I'm not applying because I do not have the funds. So this is how you navigate the challenges. Yes, it's kind of frustrating, but it is what it is. You have to work hard. You want visibility, you have to do the work. Then you want to travel, you want to, like now I have to go, I'm going for Open Ocean Science Conference. I'm going to France. I have to apply for Schengen visa. Invasive, very invasive questions. You have to answer the questions because you want to go and share your knowledge. I am now part of the people creating the advocacy to say that this is not right. We are going for conferences. The people that are organizing the conferences should make it stress-free for us to be able to apply for a visa. We should be given the visas free of charge because we're sharing our knowledge. It is for research. We're going for scientific collaboration. We should not pay to do this because it should be open science. That is why I am here spending this 1 hour talking to all of you to create awareness about this, to give BIMS the funding for BIMS to be able to create the advocacy, to create awareness about funds, about collaboration, about mentorship, about how to navigate those challenges that we researchers face. These are things that we should not be facing. It's already bad enough that when we go out there, we go to the high sea, you face nature's challenge. You don't know how the weather there will be. Whether you're going to face hurricane, whether you're going to face high winds, whether you're going to be seasick. These are some of the things that we face when we go to the high sea. And sometimes we that will do lagoon work, sometimes the tide will be so high. And we've had situations of the boats capsizing. It has happened. But these are things we face every day. We don't have to do that. So these are natural things. So after facing that, we don't have to go through other challenges that we're facing. Please contribute your $1, your $10, your $20, your $100, your time, your resources to make science research very affordable. Then stories. It's exciting, I'm telling you. I love it. I love what I do. I'm not gonna give it up. I am not going to give it up. I love it. I love the fact that I can go somewhere and it has happened to me so many times. It has happened to me so many times. I'll go somewhere and I see people, I'm like, who is this? Thank you. Thank you for what? They say, thank you for the opportunity you shared. Okay, actually, I keyed into the opportunity. I was able to do this. One said she keyed into the opportunity. She was able to travel somewhere. And because she traveled to that place, she was able to get a lot of information, a lot of materials for her master's research. And now she's going to present her master's research work, I think in 2 weeks from that time. And I'm like, oh, I'm so happy for you. You know, some will send me email, please, can you write letter of recommendation on our behalf? I'm like, why don't I know you and all that? And they're like, they send me a letter. So some they don't send me, they call me and they're like, hi, mama. I say, yes. Once I hear that, mama, I know it's good news. They'll say, good news. I say, what is it? I got it. I'm like, oh my God. I'm so happy. You know, it excites me. It makes everything worthwhile. It makes it worth my while. It makes the sleepless night. It makes the frustration. It makes the loss of internet that when you're talking, the internet will just hang you. It makes every single thing worthwhile. I don't know about you, but this gives me joy. You can see me, I'm glowing now because I'm talking about this. This gives me joy. So what gives you joy? What gives you joy? I remember my mentor at University of Florida telling me, and when he told me this, I actually did not understand what he was saying. He said, Ngozi, I see you not really working in the lab. And I was like, Dr. King, what do you mean? He said, I see you working with people, talking to people, being outside, not really in the lab. Now, 13 years, 13, 14 years down the line, I see what he means. I get him, Dr. Kane, wherever you are, I get you. I now see what you saw in me then. Yes, I like working in the lab. It's necessary for me to go to the lab and get the evidence. But I prefer working outside. I prefer working with people, talking with people, inspiring people, telling them, yes, you can do it. If I, Ngozi, that comes from a village, a town known as Oketiti in Anambra State, Nigeria, that does not have a stream, a spring, or a river to end up being an oceanographer, a marine scientist, sailing on Atlantic Ocean for 1 month. You, whoever you are, can do it. I said, whoever you are can be a success, no matter your circumstance, no matter who is saying, no, you cannot do it. You can make it. I believe in you. I am lucky I had people believing in me, people encouraging me, people saying, yes, because you can make it. So I am now passing it on to you to tell you that you can make it. My parents encouraged me. My parents encouraged. My dad was schooled in Western Michigan University, Kalamazoo. He had his master's in engineering from there. My mom schooled there too. She has a BA in library science history from Western Michigan University, Kalamazoo, Michigan. I actually went there about 4 years ago as a pilgrimage. And so they understood the essence of knowledge, going to school, being a graduate, and they encouraged me. And I'm encouraging you out there that wants to give up and say, no, things are difficult. No, you can make it. You can make it. Those challenges, turn them to become your building blocks. Turn them to become your building blocks. Use whatever you have in your area and do what you want. One of my bosses in the office called me one day and said, Ngozi, yes, I know that you're experiencing some things are happening in your life because I had some issues then, but these are things you can do. And the advice she gave me, Dr. Anyanwu, I still have it in my hand. She said, you can use the phone you have. You don't have to do a very fantastic research. No, look around you. What are the things that are needed in your area, in your environment? What are the issues you have? Treat those issues. Talk about those issues. Go and meet the people that are talking about those issues. Awareness creation is a research project too. It's a research project too. That was what happened. And that's why I reached out to I call her my sister. I call her fellow twin mother. Ronke Adebile. She was into beach cleanup. I said, okay, beach cleanup has to do with plastic pollution. I joined her and I started doing beach cleanups. What I was doing was just creating awareness. She would do the advocacy. I was there sharing information. We have a beach cleanup at this place. Come and join us. And it started from there. I'm going for the beach cleanup. You meet people, talk to those people. What are you working on? What are you working on? And like that, the current of change will start. Small, small, small. You make the change. You be the change that you want to be. It starts with you. It starts with I came to Lagos from Enugu. I grew up in a very clean environment, trees everywhere. I think I've shared this with people before. Trees everywhere. When I got to Lagos, because I did my youth service in Nigeria. After you finished your first degree, you do national youth service for 1 year. I served in Lagos because I was engaged. My fiance lives in Lagos, so I served in Lagos. I got to Lagos, lo and behold, on my street, there was not even a single tree. Not a single tree on my street. And I started having panic attack. I had to run from that place to about 10 kilometers from there to look for a tree. And when I saw a tree, I started looking at the tree. I was looking at the tree and I calmed down. I said, no, this is not sustainable. So where I was living then, I was living in an apartment, somebody's house, so I couldn't do anything. Moved out from there. What I now did was I got pots and I planted some plants there. So when the panic attack comes, I go and look at the plants. So this was me trying to advocate for myself with my environment. And I noticed that all the places were filled with litter, plastic, especially plastic. So I said, okay, what do I do about this? How do I create awareness about this plastic pollution issue? I started talking, giving talks about plastic pollution, about proper disposal of plastic, because it starts from there. Proper disposal. And I joined Plastic Pollution Coalition, different places, wherever they are doing research about plastic pollution, wherever I could join, I joined. Started doing beach cleanup and all that. And now, when there was an opportunity to do a research 2 years ago on using drone to map out hotspots of plastic pollution in Nigeria, I keyed into it. And we produced a documentary, which I showcased at BIMS Films Festival. And I'm showcasing all that, showing it to the Lagos State government. This is what is happening. Can we come together and tell people this is what is happening? Please dispose of your plastic, of your waste properly. Go into the drainages to block the drain. There'll be a lot of people's houses will get flooded, roads will get flooded. It will get into my office, maybe that's man hours lost. So this is how you look at your environment and create and look at the issues in your environment and do research work based on what is in your environment. Look for people, look for allies, like I said, people that are doing similar projects and come together with them. So sometimes come together with them and key in, because sometimes a lot of these funding agencies need somebody that has a track record. So you key in with those people and build yourself, build your visibility and get things done. And when BIMS reaches out to you, you contribute. So our voices will be heard because BIMS is already known. We can go through BIMS and do our work and do the advocacy that is needed to make the earth a better place, because we are earth custodians. We are here, like I said, as keepers for the next generation. So we have to keep the environment better than how we bet it. So our children, our children's children, and the generations to come will thank us for this. Thank you. Is my hour up? Yeah, no. So my name, as I said before, is Dr. Ngozi Ogugwa, and I'm a researcher with Nigerian Institute for Oceanography and Marine Research, Lagos, Nigeria. And I am very much open to collaborations, to advocacy, to awareness creation, to capacity building, to different opportunities that will make our earth and our environment a better place for us. So if you have it, get in touch with me. You see, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Facebook. You can get through to me via BIMS. Once you write BIMS, they'll get to me. So please, everybody, we need you to key into this current of change initiative. Please donate, donate, donate. We need all the funds we can get to make the change that we need for the oceans, for our earth. Because sometimes people will say ocean, that they don't know about ocean. Yes, ocean impacts on us. Kindly listen to Dr. T's opening remarks, and you see how ocean benefits everyone of us. Thank you. Over and out.
Yes. Great job, Ngozi. Thank you so much. So if you have a minute, I think we have a few questions for you in the chat. So of course, first, I just want to say, thank you so much. I wrote down what you said because you said I didn't know about our collaborations when you started ASLO. And it's so funny because, that was a time where I had written, the only Black person in the room. And it's like, I was the sole representative for Black voices at ASLO, even though, we were supposed to be the student board members. We supposed to be there just representing the students. And we had to represent all of Black people. So can you just speak to that experience a little bit? Because you were there after I was off the board and had to continue the fight.
Yeah, okay. Like I said, Dr. T, your own you had a unique thing there because you were there when I joined the board. So you had paved the way for me. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. And when I came on board, Dr. Camille came on board too, right? So it was, and there is this thing about where I come from. There is something we say. You want something, you don't look at the distractions. You want to achieve something, you don't look, keep focused. Keep your focus. You're here for a purpose. So all those distractions, we call them mosquitoes biting in the night. Exactly. That's what you do. You ignore it. And that's my philosophy in life. You ignore them because you know who you are. You know what you're there for. So you focus on your focus. And that was exactly what I did. And I looked for allies. I looked for allies around me. And I focused on my allies and got what I wanted. So that's it.
Yes, and you do a good job of that, getting what you want and being in the streets of where you need to be at. So, another question I have, if there was no limit on funding, you had all of the monies, you had access to all of the monies, what is the research project you would be leading?
Oh, what the research projects I'll be on now, if there's no restriction on funding, is I'll focus on producing documentaries, telling stories about people's impact of ocean on people's lives, how it has shaped their culture, how it has shaped their beliefs, how it has shaped the way they live. Because there's so many stories related to ocean, from the rivers, from the springs, from all the waters that eventually drain into the ocean. How it impacts on the food, our dance. You remember, I did something, I'm still going to do that for BIMS. It's a promise, right? So that is what I'll focus on, because there are so many stories to tell about the ocean.
Oh, I agree. Listen, we love a documentary. I think science communication is so important. And I feel like it's the reason why we are here where we are today, because of the lack of science communication and people understanding that they need the ocean to breathe. Like, you can't just defund all of science when science is the reason why we're breathing, So it's a real huge lack of literacy that we're seeing playing out in our everyday faces with decision makers. And so it's really a goal of ours to change all of that. Like, how can we at the barest of minimum say, hey, you need the ocean to breathe, and let people believe it? So I think documentaries are definitely a way towards that. All right, and goes any final words for the streets before we switch on over? Last 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Um, Please, everybody, donate to this initiative. Be the current of change. Be the current of change. Okay? I'm monitoring all of you that are here. Please donate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. See you later. All right. It is back to just us. Just us Zoomy friends. All righty, y'all. So we are here. We are at the Currents of Change. I'm Dr. T, your moderator for this segment. So y'all know we are live right now for the ocean for Earth Day. All Earth Day, we are taking over your screen here on BIMS TV, talking about the ocean, amplifying the voices on the front line that are doing the work. We are amplifying the folks who are out every day trying to make sure that we have an ocean and that we have the resources that we need. So remember, this is a fundraiser, so make sure you donate, donate, donate. And looks like our next speaker is here. What up, Hassan?
Oh, what's up? Sorry for missing the 2 o'clock.
Hassan is here. We are burning the midnight oil, Hassan.
Yep, absolutely. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can we go ahead and spotlight Hassan? I'm going to skip. Oh yeah, stop the recording. Sorry, yeah, we doing a lot of different things. So we are going
No,
to
you good. You good.
start our
Hey, I'm
next
just happy to be
section.
awake.
List, there you go. Welcome to the party.
What's
We
up,
have,
everybody?
what you call it, the caramel cousteau. We have the
The caramel
caramel
Cousteau live and in
cousteau
full effect.
live on your screens. So again, y'all, as y'all know, y'all been hearing from leaders all over the world now talking about why the ocean is important, why we don't need to defund it, why everything we do here at BIMS is for the ocean, for our communities. So make sure you donate. And this next hour is for Hassan. Take it over, bro.
What's up, everybody? How can I see who's in here? I
It's
wanna
just
shout some
you. It's
people
just
out.
you. We live on YouTube. It's just me and you right here, and you're talking to everybody on YouTube.
Oh, okay, okay. What up,
BIMS,
YouTube? What's
BIMS
good?
TV is dead.
BIMS TV, we live. So just in case you didn't get that, my name is Hassan Bayan. I'll explain what I do kind of fancy, and I'll just keep it real with you and tell you what I actually do. So I am a zoologist, and so my job is basically to articulate the plight of the natural world to the general public, advance animal husbandry, and basic veterinary procedures. Now, what that really translates to meaning is I tell fancy animal facts to rich people to convince them to give me money for conservation. I know how to trim a hoof without getting kicked in the mouth half of the time. And now, since being promoted, I don't scoop the poop, but I used to be outside. Them animals sometimes need a little help cleaning up. And so I would be out there helping make things clean. Uh, but yeah, it's a weird feeling waking up and legitimately enjoying what you do, like waking up and just being in love with the natural world and with nature. And we know that right now, especially under this new administration, nature is under attack, right? So we can appreciate that. Uh, I just saw a report. Let me look this up. I just saw a report that they are opening up something like uh, a few 100,000. Let me look this up because I want to make sure I give the correct information. Okay, yeah. So the Trump administration is opening up a little over, let me see what it says. Damn, they trying to get me on the paywall. No, sir. Yeah, they're opening up one of the marine protected areas to commercial fishing. And it's a place that has been protected since George Bush. But basically, what you're seeing is just the commodification of the natural world, like treating the natural world as if it's nothing more than just a commodity. Like we should use it and extract from it as much as we can. And then who cares about what it does to the next generation? Who cares what it does to the people here on the ground who have to suffer through all the changes that are happening? So, we exist here to push back against some of that. Like, I'm one of those people who kind of subscribes to the idea that the arc of justice bends towards morality. But, there's always people trying to bend that arc back. And so it's our job to push against that. So during my hour, let's talk about, let me see. What else? What else y'all want to talk about? I can say something really cool that turned around backwards. Something really cool that just happened. Oh man, I didn't want y'all to see the bare bones. All right, there we go. Another thing that's really cool that just happened not too long ago. I got selected to be on the EV Nautilus for the 2025 season. So your boy headed to the Mariana Trench. Yeah, I'm about to be in the trenches for real. We're going to send a couple of ROVs down to the bottom of the ocean to survey and map the ocean floor around the Marianas Trench. And what's going to be really cool about that is, even though this is an area that a lot of people know of and know about, it's not an area that has been really well explored. And so, because it hasn't, it hasn't been well explored with modern technology. So, what we're going to be doing is sending that modern technology down. It's going to go and map the seafloor. It's going to find and map any of the mud volcanoes that are around that area. And we're also going to survey the overlying water column. We're going to do some eDNA, but the goal is just to get a better understanding of what's happening inside of our oceans. I think a really cool documentary from Planet Earth, or at least involving David Attenborough, is about to come out. And it's talking about the oceans and how the oceans are basically like our biggest partner in stopping climate change. I think something like 50% of the oxygen that we breathe comes from the ocean. It sequesters something like 25% of the carbon that we put out. It absorbs something like a quarter of the amount of heat that we produce. So when we talk about the ocean, it's like we have this incredible resource that's doing so much good for us. And if we just protect the ocean, and if we just protect, I mean, it's never a all and done sort of situation, but if we work harder to protect the ocean, we could really be multiplying the amount that we're able to save ourselves from doing that. So it's really interesting. I'm really interested to check that out. So it looks like I got a question in the chat. If you had unlimited resources, what would your research project be? From Dr. T. If I had unlimited resources, what would my project be? I would want to see. That's a great question. If I had unlimited resources. All right, so this is like pie in the sky, really unlimited resources. I would want to see how long it would take for life in one of these exoplanets that they're finding. I'd want to see how long it would take for life to come about and then to really diversify. Like, let's say if we put some bacteria or we put like something that could survive on one of these exoplanets, right? The one that they say are like Earth-like. It would be cool to be able to, I would need a time machine and all that, but it'd be cool to see how long it would take for life to really grow and then flourish on one of these other planets. I think that would be the coolest thing. Now, one of the things that I wanted to do was to read to you guys. So let me just step outside real quick. Grab this bookskino. And I might just read on the front porch. Because as part of getting ready for the Nautilus, been reading a lot about the deep ocean. All right. All right, got the goods. Let's get back to it. So yeah, that was just a little bit about me. A little bit about me, what I got going on, and what I'm feeling to do. Now that we hop back in. So the book I've been reading is called The Brilliant Abyss. I don't know if anybody has checked it out. But so far it's been really good. I kind of just fell in love with reading about the deep ocean after reading Mapping the Deep. And it has me just like in my deep water bag. But yeah, so we gonna just pick it up straight where I'm at. We're gonna have a nice little read along. Okay. Caught in a jelly web. Several days into the research expedition to the Gulf of Mexico on the Pelican, I no longer had to make it. I even began to enjoy the feeling of being much heavier and then lighter in turns as the waves rolled by. There was a peaceful efficiency of the small, simple world where the only other signs of human life were the oil rigs perched on the horizon like giant metal mosquitoes. In quiet moments when I wasn't needed elsewhere, I would climb up to the bow, hang my head over the side, and check on the textures and colors of the ocean, which changed hour by hour. A gentle crosswind would etch the surface into the pattern like tree bark in motion, or smooth it over like a sheeny gloss. The offshore colors were always more intense than those of coastal seas, with the subtropical sun soaking through 3,000 feet of pellucid blue and no seabed within reach to reflect off, just the black water below. The submersible's cable looped over the pulley and plunging straight down reminded me of dioramas of fishing scenes in museums, the way the intricate model boats float on a transparent resin sea. Cut away to show their miniature fishing lines and nets lowered down to catch tiny model fish. A scaled version of the Pelican would need a display case stretching several stories of the building to show how far down our submersible roamed. In the water, there would be model sperm whales chasing model squid and jellyfish. It's just crazy to think about. That glow by themselves when the lights in the room are switched off, and perhaps there would be a miniature version of me on deck, contemplating the seabed so far beneath my feet and all the water in between. Midwater can be the hungriest and loneliest place in the deep. It's not easy to find food, and mates in the innumerous three-dimensional space of the water column between the surface and the abyss. Down on the seabed, animals at least have a surface to explore and a chance to find accumulated piles of fallen food. In open water, there is not much more searching to be done or waiting patiently for prey and mates to come by. Common in midwater are animals with delicate, gelatinous bodies. Some look like flying saucers, some like tangled feather boas, and some like round bodied spiders with too many spindly legs. There are glistening spheres with rainbows flickering across them, and elaborate glass chandeliers complete with glittering lights. The stillness of the deep encourages those gossamer bodies to evolve. Here, they thrive beyond the reach of waves and tides, where only gentle currents flow by. Being made of jelly is a winning strategy for all these members of the plankton, the wandering organisms that never touch a solid surface and spend their whole lives afloat, supported by their watery world. Tissues made of jelly or gelatin, a thin mix of water and protein collagen, constitute a simple way of making a body. It's efficient to operate because it floats and comes with a low metabolic cost. Jelly based creatures take an energy saving approach to life, cutting their need for food to feed and raising their chances of survival in the hungry expanses of the deep. These, this flimsy life does, however, have its drawbacks. In midwater, some animals are so dainty that a nearby swish of a fish's tail is enough to make them crumble and fall apart, and their frailty makes them difficult for scientists to study. Finding and catching these delicate animals is rather like chasing ghosts. When caught in nets, jelly animals are shredded and just collapse. And with deep adapted cells, they don't do well when brought to the surface where the pressure is hugely reduced. They can simply melt away. Despite the difficulty of catching them intact, many major groups of gelatinous animals were first discovered in deep midwater more than 100 years ago. One scientist's name appears next to the monikers of numerous fragile deep sea animals that he described and named. He made a great many contributions to science, but is perhaps best remembered today for his artwork, which brought these ethereal creatures firmly into the public eye. Ernest Haeckel was born in Germany in 1834. He trained as a physician in Berlin, but his passions lay exploring in natural world and also in art. During his medical training, he took classes on a small island off the coast of Germany. Years later, looking back on that trip, Haeckel wrote that nothing exerted such a powerful force of attraction on me amongst the myriad animal forms of which I had not seen living specimens until then, as the medusa. These medusae, otherwise known as jellyfish, continued to captivate him scientifically and artistically, and in time they would help to draw his attention into the deep. Haeckel worked for a short while as a doctor in Berlin, but soon turned instead to zoology. Initially, he specialized in Radiolarians, microscopic sea creatures, not animals, plants, nor fungi, that live inside glassy skeletons sculpted from silica. Radiolarians were the first marine species to unite Haeckel's love of science and art. In 1862, he published a long scientific monograph on them, including dozens of exquisitely detailed drawings depicting these sea creatures living like snowflakes. The following decade, gelatinous animals floated back into Haeckel's life. In 1876, the British ship HMS Challenger returned from its global 2-year oceanographic voyage, led by Chief Scientist Charles Thomas of the Royal Society in London, and brought back yet more evidence disproving Edward Forbes' azoic theory of the deep. Haeckel had not been on board the Challenger, but he took on the task of studying the collection of gelatinous animals that had been carefully collected with nets towed through the water and buckets dipped below the waves. With hundreds of preserved specimens to work with from all around the world, Haeckel opened up a new view of the ocean and uncovered a multitude of delicate life forms that waft through the deep. He named some 600 species of gelatinous plankton, some so unique he assigned them new branches on the evolutionary tree of life. He revealed that many deep dwelling animals, while looking like jellyfish, are in fact something altogether different. And he brought many of these previously unseen, unknown animals of the deep to the public's attention. In 1899, Haeckel began publishing his most famous non scientific work, a series of books called, okay, they got some in German here. I ain't even going to try to pronounce that, but it's natural. Published in English in art forms in nature. Each booklet featured 10 ornate illustrations of animals, plants, or fungi. His aim was to connect people with nature by offering a glimpse of what scientists and naturalists saw when they discovered these organisms in the wild or watched them under a microscope, or in the case of gelatinous creatures, what he imagined they looked like as they drifted through the deep sea. Across many pages, Haeckel depicted assemblies of animals he discovered in the Challenger collection, reimagining them in their living state. Before their delicate forms collapsed and their colors were sapped in preserving fluids. Only some, strictly speaking, are true jellyfish, including familiar varieties that inhabit shallow coastal seas and others that roam much deeper. A page of schizophrolins in uh, Kunstformen der Natur depicts among the which Haeckel discovered and named after his first wife, Anna Seth. It was a large blue and red body, a fringe of arms that, like lacy petticoats, are trailing tentacles, their movement frozen. But you might easily imagine it will continue to twirl and pulse its way off the page and onto your lap. What Haeckel's drawing doesn't show is that there is far more life for a true jellyfish than just the flamboyant stage, known as the medusa. Schizophrons spend a lot of time looking completely different. As a small polyp stuck to the seabed, resembling tiny flowers, the polyps show their affinity to their close relatives, the corals and anemones. All belong to the same phylum of animals called the Nidirae. Over the course of years, or even decades of seabed life, polyps periodically shed scores of tiny swimming medusae. These quickly grow into full-size adults that hunt and eat and mate with each other. Female and male medusa live for a few months, during which time they release their eggs and sperm into the water, sometimes on a daily basis when conditions are favorable with enough food. The fertilized eggs develop into minute larvae which settle onto the seabed and transform into new polyps. And so the schizophron life cycle goes round and round from medusa to polyp and back again. Other, more obscure varieties in the deer and jellies that Haeckel discovered and a name appeared in that hard to pronounce book. Narcane medusa and Trachymedusa, both new orders of Nidirians Haeckel discovered, are depicted with smooth domed bodies, tentacles like strands of beads, and a tube mouth hanging down, blooming into flower-like lips, differing from the cosmopolitan schizophrenics. And to me, I think that's super interesting because it's like the diversity that you find of life at that area, like at that level of the ocean, is just crazy. Especially because for so long people thought that it was just like when they described the abyss, they always described it as a place that was lifeless, completely devoid of life. And then it's like when you actually go down there, you see no, not only is it full of life, but it's full of like some very interesting animals. These animals live almost exclusively in deep midwater where they skip the seabed bound polyp stage entirely and the fertilized eggs transform directly into mini medusa. But these tiny jellies aren't always immediately ready for life on their own. For a while, some young hitchhike inside the body of an adult medusa, stealing its food and waiting until the time comes to swim off through midwater alone. Siphonophores comprise another group of nadirs that Haeckel studied and illustrated in his booklets. One drawing shows a siphonophore with a body like a spire of flowers spinning around, trailing an elegant whirl of tentacles. One looks like a pineapple with a dangling bouquet of leaves and flower buds. Some siphonophores species occur in the shallows, such as the Portuguese man of war, with its purple balloon floating at the surface, but many live in the deep and are exceptionally delicate and difficult to catch whole. Their frail bodies are constructed in very different ways from those of other jellies. As Haeckel well knew, siphonophores challenged the notion of what it means to be an individual. Rather than separate polyp and medusa stages taking turns throughout the life cycle, siphonophores put the two together simultaneously in one body. The polyps, the medusa, collectively known as zooids, join into long chains that can stretch for dozens of yards or more. Siphonophores of the genus Epolemia was filmed in 2020 in a deep canyon off Western Australia, arranged in a gyral spiral and measuring an estimated 150 feet long. It was a strong contender for the longest animal on record. Those great long bodies consist, curiously, of zooids that don't all look the same. Their other colonial animals, like corals, are built from multiple identical polyps that are semi-autonomous, each one able to feed for itself and reproduce. In siphonophores, some zooids feed, others make eggs or sperm, some are balloons filled with gas and help the colonies float, and rows of zooids pulse their medusa bells in synchrony, propelling and steering the colony through the water. The zooids have become so specialized for their particular tasks that they can't survive on their own. Siphonophores are a team effort, blurring the lines between one animal and many. Haeckel's book also contains one final tableau of jellies that commonly live in the deep but are quite different and distantly related to the others. These jellies are covered in 8 stripes of minute hairs like tiny eyelashes called cilia, which gleam like iridescent rainbows when light falls on them. These hairs beat in coordinated waves, propelling siphonophores gently and smoothly around like ambling transparent gooseberries or alien spacecraft gliding through the water. For page after page, Ernest Haeckel showed the miscellaneous animals with delicate jelly bodies that live in the deep sea, but he never saw one alive. In the decades following his studies, these animals also slipped out of sight for the people who studied life in the open seas. Ships became faster, ocean scientists used bigger, more mechanized equipment, making it harder to catch fragile animals and keep them from falling apart. Not until the second half of the 20th century did individual animals begin to come back into view, when researchers put themselves in the water to witness life well below the surface. In the early 1970s, William Hamner of the University of California at Davis realized the potential for scuba diving, then a relatively recent invention, to study animals in midwater. He lamented the costly ship based research cruises and rigid timetables planned years in advance. It is not surprising, he wrote in 1975, that research vessels do not regularly stop while someone swims around the ship looking at jellyfish. Hamner and colleagues worked out how to dive safely when the bottom of the sea is nowhere in sight. Sorry about that, getting a phone call. In the sea, in sight, pioneering what became known as the blue water diving. When you're floating in the open ocean, you lose any feeling of where you are. Alice Aldridge recalls of her days as a PhD student at the Hamner's lab. The light can be diffuse, and you're not always certain where the surface is. A spider web of ropes connect divers to a downline from the surface, making sure nobody gets disorientated or lost. It's clear blue everywhere, Aldridge. It's quite a lovely experience just to be part of that world. The blue water divers found themselves surrounded by siphonophores, schizoans, ctenophores. They recorded their findings with waterproof tape recorders and microphones pressed to their throats, keeping their hands free to carefully collect individual animals in glass jars and plastic bags. We didn't realize how abundant these gelatinous plankton were until we started going down with scuba and looking at them with our own eyes, said Aldridge. Despite being restricted by the air supplies and pressure to the upper 100 feet or so of the ocean, blue water divers paved the way toward important studies of the deep. Aldridge focused on varieties of sea squirts that look like tadpoles and live inside giant balloons of slime. Referred to as houses, these intricate mucus structures vary in shape by species. Those of giant larvae look like fluted, inflatable angel wings and function as feeding filters, trapping tiny particles from the water. When the houses get clogged, they cast them off and make new ones, five or six a day, diving in blue waters off the Bahamas. Aldrich deduced that abandoned houses sink swiftly, creating flurries of marine snow and sending nutritious pulses of carbon-rich food into the deep. Blue water divers also showed that it was well worth the effort to directly observe midwaters that teem with jelly-based life forms not only in the upper ocean but much deeper too. Essentially the same technique. Watching and carefully collecting animals has been transferred into the deep using submersibles, leading to a new appreciation of how abundant and important the gelatinous animals truly are, all throughout the deep. Until not so long ago, it was generally thought that animals of the midwater gain food and energy via one simple route. Marine snow falls and gets caught and eaten by zooplankton, which in turn gets eaten by trillions of lanternfish, small silverfish schooling through the midnight and twilight zones. Delicate jellyfish creatures of all different kinds were considered something of a sideshow, playing no major role in the food web. They catch their share of marine snow, but few other animals were thought to eat these watery bags of jelly, making them a trophic dead end. Creatures that don't pass their energy on to other animals at a higher level, and when they die, their decomposing remains tumbled back down to the bottom of the food web. In fact, the deep sea is a tangled web of jelly, a classic way to construct a food web to learn who eats whom and draw connections through an ecosystem involves opening up animal stomachs, examining their last meal. The problem is that a gut full of gelatinous plankton quickly turns into unidentifiable mush. An alternative approach is to watch acts of predation in real time. Such encounters are rare, but not impossible to see in the deep sea, especially with enough time spent in the water. Since the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute was founded on the California coast in the 1980s, staff have been exploring the deep waters of the bay on a regular basis and compiling a huge archive of video footage from remote operated submersibles. In 2017, Anela Choi, then a postdoctoral researcher, led a study that searched through the archive for a serendipitous moment when animals were eating it or being eaten right in front of the camera. Among the predators filmed mid hunt were squid with fish wrapped in their arms and Narcomedusa with a paralyzed siphonophore snagged in its tentacles. Even if the hunt is over, it can be easily to discern what a gelatinous animal has recently eaten because the prey is visible through its transparent body. Like a set of glass Russian dolls, there could be a krill inside a siphonophore or a fish inside a schizophone. In one scene from the archive, a seven-armed octopus was cradling the half-eaten remains of a yellow siphonophore. The octopus had eaten most of the nutritious part, the stomach and the gonads, but held the remaining stinging tentacles perhaps to use as a weapon or a tool for catching more food, a behavior never seen before. Choi and her collaborators pored over the archive and found hundreds of shots of predation in action, and gradually, link by link, a complex web of feasting unfurled. The paper publishing their findings depicts the connections in a diagram, which the scientists called the birthday party figure, because it's so colorful with bright streamers looping between different deep sea animal groups. It shows something that doesn't normally happen at birthday parties. All the guests are eating each other. I hope that ain't happening at y'all birthday parties. Better settle down. All right. Each line is an intricately intimate story of feeding, says Choi. With the help of decades of underwater footage, she peered into the deep and observed how animals make their living. The greatest surprise Choi and her colleagues uncovered in the deep feeding frenzy lay among the fragile gelatinous animals that don't fit the standard model of predators. Jelly animals don't have huge teeth or eyes, and yet there they are, tangled up at the heart of the deep sea food web. In the video archive, dinner plate jellies, a type of narcomedusa that can indeed grow to the size of a dinner plate, were spotted catching dozens of different prey types, including other jellies, worms, siphonophores, and krill, and forming links throughout the food web. Bring one to the surface, however, and a dinner plate jelly bears no resemblance to a voracious predator. It's just this clear, gelatinous stuff that falls through your fingers, says Choi. The new view of midwater feeding rivals or reveals a jelly web as intricate as some of the animals' bodies themselves. Species that variously go by the name jellyfish can no longer be shuffled aside as an irrelevant or stuffed into a single box on a food web diagram. They are far more important than anyone imagined they could be, as both prey and predator, channeling energies from sinking particles of marine snow and passing it on through ecosystems. And their influence is not confined to the deep. Animals known from shallow seas are connected into the jelly web, including ones that directly matter to people. Major commercial fisheries worth billions of dollars draw on this deep gelatinous energy. Yellowfin, bluefin, and albacore tuna dive into the twilight zone and hunt for squid, which in turn feed on schiphanophores. Midwater fish such as lancet fish and opah eat gelatinous plankton, and while they're not targeted by fisheries, they form important prey for animals that are, including tuna and sharks. Tentacles of the jelly web reach into the lives of manner of ocean wildlife. Penguins around Antarctica and migrating leatherback turtles are regular gelativores. I've never even heard that before. Gelativores. Great white sharks, fur seals, sea lions, sperm whales, and many other marine species depend on food that, one way or another, is connected to the abundant gelatinous animals of the deep. Exploring with submersibles, deep sea scientists are adding many new and notable members to the cast jelly based creatures living in the midwater. A gossamer worm looks like a centipede doing a dragon dance at Chinese New Year. As one swims, rippling waves pass along its dozens of legs, and a pair of long tentacles trails back from its head. They're super cool, super fast animals, says Karen Osborne, curator of marine invertebrates at the Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History in Washington, D.C. Their acrobatics make them difficult to catch. They could easily swim out of a net, and explain why so little was known about gossamer worms for so long. Those that do end up getting caught in nets don't tend to fare well. Their bodies are essentially water balloons and are easily burst. If they're not too badly hurt, muscles on the outside will squeeze out the liquid and shrink and seal off the damaged part. Then slowly the rest of the body reinflates. Such self-repair is unlikely, though, for a gossamer worm caught and battered in a trawl net. Before scientists had a chance to watch these animals alive in their native habitat, descriptions typically depicted them as a finger's length, when in fact they grow to several feet long. The best way to catch a gossamer worm is from a deep diving submersible. After catching and tiring it out so it has to stop and rest, being just a bag of water, they don't have a whole lot of reserves, Osborne says. Then the sub slurp gun, that's a crazy joint. The sub slurp gun attachment can gently suck up the weary worm. Yo. All right, let me be mature now. Then the sub slurp gum attachment can gently suck up the weary worm, or it can be delicately trapped in a clear acrylic canister. Those are the pristine, beautiful ones, Osborne adds, as well as discovering more than a dozen species. Yo, Dr. T, that joint was crazy. They getting a little too descriptive in these books. She admits those discoveries are rarely eureka moments. When something new and strange comes into view, a standard response from scientists is more likely, "What the heck is that? That doesn't make any sense." Scientists might watch and film the new creature for a while and perhaps catch a specimen to bring back to help describe a new species. Even then, preserved bodies can sit untouched on laboratory shelves for years. Because of the scarcity of deep sea scientists, and the funding, all right, deciding what to study can be a challenge. Osborne tries to pick animals that seem likely to play a key role in the ecosystem, the abundant and diverse groups, or ones that will help her understand how the oceans work. In the case of the worms, she wants to know how so many of them abandoned the seabed and swam off, never to touch a hard surface again, leaving behind their creeping ancestors. This dramatic departure is matched by equally dramatic evolutionary changes in the worm's body that allowed them to cope with this new environment. In 2007, in the Celeb Sea between Indonesia and the Philippines, Osborne and colleagues found almost 10,000 feet down worms that looked like squids. She placed the species within its own new genus, the squid worm. It had tentacles longer than its body with sensitive tendrils at the end. Living in midwater, animals need to expand their sensory realm and know what's going on all around them, which is exactly what squid worms do with their tentacles. They're like cats with long whiskers all over their heads, just not under their nose. Swimming worms join the ranks of deep midwater animals that evolve gelatinous bodies. Osborne discovered a species of polygate worm that is known by the name of the pig's rump worm. One of its body segments has swelled into a fluid-filled bubble like a pair of buttocks that help it to float. Yo. It's too early in the morning to be playing with them. Another worm Osborne discovered in the deep also lives up to its name, swimmer, which signifies that these worms are good at swimming, rowing through the water with fans of bristles all along their bodies, moving forward and backward with equal ease. Bombardierus indicates that when disturbed, they hurl glowing green bombs, fluid-filled orbs attached to their body that burst into life for a few seconds. Yeah, I've heard of those. The green bombers are one of the many glowing worms in the deep sea. A pig's rump worm, gently prodded, glows bright blue for a few seconds and squirts a shower of green glowing tentacles. Disturbed, a gossamer worm disturb a gossamer worm and it may toss puffs of yellow light into the water. Such dazzling displays are quite normal in the deep sea. Squid and octopus can be bioluminescent, as can sharks and bony fish, shrimp and krill. They squeeze glowing slime and particles into the water to illuminate parts of their body. Most of the delicate gelatinous animals Ernst Haeckel drew can make their own light too. Some schizophorans, almost like siphonophores and siphonophores. The medusae, larvaceans glow too. Their house is filled with luminescent particles of marine snow. The long-standing hunch that the deep sea is full of glowing animals is corroborated by more data extracted from Mbari's video archive. The video shot in open water showed more than 350,000 identifiable animals, which are divided into two groups, those that are known to be light makers and those that are not. Of all the animals caught on film in midwater, 76% were bioluminescent. Shows how important that is. Different light-making animals dominate at different depths. Siphonophores are common in the upper 1,600 feet, then narcomedusae and tracheomedusae take over for the next 3,300 feet. The midnight zone down to 7,400 feet is the domain of the polychaete worms, the green bombers, pig rumps, gossamers, and many more besides. Below, in the deepest waters, lavaceans predominate. Bioluminescence is clearly common from the surface all the way down to the abyss. But the question that doesn't yet have a full satisfying answer is why? Making light is evidently an important skill that animals have evolved to survive in the vast, hungry space of deep midwater. By mixing cocktails of luminescent chemicals or keeping glowing bacteria inside their bodies, researchers have presented theories for how these lights are used. Deep-sea anglerfish lure prey into their mouths with a dangling glowing lure. Arena siphonophores have red lights on twitching side branches of their tentacles that lure in fish. Shrimp spew confusing clouds of glowing goo in the face of a predator. However, these behaviors have rarely been recorded in the sea. I call them just so stories, Steve Haddock from Mbari says. Like, how did the tiger get his stripes? It's so hard to get beyond that. Capturing images of bioluminescence in action in the deep is fiendishly difficult. Bright lights of a submersible tend to drown out nature's own lights. With the sub's light switched off, the animal lights can be brief flashes too dim for a camera to detect, even if it happens to be pointing in the right direction. The majority of glowing sea creatures that have been photographed in film were recorded switching on their lights in laboratories. There, they are prodded or bathed in chemicals that coax them to make light. Flash a light at bioluminescent species and some will wink back. But these are just individual animals revealing their abilities to glow. They're not illuminating at will, throwing lights at each other or sending flashing messages through the dark towards mates, predators, or prey. To confirm how animals use their bioluminescence requires allowing them to behave normally in the wild. People have witnessed bioluminescence through the portholes of diving submersibles, their eyes able to quickly accommodate to detect fainting flashes of light, but there's no way to record or replay. And analyze what a human eye can perceive. Back in 1994, Haddock was diving in a submersible at around 2,500 feet in the Bahamas when he saw an arrow worm darting off in the distance, leaving behind a plume of blue luminescence. It had been assumed that these cinder transparent animals can't make light, and only Haddock's memory of that fleeting sparkle provided proof to the contrary.
Hey Hassan, you muted yourself. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right, cool. My bad, I had to sneeze.
Oh, go ahead.
Haddock's memory of the fleeting sparkle provided proof to the contrary. More recently, using a new super-sensitive camera mounted on a submersible with red lights so as not to spook the animals, Haddock filmed an arrow worm releasing glowing, spinning donut rings into the water. Having proven the camera system worked, Haddock has a wish list of behaviors he hopes to film one day. From lantern sharks hiding themselves in the twilight zone with a cloak of blue light on their bellies, to squid reeling out two long tentacles like fishing rods covered in alluring twinkling lights. Animal illuminations have led to some surprising adaptations among life in the deep. Fish living in freshwater pools and streams in the deep caves on land have commonly lost their vision, and even their eyes, as these complex organs have no use in the constant dark. Conversely, fish living in the dark of the deep sea have done the opposite and evolved extremely good vision. Also, they can detect bioluminescence. Their eyes have become super sensitive with dozens of photopigments packed into their retinas that are tuned into different wavelengths of light. So they can not only see the faint flashes of other animals, but make out different colors. Most other vertebrates become colorblind when it gets dark, humans included. Rods in their retinas, the structures responsible for low light vision, contain only a single type of pigment. In contrast, one fish species, the spiny silverfin, has revealed in a recent study to have 38 types of rod pigments. Scientists sequenced the genes and reproduced the pigments in the laboratory, and then by shining lights on them, worked out which wavelengths they are most sensitive to. As these little fish swim through the twilight zone, they can distinguish many more subtle shades of blues and greens, the most common color for bioluminescent lights, than a human eye. The fireworks displayed in the deep have also led midwater animals to evolve ways not to be seen. Many predators hunt with searchlights, and even moving in the deep can create light, disturbing plankton and marine snow particles that spontaneously glow when they're touched. Skin that reflects as little ambient illumination as possible offers a competitive edge, meaning that animals are less likely to get noticed. As a consequence, swimming through the oceans are a lot of ultra black fish. All right, that'd be me if I was a fish. I'm one of them ultra blacks. All right. Teaming up with collaborators, Karen Osborne set about collecting samples of black fish skin. Measurements of their reflectance showed that various deep sea fish are among the blackest animals on the planet, matching the birds of paradise that use ultra black feathers to offset the colorful plumes and enhance their vibrant mating displays. Examining the fish skin under a microscope, the team saw that it was packed full of melanin, the same pigment found in the skin of humans and many other animals. The key to the fish, the key to the fish skin's extreme blackness is size and arrangement of those melanin granules. When photons of light fall on the skin, they bounce sideways between granules, like the ball ricocheting between flippers and bumpers inside of a pinball machine, and essentially getting trapped with very little light escaping. The study published in 2020 revealed the melanin-packed skin is frequently found in deep-sea fish. Osborne and colleagues identified 7 cases of ultra-black fish evolving independently among 16 distinctly related species. Some use their blackness to avoid falling prey to other glowing animals. Some prevent their own bioluminescent lures from reflecting off their bodies and giving game away. Together, they show living in the sunless realm of the deep, it pays not only to evolve a way of making, but also to hide at shadows that are darker than the deep itself. All right. So that was the chapter. That was the chapter. What y'all think? It's interesting. Interesting. One thing that I always have loved and always will love is just the diversity of life. You know, like it's just crazy to me to think that life on this planet a looks like an elephant, and it also looks like a jellyfish. Like it looks like a clam, and it looks like plankton, but it also looks like the birds. You know, and it's crazy to think that we are seeing the collapse of all these different species, and that we are kind of like at that precipice. We're at that cliff's edge where we can protect and be the generation that really saves and inspires the next generation to be better stewards of the planet, or we could be that generation that tumbles back into, conspicuous consumption, uh, overconsumption. Like we really have the opportunity to really set precedent, because I really do feel like the young bulls really are looking at us like, what are we doing? And then they want to emulate that. So yeah, anybody have any questions about the book or questions for me or any of that as we wrap up with these last 8 minutes? Mind you, I'm not sick either. It's these allergies, man. These allergies is getting to me. I don't know where everybody's at right now, but here on the East Coast, whew, it's getting real. Dr. T said, talk about the places you have been diving and experiences as a black diver. Ooh, that's a good one. Okay, so I've been to all over the world as a diver, right? Mostly here on the East Coast, especially like in and around Florida. But I'd say my favorite place to dive, I have two favorite places. Um, my number one favorite place, and it's just because of the people who I was diving with, would be in Sadwana Bay in outside of Durban, South Africa. Sadwana Bay is where NOOF has, or the Nature Environmental Wildlife Filmmakers, is where they have their headquarters. And so I got to dive with some of the most incredible National Geographic explorers, like my bull Shamir, Mama Slee, Samira. Like, they are some of the most capable divers of all time. And just watching how they behave, their respect for the water, their respect for the ancestors, their respect for the environment that we were going into, it turned diving into almost like a spiritual, religious experience. Like getting in the water with them and just being in a place where it's so quiet, but you can still feel the energy is high. It was just incredible. So I'd say that is my favorite place to dive because of the people who I was diving with. And then outside of BIMS, of course, of course. And I would say for nature, my favorite place to dive was on the Great Barrier Reef. Um, and it was just because everywhere you looked, you were just getting smacked with like what coral reef should look like. So I dove there for the first time in 2018. And that for me was a life changing experience. And it was just because of how much life was there. I'm seeing sharks, I'm seeing whales, I'm seeing dolphins. And in addition to that, you're seeing rays, you're seeing, I mean, turtles everywhere. And it was just so much life. And then if you took a second to like just relax, focus on your buoyancy, focus on your breathing, and you like become initiated into the environment itself, like you start to see some really wild stuff. Like certain fish will come out and they just start living their lives. When they realize you're not a predator or you're not trying to catch them, they're like, all right, back to business. And so they just start swimming around you. And then you can find yourself in like a school of fish and they just rocking their show. So yeah, that was definitely some of my favorite places. But the thing about it is, when I was diving in Sadwana, that was like me diving with people who look like me, who speak like me, who there's a lot of that cultural fluidity with. In Australia, it was more or less, feeling like I was by myself, even though I was surrounded by people. Not really by myself, just like myself. Uh, it is what it is. And ain't gonna stop me from getting in the water. But it it had up a brand new world and able to be around so many black divers. Why do you support BIMS? As should everyone else. Oh, that's easy. Hold on one second. Like I said, these allergies whooping your boy. Okay. So the reason why I support BIMS is because when I was growing up, the people who I looked to and looked for this kind of information didn't exist. So I went through and got to where I am right now, basically without a mentor. Uh, and I could be where I'm at right now years and years and years sooner had I been connected with people who legitimately cared about seeing me and my growth. Not to say that I didn't have people who cared about me and all that sort of stuff, because I did, but I just didn't have anybody who had the ability to connect me with the people and places that were making stuff happen. So the reason why I like BIMS is because it's a network of people who can make those connections for you, right? It's a network of people who I see as taking those early career professionals, those people who are graduating from high school, the people who are starting off in college, graduating college, looking for work, like it's getting those early career professionals and connecting them with people who ain't new to this and are true to this and are looking to help bring more people that look like them into this place. So I didn't have that when I was coming up, and the fact that this exists now, I think is such a beautiful thing, and it needs to be protected. So that's why I support BIMS. Like right now, we have an administration that is, and this isn't my word, this is what they are saying, that they are against diversity, equity, accessibility, and inclusion. Like they are standing diametrically opposed to that. That's why they are changing even the verbiage. Like if you were a black person and you were a part of NASA, they're scrubbing you from the website. The Tuskegee Airmen scrubbing them. Now, they had to reverse that because of backlash. So I'm glad to hear that public pressure still means something. But still, it's like they're trying to get rid of this stuff. They're trying to change the verbiage. They're opening up the national park, both on land and in the water, to abuse. And so I think at a time like this, when we understand the challenges and we understand the amount of work that it's going to take to actually save the planet and to help bring us back from the climate crisis, we need to get as many people in here as we can. And I think BIMS is making that happen for people. So that's why I support BIMS, and that's why I think everyone should support BIMS. Yep, that was a good question. You got me in my bag on this early morning.
Hey, listen, I try to do what I can. I think that's a great last question for you. Thank you so much, Hassan, for jumping into our live,
Yep,
into our
love you guys.
currents of change. Oh, wow. Okay, balloons. All right.
Yeah, I don't know how that happens, but every time I put up the peace sign, the balloons come. But all right, I'm gonna holla at you.
See you. Thank you. All right. If you are on BIMS TV, thank you so much for riding with us during the currents of change. So I think we have a small break, and we can stop the recording too for his sons. All right. So yeah, we have a small break before our next speaker, but we know that doesn't mean too much when I am here. So I will fill the time until they are able to hop on. So I will just do a little recap. It's your girl, Dr. T. We are live here on Earth Day for 24 hours for the BIMS Currents of Change. So I kicked it off this morning with my address, just telling y'all, we've been here, we've seen the foolishness, and we aren't going anywhere. And that's the goal of us having this 24-hour live fundraiser and just event to really amplify the voices of the folks who are doing this work on a daily basis. You know, we are really at a stark time when funding for science, funding for our communities is being cut. Like, that's a reality. Every day, it seems like I wake up to a new alert or something that we're having to deal with. And so we are calling on the people that we are working to protect. If we all come together, they can't they can't turn us all away. We can really build the resources we need to continue to do the good work. So definitely check us out on our page, bims.org. If you're able to donate, go bims.org/donate. If you can't donate, simply watching this live. So y'all, this is important because I love to be transparent. Us being on YouTube, having people view, comment, share, that helps us to raise funds as well. So if you don't have no money in your pocket, you can't do nothing, you can't go on our donate link, simply watching this live, sharing it to 10 of your friends, telling them to watch it, helps support BIMS as well. So that's why we're here all day, giving y'all 24 hours of content to be able to watch, to know what's going on in your community, hear from other leaders all across the world. We had Dr. Ngozi here, who was in Nigeria. We had Dr. Ambrose here, who was in the Northeast. We had Sign here in the DMV. I'm here in Belize. We're talking to you from all over the world because this work is important, and we can't let anybody just come in willy-nilly and tell us our work is wasteful. That can't be allowed. So we are showing, lifting our voices so you all can see how important this is. Taking a day off from being outside, if you will. All these leaders have taken hours to talk about the things that we are doing because it is so important, and we want to share it with you as well. So as you are on our YouTube, I have it open over here. I can see any comments if you have any questions. I actually, because I knew I needed to be prepared, I did a post on my Instagram earlier, and I asked y'all if y'all had any questions you wanted me to answer live. So now is the time for me to sit back and answer y'all questions. The first question I have to answer, because it's foolish, and it comes from Audra, the Explorer, which is one of my homegirls. I'm just gonna go ahead and let y'all know. And the question is, why are you so fly? This is a real question, y'all. But again, we all know she's being funny. But no, I think the problem with what we're seeing is backlash is that Black joy is so revolutionary. Like, us just like dancing and having fun and being free was so just damaging to people's illusion that they just had to start a whole war for no reason. Like, people just doing stuff for no reason. We was cool. We was all just cool. We was all just at book clubs, singing songs and doing stuff. But anyway, so I started with that one to let you know, while this moment is very hard and there's a lot of trauma, we are still looking to find joyful moments. Right now, us being up, like, it's 12 o'clock here in Belize, and I'm just up here on live with y'all. Because again, we can't let these things bring us down. We know who we're working for, and we know that we can come together in this moment. I believe in y'all. I believe in us. So this is not a sad 24 hours. We lit. Okay. Anyway, let's keep it going. Sid Payne 11. What has been the best moment of your career so far? Oh wow, that's a good question. That's always a good question. The best moment of my career so far. Dang, I should have looked at these prior. What has been the best moment? Wow. I don't know, because I was in school for so long. So I want to say, like, getting my PhD, like, I feel like I worked so hard. So graduating was an amazing moment. But then also, like, traveling the world and meeting different scientists, scuba diving, all of those things have been just such, yeah, I think those are the things, again, that's what keeps me even going. Because there are so much hard and foolish moments that we have to deal with, that it's just so much amazing things. And I think that's also why it's important for us to highlight those things, because people can't just think, oh, it's all bad, or oh, our job is horrible. No, I be having a good time if y'all just leave me alone. Okay, just let me just do what I'm doing. Y'all be doing too much. So please don't think that marine science is a horrible field. No, we want more people to come in. That's the goal of BIMS, of having these pipeline programs like BIM Swims. It's like, no, I don't want you to be, oh, because you're Black, you can't swim, you can't be a marine scientist. No, that's the exact opposite of what we're saying. We're saying, oh, you Black, you can't swim. All right, let's teach you how to swim. How about that? Like, wow. That didn't take too much, and then it's like, wow, you open up a whole world of possibilities to someone who was about to count themselves out, who was about to let fear and historical trauma and a lack of resources count them out. Why? Why, when the ocean is so important and largely unexplored? Y'all got people gatekeeping the ocean and ain't even been to all of it. Like, what we doing? Okay, back to my questions. Fisher them. Hey, Fisher them. Okay, how do we call in people to invest in marine science that don't interact with the ocean often? Oh, this is a good question. This is a good question because, well, we're in the middle of a fundraiser and I want everybody to donate. And I think I want you to take a moment and just take a good deep breath. Just inhale joy, exhale stress. Half of that inhaling of joy was because of the ocean. The exhaling of the stress was because of the trees. I like how I did that. I'm so creative. 50% of the oxygen that we breathe, that we're breathing, every other breath is because of the ocean, because of the chemical processes, because of the biological processes, because of all of the stuff that's going on in the ocean that marine scientists like me work so hard to protect for folks like everybody to be able to breathe. Right. And so that's what's important. We literally need the ocean to regulate this environment that we just lurk around and frolic in. Like the stuff that we're inhaling, there's things in there. And what we do know is in areas that tend to look like me, the air is just a little less clean. That breath that you take in that's regulated by the ocean is it's not regulating as much. It's a little. The ocean over there is not regulating as hard as it could as the ocean over here, because the ocean over here is dirty. Okay? So that same ocean is doing its regulating, but guess what? It's clogged up a bit. So that half a breath that they got to take over there is filled with a little bit of dirt and chemicals, because the ocean is unable to regulate properly. So this is why this matters, because we are all breathing. And we all need the ocean to breathe, but the ocean is regulating a bit better over here and not over here because of dirt and pollution and because of lack of resources. And we act like we don't know this, and we do. And so that right there, you having nothing to do with the ocean. You might not have never seen the ocean, never looked at the ocean, but just that statement alone, every other breath I take is because of the ocean. I would want to support it, because again, we need scientists and organizations like BIMS to keep folks in the field, so that other piece of the ocean that I was talking about that's not regulating as much as it could be finally has the opportunity to. A lot of the projects that we're trying to do here is to really put resources in the communities and the folks that need it the most. The people who don't have those resources, who are seeing increases in cancer, increases in asthma, because they don't get the DEI money. This has been such an interesting watching all this DEI stuff going down. Like, wow, y'all was getting DEI money? I ain't seen y'all do one DEI. So this is what we're still dealing with. We're seeing crises happening in front of our faces while it's being dismantled. And so again, we need organizations like ours calling this out, but also then providing the resources in those things to the communities, to the scientists that need it, so we aren't consistently burnt out or in these toxic work environments. So that's the major goal. That's the key. All right, let me keep reading. We got a couple more minutes. All right, let me go to another question. Are there, another one from Fisher now. Okay, thank you. It's my boo. I know we getting married soon. All right. Are there from Fisher Dam, are there any other films or media programs in development at BIMS? So this is a good question. So if you listen to my introduction, my intro address, I mentioned one of the projects out of the BIMS Institute is our documentary Harm in the Water. And so Harm in the Water, highlights nutrient pollution impacts on our community, largely in the Mississippi River down to the Gulf of Mexico. And it has been such an amazing journey because you can start trying to do one thing and then it turns into another thing and it turns to all of this. And so long story short, there is so many other stories to tell. As you can imagine, even in just making Harm in the Water, we shot so much just footage. There is so much footage. Probably could make 10 documentaries just out of what we already have. But we also met people. This story is so relevant in so many other different places. So yes, we are definitely trying to expand and create more films. Of course, all of that comes down to funding and trying to get opportunities to be able to pay for these things, because the beauty of Harm in the Water is that because we got a grant to do the film, we were able, to hire the director and really create it the way that we wanted and not have somebody else tell our story. Like, it's really indie vibes, like, hey, we're doing this, Black folks all through it. And so that's really what we want to keep up. And so yeah, we are really trying to have more films, have our BIMS Films Productions, and really figure out ways to communicate science to the people who are the most impacted, but who are always left out of the conversation. And I think Harm in the Water is a really good start to that because it's filled with scientists. Like, we have scientists throughout it, but then we also have community members. We also have a funeral home owner. We have people who have just seen and lived in these communities and seen things that's going on. So it's really a really good way to just have an overall discussion of the conversation that's happening in our own backyards. But again, nobody pulls up to really talk to us about it, or they have some random listening session, they say, and it's not really for us. So yeah, we definitely have more media projects in the future. I think the beauty of the BIMS Institute is that once we really get it situated and we have more funds and all can do all these things, we really can tap in to the large scale of our membership. BIMS has grown to now over 600 members. Like, we're seeing just from 20 of them today, but just imagine, we have over 600 members now across 34 countries. And imagine we're doing research projects in all those areas with all of those members, and we're all tapped in this coordinated global research network. Like, these are the amazing opportunities that we have in front of us that we're coordinating. And so again, the goal of today is to really get everybody excited, get everybody on the same page, to know it's like, oh no, we're not going to back down or go away or change or delete, no, we can't do that. We have to continue to fight. And if we're going to continue to fight, what do we need? We need support. We need each other. We need resources. So again, donate. Go to bims.org/donate. If you can't donate, share this live. Share it live. Share it around. Like it. Put a comment under it. All of those things help with engagement and help us to get support from the platform itself. So definitely all of those things work and help us. So again, if you are just joining, we are at the BIMS Currents of Change. Let me look at the cheddar. Oyster Ninja's here. Hey, Oyster. We got some good. Oh, thank y'all so much for listening, commenting. Like I said, please share it. Please like the live. we will be here all day. We actually have a really good lineup of speakers. If you are also something that can help is following us on all of our social medias, of course, all our socials at BIMS Science. Go ahead and follow us there, and then you can share about this event that's going on right now as well. So yeah, we got a good lineup of speakers coming up to us all day, just all day. We gonna be here, just going on, this is going on, talking for the ocean, why it's important, different things that we are doing in our different communities to make sure that we continue to have a voice in this movement. Because at the end of the day, as I explained, answering that question is that we're all breathing right now. And that's just the most important argument for the ocean. If you want to continue to breathe, we need to protect it. And in order to protect it, we need a variety of science. Like, honestly, we need everybody. Like, I need you right now. Just go ahead and stop doing what you're doing and become a scientist or become an ocean advocate, because this is how important it is. And as I mentioned, there's so much left in the ocean that we don't even know yet, even as scientists and explorers. There's still new things. They're finding new things almost every other exploration. So there is opportunities for more people and more space. All right, let me go back to my questions. Let's see. Life of T underscore 22. When it feels like the nation is against us and scientists, how do you advocate for the ocean? By telling the truth. Like, I think that's again the goal of this live. Like, a lot of the tactics that we're seeing right now are to produce fear, are to make you feel like, oh, I can't say this, or if I say this or that, I'm gonna lose this or that. And honestly, what we're saying is true. Like, people have lost their jobs. Like, people have that, but we've seen these, but we've also seen that people have been able to come back. People have been standing up for justice. And so I think, again, the ocean, it really has nothing, it's such an interesting topic that is up for, these cuts and things. Because again, if it's just about breathing, it shouldn't matter really. It shouldn't be, it shouldn't be this drama. It should be about, hey, we need to breathe. What do we need to do to do that? And then go from there. So I think it is hard when it seems so simple for us who know the importance of the ocean. And so I think that's why we just have to keep it very basic and to the point. And I think that's how we continue to advocate in the truth, like telling the truth, like we need this, and this is why it's important. But it can get difficult. And again, I think that's why it's also important to have community. Having communities like BIMS, like whatever community you find yourself a part of, where you can have these conversations, when you can talk like, wow, like this seems like this shouldn't be happening. What's going on right now? Is this real? You got to have those conversations because it can be a lot. And mental health and wellness should be top priority right now. Like, it should be. Even as I was preparing for this live, I told the team, I said, please take either Monday or Wednesday off. Please, like, prepare yourselves because we're fighting, but we also have to take care of ourselves. And it's hard when we are the leaders in this space. I know there are some times where I'm like up late and up early and doing all types of foolishness. And it's like, dang, I probably need to stop. I need to go drink some water or something. Because we do have to remind ourselves, because if we're not here, then who continues to fight? Right. So again, even today, I got all of these emails and preemptives, like there's going to be some major executive orders announced on Earth Day. And we already had this currents of change planned, of course, because, we're planners. We already had this. I got these emails a couple days ago. And I was like, dang, what kind of a person, just petty, just petty, would announce something against the earth on Earth Day, something against the people who protect, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just so that's how you just know there's nothing that you can really fight to do against this. You just got to keep in line, rooted in your mission, and talking to the people that are going to support you. And hopefully that's what we're doing for these 24 hours. I hope my voice, all of our voices are hearing or hitting the ears of the people who needed to hear us. Because ultimately, I just want y'all to know that we here. Like, we aren't hiding in fear. We aren't, there is a concern about funding, but that's always a concern as a nonprofit. We're always in the streets. Grants, of course, help us to do the work more easily. But if the grants aren't there, we still got to do the work. The work must get done, and that's just that. And so we're doing things like bringing folks together to talk about the joy they have in this field, the joy that they have in their work. So even while there's hard times, they remember the reason why we are doing this. And hopefully we impress upon you reasons that you should support us. Again, buy a donation or subscribing, liking, joining BIMS. Maybe you just want to pull up and go ahead and be a part of Black and Marine Science now because you're just like, wow, look at them. I've already seen like 4 different speakers in the last couple of hours, and there's still 20 something to go. So if you're even interested in that, specifically parents and educators of our K through 12, we know how important it is for our kids to see folks that look like them doing stuff like this. And so our K through 12 membership is actually free. You can go to our website, bims.org, look on the little top bars up there where it says join BIMS, and then you can see that free membership. And then you can just sign up right there. You'll reach out to our chief learning officer, who was our moderator this morning, Simone, and she'll get you all set up because we really believe we owe it to our youth, to provide them with the resources that we need. You'll hear several people get up here today and all say something as if they didn't have a mentor. They ain't seen nobody who looked like them, or they ain't even know about marine science as a kid. That doesn't have to be everybody's story. Like that now that BIMS is here, and I'm gonna just go ahead and say that, right? This in the history book. Now that BIMS is here, that does not have to be another little Black kid story. No, oh yeah, I definitely knew I could be a marine scientist. What? Soon as I came out the womb, I knew I was about to be a marine scientist. What? That's the type of energy we're on. So it's like, nah, it's not no fear. Oh, they ain't talking about stuff is wasteful. That's on them. I'm over here looking at the womb, like we are putting in infrastructure where you can't just dismiss it, because again, the work that we're doing is important. And I think that's what we have to be comforted by as a community, while things are going on. But again, back to my point, we do have to support each other and take care of each other, and then take those times off that you need, because it is a lot. There is a lot of information. It seems like there is just so much information. And that was another actual thought behind this live stream. I was talking with where was Jermaine? Yeah, Jermaine. He was telling me he was at a conference, and something they said was, it's just not a lot of content. It's just not a lot of good content to outweigh the amount of bad content that is produced daily. Like, there's just so much disinformation and foolishness and dancing and, AI, that it overwhelms any amount of like good or science or facts or truth. It just doesn't outweigh. And so I was like, wow, we really, as a community, yeah, I'm telling y'all now, like, this is not, no trade secret here. Like, we just got to make more good content, more good things to say. Because if you think about it, like, when you scrolling on your phone, you see a whole bunch of foolishness before you see anything about anything. Like, I see people get hit by rocks or something. I don't know. I saw that. I was on my thing the other day, and it was a video of these people. I guess they had got stuck in the WWE crowd of trying to go over the escalator, and they were so mad they was trying to run up the one that goes down. And so people was running up the ones that goes down, and then there was this one dude, he was trying to run up, but then he couldn't make it, and then he had to go down. It's like, like, look how much time I just spent, and that video stayed with me. So you see more videos like that versus, good kind of like educational video things that there's nothing about having fun. But like, how can we balance some of those things? How can we provide more things? Because when you're not seeing funny videos, a lot of other times you're seeing misinformation. You're seeing things are rage baiting or things that are going to not help, who aren't going to provide you that joy that you really are looking for. So really, those are the things that we are trying to do this whole year, but really through this live, really amplifying the voices of the folks doing the work. Okay, let me see. Let me see if I got some more questions yet. Okay, Darcy underscore Doolittle underscore. How can I get involved physically in the ocean conservation work? So there is a lot of it really depends on where you are. I mean, there are different opportunities like research experiences, they have internships, sometimes they have externships, sometimes they have part-time jobs like at local aquariums and different things like that. So it really is dependent on like what it is that you actually want to do. And I think, to be honest, that can be a kind of problem, I guess, if you will, to becoming into the field of marine science, because sometimes you don't really know. Like, sometimes you hear about marine scientists and like, oh, you're working with sharks or you're working with whales or something like that. I don't do that. That's not what I do, but there is people who do that. But there is so many different options. And so I think one of the things we try to do through our BIP Week program is like provide different types of hands-on experiences in marine science so you can get a kind of taste or a feel. Because to the point, and while we talk about swimming a lot, you actually don't even have to really know how to swim to be a marine scientist. And I just want to say that out loud. You don't. You don't. You can, there's data scientists, there's scientists, doing GIS, or like they're sitting in the computer, they're mapping. So there are people who actually don't even have to get in the water at all. And so there is a lot of different opportunities. And so I would say, again, looking at organizations like BIMS, seeing what resources, seeing what the opportunities are, and then going from there. And then locally in your area, they should have opportunities as well. All righty. So we are closing out this section. Look like our next speaker has popped in. Y'all, we have been live. Earth Day is here. It's the Currents of Change 24 hours live fundraiser for the ocean. So right now, we are going to move right into our next speaker. We got Miss Addie and her parents. Are y'all here in the building?
Good morning.
Yes. All right, let's do the spotlight.
Need to get in here. Come up, Addison.
All right, so y'all are going to be chatting about whatever you want for the next 15 minutes. We are going to spotlight y'all. We are already live on our BIMS TV channel. We have been going for a few hours, having different speakers come in. So yeah, I'm going to turn the floor over to you shortly once we get let me see if I can get the spotlight going. And then y'all can just introduce yourselves and go ahead. And then, all righty.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm Zaraka.
I'm Addie.
And Dwayne.
And we're parents of Addie. She's been a part of BIMS since 2020. officially a member since 2021, and we just had to sign up for a spot so we could just tell you guys about the impact that BIMS has made on her life and our life. We had to participate. We always make sure we participate. So go for it, Addie.
So I'm Addie. I'm 16 years old and I am a sophomore in high school, and I joined BIM in middle school. I was homeschooled during the time and I signed into the first BIMS week, and it like changed my life because I've always like wanted to be a marine scientist, but I wasn't really sure in which direction that was going to take me. And so just being a part of BIMS has opened up a lot of doors to show me like where I could be. And that's really helped during like my schooling and stuff.
Okay, so I think Addison left out a little bit. Back in 2020, during the pandemic, Addison was homeschooled her first year, 2019 to 2020. But when the pandemic happened, we were able to sign up for everything that was online. So online marine science classes, online summer camps, just the world opened up for her as a homeschooler. And in a couple of the sessions in summer, she had to write about I think you wrote one time you wrote about what you wanted to be. She wanted to be a marine scientist. Another time she wrote, what tell us about the camp, the dinner table documentary camp you were in.
I was in a writing cohort, and we had to write about something we were passionate about. And at first, I don't remember exactly what I was going to write about, but I ended up deciding on writing about like how I wanted to be a Black marine scientist and how there's like an absence of Black marine scientists because I did a Google search and it was like very sparse, like nothing really showed up. So I decided to write about how I was going to be like the first Black marine scientist in a while. And that's what I wrote about.
Yeah, that was like in August. So that summer camp was in August. And we didn't know, of course, whatever was going on with the Black marine scientists on Twitter. And so I think the story for us is parallel to her finding out for our marine science teacher telling her about BIMS week, I think about November or October. It was just kind of a parallel movement. She was already looking for Black marine scientists, but then we didn't know they were organizing and then going to come up with BIMS week. So that was a really impactful time, homeschooling, able to just get online wherever we were. So anytime we had to run out, we made sure we had the laptop to get onto the different sessions. I think once we were in an IKEA parking lot, we went in for a few minutes, came out and got onto the session. So BIMS was a really big impact on her life at that time. And so we just wanted to give our sincere gratitude to Dr. Moore and to all of the other scientists at the time that were just telling their stories. I just went ahead and posted on Twitter, just saying thank you for just being there and being for her. And we met with, I think you guys met with a news reporter that talked to Dr. Moore and Addison about their experience with BIMS Week, and of course, Dr. Moore's experience. And so, yeah, it just kind of kicked off from there. And anytime BIMS did anything, we stayed plugged in with minorities in shark science. They were a really big impact for her in those online classes that were being made available. So, yeah, how long has it been? 20. Why don't you want to tell about your experience a little bit?
Yeah, so from being a parent of a young lady who's interested in marine science and actually being a part of her journey, I was able to participate and benefit from her dreams of being a Black marine science. I was able to participate and earn some benefit from it too. one thing that I was able to do is meet some extraordinary people. I'm in the world of IT, right? And so this world that I've been brought into is totally, different for me. And so I've learned a whole lot. Didn't realize that, that the you guys, PhDs, the doctors, just the smart people, just really intelligent individuals, actually have a vehicle to come into and learn from each other and benefit from each other. So this has been an eye-opening experience for me. And then also being able to participate in some of the things that Addison has participated in, like going out, and I was able to obtain my PADI scuba diving license, which or certification, which never in a million years would I've ever thought I would have the opportunity to do that. And then, but was able through BIMS. And then through that process was able to meet some extraordinary young ladies who are still part of the process, and just being able to see see you guys and see everybody in their natural element is really amazing. It's really amazing. So I'm always I love learning. Maybe not as in depth as you guys are learning through your learning track, but this is very beneficial. And again, for any, I'm always big on kids learning and youth learning and mentorship, and I just think that this has been a great vehicle for everybody, young and old, to come together and learn from each other. This is a wonderful opportunity.
Yeah, and what we've seen for her confidence. So she started homeschooling in 2019, and the main goal we had was to rebuild her confidence in her academics in school. And so by being a part of BIMS, when she's asked to speak at somewhere, at a school, or she's asked to do anything, she's nervous, but she always says yes. And so we've seen that BIMS has been a big part of encouraging her and building her confidence. And then there's some things that we try to do locally to spread the word. It's her story. She just woke up, but just the idea that she couldn't find the Black marine scientists when she was looking for them. One of her goals, she stated, is I want to tell other people about Black and marine science so they don't feel like I did, when she was younger. So what are some of the things that you do in Houston or have done in the name of BIMS?
Okay, so I did a couple of STEM fairs in the name of BIMS. So it was just, we did fun kids activities to help show kids that marine science is something that they can be a part of. And just by engaging with them, it was pretty cool because they're very interested and wanted to learn more and stay at the booth to play games. So it was just fun interacting with the kids and also talking with the parents, just telling them about the BIMS YouTube channel and all the videos that they can find to interest their kids in marine science world field.
Okay, how was it as a part of BIMS in Virginia, when you had to do the talking with Dr. Moore and that was we were super excited for Addison to be on the stage with Dr. Camille and Dr. T, just talking to those young students. So that's what I wanted to get her.
Okay, so that was during the first in-person BIMS week. And that was
2023.
2023.
Yeah.
It was my freshman year in high school, and I really wanted to go to BIMS week. So I was able to talk with my school, and I was able to go for I guess a couple of days. And so I left school and I got on a plane to come to Virginia. And I was really excited because one, I got to get out of school. And two, I got to go to my first in-person BIMS week, which was really exciting. When I got there, it was kind of late, but I was still really excited to be there. Then next day I went to chat with a school about like my
No, go ahead.
about my experience with wanting to be a marine scientist and my journey, how I guess took classes and how I've been interested since I was like a little kid. And I was really nervous doing it because I mean I can public speak, but I just rather not. But yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, BIMS forces us that as a part of homeschool, you find different ways to build those different competencies. And so through BIMS and her other dinner table documentary, she gets out, she never says no, and she loves you guys so much. She's just so grateful to have you encouraging her. So yeah, in Houston, we've also done the I think the second virtual BIMS week, it was the beach cleanup.
Oh, yeah.
We organized with the Galveston State Park with 2 other BIMS members that were local. What else have we done in the name of BIMS? We tell everybody, so we spread the word. And then I think most importantly, I listened to Dr. T a little bit. I had to kind of rewind, but most importantly, we give. So BIMS not only ask her to do things, but they also pay. So BIMS is, when you donate to BIMS, you really see the impact right away. So many of you guys have donated your time, your energy. I noticed that, and I noticed in the world of parenting, we're always donating our time, but BIMS has stood firm on when we donate we're not donating our time, we're using our brain power, our resources, and they really try to compensate whoever they're asking to do some of these major tasks. And so, she's earned income through BIMS, but at the same time, we're trying to sow those. She may earn the income, but the parents are trying to sow the seed right back into BIMS, because without BIMS, of course, with everything, all the executive decisions that are going on, we don't know where she's going to land. She's only got 2 more years of high school. And so we see the importance of why BIMS needs to be here. And so I heard the call from Dr. T at BIMS Week in San Diego. And she's like, hey, we've got to do this 2 million on our own. Or else, we have to rely on others, and that's unpredictable. And so that's why we donate. It's a small amount. I have a subscription, I guess is what you call. I've developed, I went in and made a page for her. So when we share with our family or friends that do want to donate, then they can hear a little bit about her story and see that others are already giving. So that encourages them to give $10, $15, whatever it is. So that's pretty much it. So yeah. National Honor Society student this year. So that homeschooling and all those classes and all these, skipping school for a week to come hang out with BIMS and have a party. National Honor Society this year.
Congratulations. Yo, Eddie, I think the memory I have is, of course, us like meeting in person for the first time. You were so, it was like, oh, wow. Like, I don't even know where we were. It was like randomly someplace.
Oh,
And
in Atlanta. She was
in Atlanta.
Best friend in Atlanta. Yeah.
Yes. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like you're here. And so that picture came up as like a memory the other day. And I was like, wow, like Eddie is grown now. That is why.
No longer 11 or 12. Y'all can stop calling her 12.
Yes. Oh, but thank y'all so much. Like I'm so grateful that y'all were able to hop on, but it really just again shows the work that we are committed to doing. Like we are not frauds out here, y'all. Like it's truly a pipeline, because again, I didn't have anyone who looked like me when I was at Eddie's age. And so I'm grateful to be able to be that person for you. Thank you.
And Dr. T, I want to say I missed the BIMS week in San Diego. I did want to come back and do the karaoke and bring the house down again, but unfortunately I wasn't able to.
Next time. Next time. Oh my goodness. All right. Thank y'all so much. Have a
Thank
great rest of
you.
your
Thank
day.
you.
Okay,
All
take
right.
care.
Bye.
All righty. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. The BIMS Currents of Change is still live, live, live. Our next speaker, Sunny, you ready? Can you come on camera? We gonna bring you up here. You're muted right now. Can you unmute? All right, we gonna try to unmute. Oh no, Sandy, what is going on? Looks like we got Frank here too. Yeah, go ahead. Maybe Frank, can you turn on your camera? Maybe we get you to come on for a second while Sunny is figuring her out. Frank, try to say something. See if you can say something. Unmute real quick.
Hello. Hello.
All right, we bringing both of y'all up. We just gonna bring both of y'all up. We gonna see. How you doing, Frank?
I'm good. How are you, T?
You know me, just out here. It's Earth Day. It is Earth
Yeah.
Day. We are live for the ocean. So yeah, quickly tell the people where you are and what you do in this world of marine science.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. T. My name is Frank Mirobo. I'm a member of the Black in Marine Science from Africa. I'm based in Tanzania, currently based in either Zanzibar and Dodoma. So I'm based within the two cities. So I tend to move due to the responsibility that I have. So I'm a marine researcher, basically focusing on the conservation aspect. I'm more dealing with the megafauna here in Zanzibar, Tanzania. But I've been involved in capacity building and mostly sometimes as to work as a marine blogger. I'm also a storytelling, but also I have upgraded this time round. I'm also an ocean explorer. Yay! So yeah, that's all about my work. Yeah, and I'm happy to be here.
Sunny, did you get it to work? You still on mute? All right. Frank, tell us about some BIMS programs or some things that you've been doing.
Yeah, with the regarding of the BIMS network, I've been quite engaged with BIMS. I've been lucky enough to be involved with the Tidal Wave Fellowship as one among the first cohort in 2023-2024, where we were given an opportunity really to go into a different ocean related conferences whereby we were able to share our research findings and also tell the world that what we have been doing as Black marine researchers. But also as part of the Tidal Wave cohort for 2024-2025, I was lucky enough to be a mentor for 4 Tidal Wave fellows in 2025, where I've been quite engaged with them, just really try to bridge that gap where most people, they don't really know how to navigate within within the ocean science sector, but also to really try to really help them to navigate their brilliant ideas and try to just advise them on how they can attain their big vision in with respect to ocean sciences. So I've been working with different 4 Tidal Wave fellows for the cohort for 2025. And it has been one of the amazing opportunity really to just listen and then try to provide a technical aspect, but also to link up those Black marine researchers with different instructors or mentors or seniors that can really help them to navigate to what they want to become, the change that they want to become in this field of ocean sciences. But also, I've been quite engaged as a presenter and in different BIMS workshops, but also I have managed to attend the BIMS conferences at the first time in 2023 and in 2024. And I'm looking forward to really to continue really to engage and bridge this gap of being a Black marine researchers within the ocean science. So I've been quite engaged and I'm looking forward to continue engaging because my work matters and we are all trying to save our mother ocean. So my work as a Black marine researchers, it also contributes and making the life much easier and better, but also really to bring more Black folks to really come along and help out to make our ocean more resilient and more sustainable for our well-being.
Thank you, Frank.
That's so lovely.
Yes. All right. Well, Sunny, you want to jump in right after that? What's the vibe off of that?
Okay, so first, good morning. Good morning, all. I am coming to you from the beautiful, magical city of Philadelphia. You know, Northeast in the house. Ow. Okay, so I am not a professional in any way when it comes to marine science, but I am a scuba diver, and I believe that the work BIMS is doing is absolutely fantastic. So I'm happy to be here this morning, and I'm just here to give a few fun ocean facts and scuba diving, marine wildlife related jokes, puns, and riddles, if that's okay. Is that
Yes.
okay? Yeah?
Everything is welcome. This is your time.
Okay, so like I mentioned before, I'm a scuba diver. I'm constantly asked, what's your favorite ocean? And after thinking about it, I must say that I can't think of anything too Pacific. That's hilarious. I have plenty more. People, don't worry about it. Okay. So here are a few of my favorites. I got certified in St. Lucia. Wonderful place, wonderful place. And recently I was in the Philippines to swim with thresher sharks. If you don't know anything about thresher sharks, they are beautiful. They're like cute puppies with the most beautiful eyes. And they get their name from their tail, which is almost like, well, I guess quite literally thresher shape. It's like a scythe. And they use that tail to create shock waves that immobilize schools of fish to make them easier to catch. I thought that was pretty interesting. And to just be so close to them was really, really cool. Now, let me ask you a question here. Why did the octopus cross the road?
Oh no, I don't know. I don't know.
To get to the other tide. Come on, we're talking about currents of change. Tap in. Tap in.
All right, you got me. You got me.
That's okay. You can make up with this next question.
All right.
How do you cut the ocean in half?
How do you cut the ocean in half? Now I want to know the answer. Oh.
Okay, let me help you out. You got to get your tool belt and pull out your seesaw.
Yo, I was thinking of a saw like salt, but I don't know why.
Being a scuba diver is so fulfilling. I really wish I could have gone to school to contribute more in a way to marine science, but unfortunately my grades were a bit below C level. So I'm grateful to be a member of BIMS. I first heard you speak with Raven the Science Maven on her podcast and immediately fell in love. I work with children, and Black History Month, you two are definitely on the list as women who are doing the most in the best way. Thank you so much for all that you do. You are a fighter, a leader, and as far as I am concerned, absolute icon.
Henny, we love.
Though I am not a marine biologist in that sense, do you know what you call a scuba diving cow?
Oh my gosh, no.
A marine biologist. Come on. These are
It's too early.
this is the spot I got, okay?
But as soon as you say it, it makes sense though. Like as soon as you say it, I'm like, okay, all right.
How do divers communicate? They use speech bubbles.
Oh, yeah. What we do underwater lines. Sorry, like I'm done. I'm done.
Speaking of diving, I'm so excited for the Juneteenth dive. I'm
Yay.
so excited. I will be in attendance. I am so excited. I am terrified of jellyfish, which is crazy because everyone's like, you dive with sharks. I'm like, yeah, I love sharks. They're sweet little puppy babies. But jellyfish, whole other story. I think I asked that in a chat once. I was like, what's everyone's least favorite? And they were like, jellies. Well, for anyone who will be at that dive, and for those who are thinking about it, come on out. Let me give you this sweet and short little questionnaire here.
Okay.
What's a comb jelly's favorite time of day? No, this is for the real marine biologists. I hope you're watching.
Low tide.
No,
tide.
10 to 4. Hello. Which is a biology thing. Again, my grades are below sea level. This is just one of those weird ones. Real weird. But you can make an octopus laugh. I don't know if you ever tried. You just have to, give it tentacles.
Tentacle. You know what? All right.
Why are fish so smart? Because they live in schools.
I've never heard any of these before. Like, I feel like this is like I should have heard some of these. Hey. All right, what you got? What you got?
You should know something. I can't believe you've never heard any of these. Okay, that is going to round out my time. But I do want to say a few things before I go. Like I said earlier, I am based in Philadelphia. And here, I don't know if you've ever been to Philly, but we have a young lady, a very wonderful ally. Her name is Sarah McNulty. She's the founder of Skype a Scientist, which makes science fun, accessible with personal connections with scientists, events, and public art. Through their flagship program, they match scientists with classrooms, scout troops, libraries, and more for conversations about science. Skype a Scientist community-based events center art and science communication with events and community murals. So all around Philly, you could look at some great posts and stickers that are posted everywhere. For Squid Facts, she is the squid lady. She drives a car, the giant squid on it, and she has been a wonderful ally and is, I believe, tuned into the live stream right now. So hi, Sarah.
Yo, hey, Sarah.
Yes.
I definitely know Sarah. I think I did Skype a Scientist in my early scientist days when I was giving full science talks. And I was also born in Philly. So definitely, definitely aware. Definitely.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So thank you so much. Thanks so much, Sarah,
Absolutely.
for supporting us. Thank you so much, Sunny, for joining. Have a good day at work.
Thank you all. Keep it going. Change those times. Let's raise some money. And thank you again so much for the opportunity Love being a member. I stream it from the rooftops. Enjoy the stream, guys.
All right, all right. We are keeping it going with the BIMS Currents of Change. 24 hours live on Earth Day, y'all. We have been here since Earth Day started in the East Coast. Just here live talking to y'all. Powerful voices, leaders in marine science and conservation and advocacy. And I'm excited to go ahead and introduce our next speaker. She has the floor for the next hour, talking about whatever's on her heart and mind. I'm going to go off camera. We are about to bring up Ayana. Let's go ahead and stop that recording and then start hers so we have it right. Start her. All right. Hit it.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Moore. Good morning, everybody. Happy Earth Day 2025. I want to just take a minute and thank Black and Marine Science and Dr. Moore and her team for inviting me to speak today. This is an amazing opportunity, incredible opportunity to talk about the work that I do, about how I even got into the position that I got into at 7 a.m. So I'm excited for anybody who has joined us. I know it's streaming live, and so welcome, welcome. Happy Earth Day. I am calling in, or virtual coming in through Westerly, Rhode Island, where I live with my family. I live about 5 minutes from the beach and from the ocean, and so, and a beautiful beach, 7 miles of beach, Misquamicut Beach. And I really love being here. On several different native lands, including Narragansett. Have done a lot of awesome work with Mashantucket Pequot. Was there this weekend at Mashantucket Pequot Museum for Kids Week, and enjoyed visiting and doing a scavenger hunt and having a good time and learning how the original stewards of this land did it so that I can keep learning and my kids can keep learning. I have 2 littles that came with me. So I'm happy to be here, humbled to be here. I work currently at Aquarium Conservation Partnership. I am the Senior Director of Conservation Action. Those are a lot of words, but I want to explain what I do. I cover our advocacy and policy, and I do it using an equity lens and working with equity, but I also really think daily and incorporate daily ocean justice and environmental justice. And throughout my work with the aquariums and the zoos with aquariums, I feel like the field that I'm in, the industry that I'm in, is just incredible. A group of passionate individuals that are extremely empathetic and have been that way, it seems, their entire careers because of the work that they do. The work that they do with marine life, marine mammals, and other animals that are not necessarily in the ocean, and thinking about species recovery and why that's important, and then translating that to the public and educating the public in science, in marine science, and getting the public to be inspired. And so aquariums have always inspired me. When I was young, my first aquarium visit was New England Aquarium. I grew up in Massachusetts. I was born in Georgia, but I grew up in Atlanta, HEL. But I grew up in Massachusetts, Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. And we went on a field trip to New England Aquarium. And I was just at New England Aquarium last week during my kids' April vacation. And I was just sitting there being like, when I was a kid, this place was huge. It was larger than life. The center habitat, which is this cylinder of a tank just going all the way up into the ceiling. When I was a young kid looking at that, I just remember the sea turtle Myrtle floating by, and she was larger than me. And it just seemed like everything in that habitat was larger than life. But man, did it make me curious. And I grew up on Voyage of the Mimi. I grew up in Massachusetts. All we did was talk about the ocean. We talked about, biology and biology of the ocean at a very young age. I was very fortunate to grow up in a town that concentrated on that, had a science entity across the street from my middle school and high school that we constantly visited, and we dissected lots of marine mammals to learn, and worked with a lot of invertebrates, and I learned a lot as a kid, and it truly did inspire me to want to do something with the ocean. And so when I was young, I wanted to be a marine biologist. I first wanted to be an archaeologist, I will be honest, but then I met an archaeologist and I stepped into his world for like 5 minutes and I was like, I'm all good. I'm all set being hot in the desert. No, thank you. And he said more so his job was paperwork, which I immediately was like, okay, pause, let's see. Because I'm a water person. You know, I took infant swimming lessons when I was little. They threw me right into the pool, my mom told me, and I was the one who floated up to the top. So clearly this woman was born for water. So when I was growing up, I thought, you know, being on the ocean, being on a boat, discovering new species was it. And so I was really drawn to that. And as I grew up, really focusing on that, I was discouraged by no one except for one person. And that was when I was in high school, my guidance counselor, and this is like the most cliche story, I guess. As I stepped into the aquarium space, I learned that a lot of people had my story. But a white male guidance counselor told me, you can't be a marine biologist. And for me, I struggled with being insecure when I was younger in high school. I struggled with understanding my body type, and he referenced the fact that I was too large to do diving, and it was ridiculous because I was working at a camp. I helped teach swimming lessons. I was a really strong swimmer, but yet this one person who honestly I was told as growing up, your guidance counselor is supposed to help you and direct you and knows you and looks at your grades and all those types of things and can direct you into the right career path. And boy, was that completely wrong, and what a myth. And so his rejection of the idea of me being a marine biologist and basically amounting me to nothing was so impactful on me. And it was wild because at the time in high school, I was in honors science classes. I was in honors biology, honors physical science. I was in honors chemistry, and I was doing really well. So I was like an A and B student. I think I got a B plus in chemistry, and I was like, what? I need to get a higher grade. So I did really, really well in those classes, and that still didn't convince me, along with those amazing teachers, still didn't convince me that I was on the right path. It took that one guidance counselor who I had put into this, you know, box of like, you're supposed to tell me what I'm supposed to do with my life. And so I did not pursue that, and it was a very challenging time being a senior at Shrewsbury High School. I didn't learn, I early applied to the high schools that I wanted to go into, I'm sorry, colleges that I wanted to go into. And my father told me something that I've kept with me my whole life. He said, enjoy something in life, do it, start getting paid for it. And if you love it so much, maybe that's your job, right? So like really loving what you do. And then realizing that this is your work. And so one of those passions for me was television production, being a director, running a television studio. I was all about that. And so I decided to go to school for communications. And at a time, a very short stint in my life in high school, I thought maybe I could be a lawyer too. And nobody, like people knew this about me, but nobody connected that I could be like in environmental law, or I could go into communications and focus on the environment and tell the story through using media. Nobody connected those dots. It was more so a speech about going to community college, getting by, and hopefully, you know, getting a better grade in math. That's what I was told, which to me was so silly and so today is so silly to me because of the fact that I soared in science. But again, you know, leaning into those insecurities that I already had and also validating those insecurities was a huge role that my guidance counselor played. But towards the end of my senior year, when I finally got into UMass Amherst, I started to feel the up and up, and I was really excited for college. And when I went, college was amazing. And it definitely helped me discover a lot of the things that I wanted to do, including making sure that I was a positive voice in young people's life. So I ended up helping run the TV studio at UMass Amherst, ran a large budget, did a lot of amazing things, met a lot of celebrities like Spike Lee, Danny Glover, heard Maya Angelou speak, and all these powerful people around me and all these amazing folks that just encourage me, help me realize that I can use myself, my voice, to influence young people, and what that can mean. And so I was working at a camp as a side job, summer job. I was always working at a camp when I was in high school, middle school, high school, and then in my college years. And I didn't even think anything of it at the time, about even going into like a teaching career. That was not for me. I will be honest. And when I got into touring prospective UMass students at the TV studio, ran into a group of youth that came out of an urban area of Massachusetts. And they sat down, and because I had such a great rapport with young people from my days working at a camp, we got into a conversation, and they told me some things that were impactful on me and impactful to me today, And they said, nobody's ever trusted us. So I'll pause there and let you kind of think about that. If there's been a moment in your life where you felt like these people don't trust me, even though I've shown up, even though I've done everything that I could to look presentable, even though I am trying to say the right things and do the right things. So I sat in that for a while, and I went into the back studio because these young people were in the space where the cameras were on, and they were pretending to be news anchors and utilizing the camera. We turned the cameras on for them. We let them feel like they were in the director position. We let them walk through the studio, see our stacks and how we started to air things live or not live, tape things, explained all of those mechanisms and modes, and brought them into the editing booths. And these kids just lit up. And these were teenagers, and they were all males, and they were all Black. And so at one point, their teacher, who was female, and she was a woman of color, she said to me, these kids have never opened up to anybody like this. They're opening up to you and your staff. And she said, I just want to thank you. You guys are being so welcoming. And I'm like, of course, of course. And so the kids started talking, and I started asking them questions, and they were on camera, and they started to tell me about their lives. And one of the interesting things is that the teacher was standing there crying, and I was like, what is happening? I hope that all of this is okay. I didn't know what had happened behind the scenes. And when I went and asked her what was going on, because my staff was like, what did we do? She just told me that they had never opened up, but nobody had ever trusted them. This has clung to me for the rest of my life and career about young people. They're powerful. They're impressionable too, right? And we influence them. And so I just thought about the struggles in my own life, in my own family, my brothers. Growing up at a predominantly white high school was really challenging because I recognized that those young people that came to the UMass Amherst that day to get the tour had lived a similar life as me, not trusted. So then you start doing untrustworthy things. If you're not trusted anyway, what does it matter if nobody sees you? And I tried my hardest to see those kids that day. I'm not sure what happened to them or where they were. It was a moment, it was episodic for sure, but it was an episode that changed my perspective of how I can be an influence and what that means, and what power that has. And so as I came out of UMass, did a stint in the restaurant industry for a while because I needed a job, I headed down and started working in after school programs in Connecticut, in Norwich. And more of that just kept happening. I had all these young people in the after school hours for a few hours at the end of the day, Monday through Friday. I had them during their vacations. I had them during summer. And we just had a lot of fun. And I was like, I'm going to expose these kids to everything. What have you not done? I talked to them and said, what do you want to do? And the list was easy and shocking. And one of the things that shocked me on the list was going to the beach for the first time. Kids kept writing it. Kids kept wanting it. And I'm like, I'm in Connecticut, about 35 minutes from the beach. How these kids have not gone to the beach? Now, let me back up and say, when I was growing up, my father was a single father with 2 boys and me. And he didn't have any money or a lot of money at all. And we moved up to Massachusetts in with my grandparents when he was really struggling with 3 kids. Anybody would, right? And on the weekends, we couldn't go, or on our vacations, we couldn't go to Disney. We couldn't go to Six Flags. We couldn't go to these parks on his income. And so he had a big, huge old atlas map. And he took it out and it had a whole picture of New England. And he said, you need to pick out what beach you want to go to and we'll go to it. And when I first did it, I was like, let me test him. And so I picked one like way on the tip of Massachusetts out in Cape Cod. And lo and behold, he was like, all right, let's get in the car and go. And so we did. We did that during the warm months. We would get in the car every weekend, pick a beach and go. I fell in love with Horseneck Beach in Massachusetts. Just amazing dunes, beautiful walk area, and just felt really welcomed. We never had to pay to go to the beach. You just filled up a gas tank and went. We went to beaches in Maine. We went all the way down to Misquamicut. Funny story, I didn't even know Misquamicut was in Rhode Island. I had no clue where we were, to be honest with you, until I finally moved down here and realized, oh, I've been to this beach. But grew up along going to the coastline, and at the time it wasn't expensive. And if it was, my dad hid those expenses, but he doesn't remember paying to go on the beach. So fast forward, I'm like, these kids want to go to the beach. Okay, let's get a bus, go on a field trip to the beach. And that proved to be challenging. The district was scared about their liability insurance. They didn't want kids to drown. They said none of the kids knew how to swim. So I'm thinking to myself, well, we don't have to swim at the beach. We can just go into the water up to our knees. We can load up the water with a bunch of different folks that can swim and make sure that the lifeguards are there, right? So we did all the checks and balances. And my boss at the time, Caitlin Wagner, and my roommate and friend and colleague, Katie Abreu, we all were like, we're getting these kids to the water. What's the big deal? And when we did bring them to the water, the excitement of the parents, was what really got me. The parents were like, oh, you're taking my kid. They packed them so many things. They were so excited. And I was just like, this is huge. I started to recognize in that moment that this was something that the parents want to do. Now, mind you, we've taken the kids on several different types of field trips. Sometimes the parents are excited. Sometimes they avoid eye contact with you because they don't want to be a chaperone. But on these particular trips, they wanted to come. They came to me and said, I wish I wasn't working. I would come to the beach with you all. And I recognized that this was a big deal. So we go down to the beach, and some of the kids had never been to the beach before. Some of them had. Some of them hadn't been to the beach in a long, long time. So it was a great day. And after that, I, a few years later, land myself in Cranston, Rhode Island, running their after-school program and their after-school program network within Cranston in summer programs. And I just did the same thing that I did in Connecticut. I'm like, let's go on field trips. Where do you kids want to go? And lo and behold, again, the beach, the ocean was one of the top choices. They gave me specific names too. And man, these kids knew I had no idea where I was. And I had moved down to Rhode Island, but I live in the southernmost tip of Rhode Island. So I didn't really know the whole state. And so they're putting all these names. Let's go to Beavertail and Jamestown. Sure. Let's go here. Let's go there. So we get on the bus, and the first place that I want to bring the kids is Misquamicut Beach because I worked there at the Andrea at the beach bar. I was a bartender during the summers to make ends meet. And, I was thinking, okay, we're going to bring them down to a place I know that I can get lifeguards this day because it was in April in the off season. I know the volunteer firefighters that are down at the beach. I could chat with them, tell them who's coming, and I did. So everybody was alert and aware. And then the Andrea was kind enough to open early for us and feed these kids because we know that kids like to eat. And to have just a place for kids to use the bathroom and have safety, if anybody gets hurt. So we bring these kids down to the beach, and the first thing that happens is somebody calls me over and says, hey, Anna, have these kids ever been to the beach? And I was busy doing hundreds of things, and I'm like, these are Rhode Islanders. How could they not have gone to the beach? The beach is literally like 10 to 20 minutes from your house in Rhode Island. I look out the window and I see the kids touching the sand like it's hot lava, questioning each other what it is. And I go outside and I said, have you guys ever been to the beach? He said, no, miss. I should have knew from the context clues they were wearing snowsuits and all these things. And it was a beautiful day in April. It was probably 70 degrees out. And I'm like, what is going on? These kids have no clue where they are. So I realize this is a moment that we can take advantage of and get these kids out and talking to people about, we had lifeguard safety. We had some folks from Mystic Aquarium there. to talk about the different work that they do on the beach with beach cleanups. We had all these different people there. And of course, Taylor Swift had just moved in down the road in Watch Hill. So the kids were adamant that they were going to see her on the beach. So we just had such a fun day. And at one point, the bus driver wouldn't come off the bus, and I heard she was crying. So I went on the bus after I yelled at the kids, being like, which one of y'all made the bus driver cry? And all of them were like, it wasn't us, miss. So I go on the bus, and it's a 67-year-old woman. And she is from Cranston, and she had never been to the shoreline before, ever. And so that I was the first person to bring her there. And she was having a moment. She didn't even know where we were. She said, are we still in Rhode Island? Where are we? And I explained to her where we were. And that moment was another impactful moment on me about access, about how people get to places, and the things that I learned. It was like a snowball effect. I learned how expensive it was to go to the beach in Rhode Island. You know, some days it's $60 to park, while you still have to fill up a gas tank, while you still have to pay for food. And if you have a family, that just makes that price tag even higher. And I started to recognize that if young people are not going to the beach, if young people aren't going to the ocean, they're not learning about the ocean. They're not learning about, why would they even care if something that is not in front of them, something that they cannot see? And I already knew this, but applying it, implementing it, creating curriculum around it, was the next part of trying to get access, trying to not only get access, but opportunity into young people's hands and be influential. And so when I started working with Roger Williams Park Zoo and Mystic Aquarium, they had been constant partners from Norwich, Connecticut, all the way to Cranston, Rhode Island. They were right there with me, lockstep, trying to get access to these young people. And they had a lot of other things on their list, right? It was about job opportunities and building up the industry and getting interest, and especially diverse interests and diverse perspectives. They had recognized early on that access to conservation, especially environmental conservation and ocean conservation, really had one color, okay, white. And they wanted more diverse folks, not just because of skin tone, but because of perspective. They knew that innovation would be elevated with multiple thought processes, experiences, cultures involved in ocean conservation and environmental conservation, because that's what's needed, right? That's what's needed. And so working with these two entities, they didn't just provide access to coming on a visit to the aquarium. It was beyond that. It was about meeting real life marine biologists. I had young people in Norwich actually talking to scientists and marine biologists and media people on the Nautilus, on the boat, with Dr. Robert Ballard, who discovered the Titanic. I had young people from Haiti all the way to Syria, so interested and so engaged in learning about the Titanic and how the Titanic was discovered, and what sonar meant and what discovery meant and what species discovery meant. And just to see young people take the clipboard out of their hand and really be hands-on and engaged in an authentic way always gave me energy, always gave me joy. And one of the things that I started to recognize is that none of this stuff was free. And these places struggled to provide the programming, but still showed up every day. And I started to learn, especially as I started to do more and more work, impactful work in the community and getting recognized for that. So people wanted me to lead movements. I started to learn that science is not funded. It's very poorly funded, and that the researchers that I worked with were begging for money. That the aquariums and zoos that I were working with that were doing these extra programs, they were extra programs. So they had to find grant money, donor money, any type of philanthropic funding to do the programs that they care about, that they needed to do. And this constant parallel that they're in of, we want to run these programs that we're passionate about because we want to provide access, opportunity. We want innovation, creativity. We want people in these spaces because they love the ocean once they're there, because they love the beach once they're, because they love the outdoors when they're there, right? We want that, and we want to utilize our facilities to inspire that and encourage that, but foster and maintain that. Oh, but we have to raise money. And what's interesting about this world is that parallel life doesn't leave you in any episode that you're in it, right? Even if you're on the funder side, you're still trying to convince the folks that are giving your foundation money or your philanthropic arm money that the environment and the ocean are important and why, and that these entities have impact. And so, I'm going to fast forward all the way over to when I heard of Dr. Moore and her movement with Black and Marine Science. It energized me again when I was very downtrodden, because to know that there's this international network of individuals that are stepping up and saying, I matter, I'm here, and this is my story. Then I met all sorts of people that had the same story as me. So my story was not unique anymore about some white guidance counselor telling a Black, brown, person of color, indigenous, that they are not going to be in marine science. They are not going to be a marine biologist. Their research does not matter. It was this common thread that I was like, okay, this is energizing me to work even harder and work even more so in an impactful arena where we can impact the most young people, but also a multi-generational approach, right? Impact people my age, impact people that are in later years. This impact can go across the board. And that's what we were able to really accomplish. And that's what we were able to establish when I was working in these after school programs. We were able to engage parents and students, create environmental stewardship through them, seeing them pick passion projects within their communities to tag storm drains and all of these things. And then to go back to them and they say, Ayana, what are you doing now? And I said, well, I'm working with the aquariums. They go, that makes sense. And I said, and also there are all these groups like Black and Marine Science. And to see kids light up and be able to click on a website and see people who look like them, to see our allies click on websites and be like, wow, look at the opportunities. It still gives me goosebumps today that these things are here now to quiet those white guidance counselors that we've all experienced in our world as marine people, as ocean people, as environmental people that are people of color. To be another way, another avenue, another direction that young people can take, because Black and Marine Science, all of y'all, including me, we are all influential. And we've already established, and now we're fostering this movement to remain influential in this space, despite what's trending right now, despite the politics of it all, despite what's happening in the world. We see this swell, this groundswell of just all of these young people gathering around this movement, but also this multi-generational approach of our elders and our middle-aged folks understanding the importance of amplifying diverse perspectives in this space, of moving people forward in a way that understands that not just one person or one group or one culture can come up with solutions to whatever challenges, problems, and scenarios are happening in our environmental world, including our ocean, that we together can come up with these solutions, yes, but we need every single skill set to help us think of innovative ways of dealing with situations around climate change, of tackling some of the largest issues when it comes to coastal resilience. I live in Rhode Island. Storms scare us, even if they are coming up here as, category 2 hurricanes and they go down to tropical storms. It doesn't matter. They still have a direct impact on the community that I live in. Businesses here suffer and struggle with flooding and storm surges. It could rain and be a rainstorm, and everybody else in London's like, it just rained here. Maybe a tree fell, but here down where I live, people's basements are flooded. People's homeowners insurance is skyrocketing through the roof, or they get dropped. And so all of these things are happening right here in front of me. I'm experiencing them, and we need everybody. And in order to do that, we need to make sure that we have representation in those spaces. And so I also promised everybody that I talk about what I do for work, but I want to ask questions, and I don't know how people can answer these questions. I don't know if anybody on here has access to looking at the chat, not necessarily the chat, but the live stream. But even if you can't answer right now in this moment, I really want to know before I jump into this next part, and I think I can share my screen here. Share. My question is to everybody, you know, how would you like aquariums and zoos with aquariums, you know, people in aquarium conservation partnership, because I talk to those institutions the most, it's 35 strong. How should we meet this moment that we are currently in today? How should we respond to the political climate? How should we move? How should we do our education outreach programs? What should we be doing as aquariums and zoos today, right now, in our current situation? I'd really love to know that. I have a lot of thoughts about it, but I want to know. I want to know from anybody who's listening at this early hour, at least for me, 7:20 a.m. Eastern time, as my kids are getting ready for school in the background, so you might hear them. But I really do want to know, how do we meet this moment? What do you all as the public, or you all as friends, or you all as colleagues, what do you want aquariums and zoos with aquariums to do as we navigate this moment together? And so Aquarium Conservation Partnership is 35 aquariums and zoos with aquarium strong across the United States, and 23 different states, and including Canada, a country. So we're international, and we have 2 wonderful Aquarium Conservation Partnership members there. And we work together to increase our conservation impact. And so Aquarium Conservation Partnership has a lot of values. We have our mission is about safeguarding the ocean and freshwater ecosystems by aligning and supporting conservation efforts of aquariums across the United States and Canada. And it's all about collective impact, right? But it's also about our individual impact. And so really focusing on how we can utilize our skills to have that greater collective impact, utilize our own aquariums and zoos skills and what they offer, and species recovery programs and animal rescue, and how we can use that for greater collective impact. Because our vision is for our ocean, lake, river, streams to be healthy and resilient. We want to sustain diverse communities of people and wildlife. People and wildlife. People have a relationship with nature. I've been seeing a lot of people out there posting that if people weren't around, nature would be fine. No, we are a part of nature. That is my belief. And that's what I hold. And we need to recognize that we are a part of nature. And what does that mean? And our vision also walks the line of ocean and freshwater resources that are equitably distributed, and those most impacted are centered in decision making, so that we're not just continuing to exploit and extract from communities, from the ocean, that we're understanding how to make those decisions with the people that have been there their whole lives, generationally, who rely on their ancestors, who rely on their elders, and who rely on even the young people to tell them how to make decisions in their communities, especially when it involves the environment and ocean. And so we have a set of value systems, and the reason why you see the words big there and circled is because we do those fun team building activities and word walls and all those types of things. And what we've found as we've discovered our identity as Aquarium Conservation Partnership is that we have a value system around being conveners, around being disruptors, around transforming our thoughts, our mindsets, our local governments, our national governments. And our values are steeped in that thing that I was talking about before, trust. We have to trust one another. You know, there's always a healthy competition when it comes to nonprofit organizations, non-government organizations, especially because of that parallel that I discussed before about doing your passion work, but also having to be that fundraiser. And so we need to trust one another in order to have collective impact. And so we know that we can go after the same funding stream, for example. However, we also know that we have true values to stick to, and trusting one another has to come first before competition. And so we trust. Equity is always at the center of what we do. It comes up in every single conversation that we have, whether it's sustainable business practices, whether it's talking about the political climate. We're always thinking about equity and using an equity mindset as we move through different phases of our work, different phases of engaging our audiences, who do we need to engage, it's always being thought of. And we are action oriented. We are a group of people that want to make moves happen. I think even last night I was told you like to do things and be action forward. And I'll take that as a compliment. And I will say that, yeah, we are all ready. We make sure to rest so that we're ready to take action. We make sure to celebrate joy. And I'll tell you, I have been inspired over the past couple of years by Black and Marine Science really intentionally being informative about rest and what rest looks like, practicing it, modeling it, and then also showing it, especially at their retreats. So I appreciate that about Black and Marine Science, and it helps us as Aquarium Conservation Partnership be ready for action. And then the last three are not, minimalized. They're just ingrained in our DNA, come up a lot, but that sense of belonging, we want everybody to feel like they're part of Aquarium Conservation Partnership, even if they're not a member. And the reason why is because we know it takes all of us, but we want to make you feel like you belong as well, because we want to feel like we belong. So we know that if we feel like we belong, maybe others will feel like they belong too. And we want to ask people, do you want to belong to this, right? We want to see how others want to be treated. We're connected. Our work is connected. We're connected. It's funny, we go to so many places and figure out we're 1, 2, 3 degrees away from each other, from knowing somebody or knowing some project. And we lean into that connection, but we also intentionally create connection. And so when we know about other groups and the power movements that they're doing, we make sure that our ACP members know about it, including things like Black and Marine Science. And so the other thing that we strive to succeed in order to have any type of action happen forward, we are teamwork oriented. And so everything that we do in a team. We do a process that I know is trending right now, but it's called co-creation. And we do a lot of co-creation. And in order to do that, we do it through teamwork. And so just so that you get the visual, let me not forget our priorities. So we do have 5 priority areas. These are on our website as well for you to dig into if you go to aquariumconservationpartnership.org. But our priority areas are advancing equity and environmental justice in ocean and freshwater conservation, protecting ocean and freshwater ecosystems and wildlife, combating climate change and its impact on people, the ocean and freshwater ecosystems, reducing the source of single-use plastic and plastic pollution in ocean and freshwater ecosystems, and improving the sustainability of fisheries and aquaculture. Yeah, we are doing it all, and we're doing it through our business commitments, which I'll talk about in a minute. So this is kind of the map, who we are and where we are. And we have monthly meetings that we have. But one of the things that we strive to do is make an impact at the national level because of what our audience tell us. The people that come and visit our aquariums, we have about 40 to 45 million on foot that come into Aquarium Conservation Partnership members, aquariums, and zoos with aquariums every single year. And we have hundreds of millions online. And our audiences do not like to come into our aquariums and buy single-use plastic after we've just brought them through an exhibit that tells them about carbon footprints, how marine debris has an impact on ocean life and marine animals. They want to know that they're doing their part all around after we have already given them that information every time they visit the aquarium. And so with the work that we do is centered around not just co-creation with one another that works at the aquariums and zoos, but also our audiences that do us a service by coming and visiting, paying the ticket price. That ticket price feeds the animals and feeds the people feeding the animals. And all of the animals under our care, the majority of them are rescues, right? They're rescued out of really interesting situations, from wildlife confiscation, when people are breaking the law, all the way to getting entangled in fishing gear and having to be rescued by our wonderful animal rescue programs that are across the country that work with the federal government to help those animals and to help inspire, create, foster, maintain healthy ecosystems, which is extraordinarily challenging right now. And so in all of that, our audiences ask us a lot of things, right? Like, we don't want to see single-use plastics on your campuses. So we are like, okay, how do we get rid of that? You guys are huge. Your water systems are huge at aquariums. You're the problem. So, okay, we need to reduce our carbon footprint. We need to look at our water systems and our electrical systems and how they lean on the grid. And so we are doing that. We are taking responsibility of that. Last year, 2 of our ACP members went net zero. So they're in a climate commitment, taking ownership over that and walking the talk. ACP started in 2016. They decided that the first thing that they're going to try to do is a business commitment on plastic reduction. So they eliminated plastic bags and straws off of their campuses. Again, trying to walk the talk. And now we are revamping that up with amazing new staff member, Shelby O'Neill, who's working with our aquarium conservation partnership members and our wonderful consultants like Veritas Group and Kristen Blackler on making this a reality at aquariums, even more so, and reducing plastics in the back of the house, reducing plastics with shrink wrap and how things come in packaging, and also making sure that nobody is put out of a job. So even those plastic vendors aren't put out of a job, looking at alternatives like kelp, like seaweed, discovering new products. Hey, that doesn't happen unless we start exposing more and more people to this world. Again, back to innovation and diverse perspectives come from engaging folks in this work, whether they're young and old, and making sure that we have access. And aquariums do that, and zoos do that the best, right? You have access to their campuses, and also they provide those educational opportunities as well. And then look, we're all going and advocating for this on the Hill in DC, making sure that everybody in DC knows that we are trying to advance ocean and freshwater conservation because it's what our audiences are asking us to do. And we listen to those people that come into our doors. So I'm going to stop sharing for a moment because I want to talk about what that looks like in terms of impact. And I want to also talk about the fact that, you know, for us, the way that we get through with each other is holding each other accountable. You can hear my son running around in the background, by the way. Happy Earth Day, Kingston. Okay, if you heard him, he said Happy Earth Day. He's excited. So the way that we hold one another accountable as a aquarium conservation partnership members is through our business commitments. We have a climate commitment. I briefly mentioned that, where our members, and we've spread it across industry, are looking at becoming net zero, becoming net positive. I've learned a lot, and they're using a greenhouse gas emissions tool that helps them navigate how much they're actually using when it comes to energy. And it's also helping them in other ways too, about how much they're spending, how much they're generating for the economy, what jobs they're maintaining out there in the community that work in that space. And so there's been a lot that's learned, and then at the same time, reducing their carbon footprint while keeping the economy going. And Jermaine, I see you on here. Do you have a question? No?
No question, sorry.
No, don't be sorry. Welcome. Hello. Good morning. And then we also have our plastic commitment. Like I mentioned, reducing the source of single-use plastic. Also, doing that on our campuses is one thing, but being an influence and power and using the power of the aquarium industry and the zoo industry to talk about our plastic commitment, but also our research around plastic, right? And microplastics in the ocean, and understanding what it does to human health and how it impacts human health by being able to use our wonderful animal ambassadors who are impacted by microplastics, by marine debris every single day. And so we are able to take that research that we have, take that data that we have through our animal rescue programs, but also through our research departments. Aquariums have research departments, and we have them so that we can give the utmost care to and quality of the animals, but also learn what's going on, learn why we're having animals wash ashore. Is it going to impact our health? Is it going to impact the ecosystem that we live in? And how is it going to impact? Those are all telling signs, and we need researchers out there to help us do that. So they do, and they've found a lot about plastics. And so our plastic commitment goes beyond just holding ourselves accountable, but it also makes it so that we can spread true scientific backed information about the impacts of plastic pollution. And then we have our sustainable feed business commitment. Our sustainable feed business commitment really is one of those ones that I love, because it looks at really, helping the local economy out where you are, recognizing where you are and where you get your food from. And so that focus has helped a lot of our aquariums and zoos do an inventory, and they're doing an inventory about where they're getting their food and how that food is distributed among campus, not just with the animals in the collection, but also with the people that come to visit campus and are eating as well. And so it's definitely a timely topic. It's definitely something that the aquariums and zoos have been wanting to do for a while, because it helps with species recovery, right? And it helps with understanding where our food is coming from, what practices are happening, and what sustainability truly means. And there's a lot of equity that plays throughout that, right? About how we're sourcing our food, where we're sourcing it from, especially as we look at human trafficking and how fishes are treated out on the ocean. And all of these things start to have a light illuminated on them when we start to think about where we're getting our food from. So all of these business practices are super important to us. We also have building a race equity culture business commitment that we've been working on for a little while now. And all of these commitments together help us do better, help us recognize, help us be more aware, help us continue to learn. And then we also can put that out there into the world, talk about the success of our business commitments, express to people that you too can do a plastics commitment and reduce the use of single-use plastics wherever you are without damaging an entire economy, without putting people out of work. And so there's just a lot that we can do as aquariums and zoos around these big areas of environment, of protecting the ocean. We can use our models and frameworks that we create around this, using education, using research, using conservation, using animal care. We can take all of these things and package them and then model them out and say, you can do it too. You can reduce plastics too on your campuses. This is how we did it. We work with Coca-Cola, we work with Pepsi, we work with all of the food vendors, and we work with amazing corporations like SSA Group, who helps us think these things through with a business mindset, because we're not in the business of shutting things down. We're in the business of being innovative and creating solutions that work for the majority. So our impact, we have a lot of fun, and we get to see our impact not only in just a young person lighting up at the aquarium when they come there with their family, or having a great day at the aquarium with a sea lion, or whatever it is. We see our impact growing and growing and growing as we continue our business commitments, as we continue to recognize what our audiences want, as we continue to create feedback loops for Black, Indigenous, people of color that are leaders within their own communities across the United States, that have been meeting at a few of our aquariums, Mystic Aquarium, Georgia Aquarium, Point Defiance Zoo and Aquarium, having conversations about what's happening and where they think the aquariums and zoos play a role versus what we assume as aquariums and zoos, to try to make sure that those open lines of communication keep us in the right direction when we're doing this work. And also to make sure that we're not feeling alone in a vacuum and doing things that aren't really resonating with folks. And so in that way of trying to figure out what we're doing, how we're doing, and why we're doing it, we have been able to accomplish a lot because of that. And so I want to share my screen again as I wrap this up. Let's see here. And so on this screen, you see us just having a good time with a lot of our friends. And the reason why I wanted to show this slide of a bunch of pictures is because it is so critical right now in the current state of things that we're at, where the environment, the climate, the ocean are getting directly attacked by this new administration in the United States. And for some people, and sometimes even me, I go into this like pit of despair about it all, because it is so challenging to keep fighting and fighting and fighting for something. And so I've had multiple conversations about advocacy, about thinking about, the fight And one of the things that I know, and I can say again, that has been definitely fostered by Black and Marine Science is the importance of finding joy and leaning into joy so that you can create these happy celebratory moments when I don't want to say when things are necessarily good, but when you feel like the work that you're doing is having an impact. You feel like people are being heard. You feel like the community is being engaged and has a say. And you start to make motion and movement happen. All of these pictures hold great core memories that I've been able to experience and develop with a lot of my colleagues. And in all of these moments, there were challenges to get there. It was bumpy roads. None of this was done without tears and blood, sweat, and tears, I guess they say. But at the end of the day, what we had was each other. And I go back and forth with this because some people are like, yes, this together statement, we get it. But for real, I would not be able to do anything in my life without the people that are in my life that hold similar beliefs, but also just truly believe that diverse perspectives, and from age to gender to race to religion, matter, especially when we're trying to foster and maintain our relationship with nature, that we are trying to establish a healthy balance. And we need each other to do that. We cannot do it siloed. So if you're feeling attacked, if your organization is feeling attacked right now, or your individual work is feeling attacked, or you feel like you're downtrodden, there are groups out there that want you to be a part of us, including Black and Marine Science. I hope my screen is still sharing. My computer just went black. And including Aquarium Conservation Partnership. My fondest memories are at an aquarium or at a zoo, of when I was able to go and see something that I would never, ever be able to see on my own out in the wild, and really get curious about it and lean into that curiosity and just experience, like, what is that and where does it live and what does it eat? All the way to thinking about it as an adult. Where is that? What does it eat? And how am I impacting what's going on with it? And how can I make it better? And so, my message today on Earth Day is that I don't want anybody to feel like they are doing this alone. This fight to save the world, right? This is what we feel like we're doing. I don't want anybody to feel alone in ocean conservation. I don't want any young person to say, should I be a marine biologist? Try it out. And if you don't know the program, message one of us. Hit us up on LinkedIn, find us, ask us how, because there are a lot of programs that want to make you feel like you belong, whether you're a young person or not. Reach out. We want you to be a part of this movement, because all the smiles in these pictures are not fake. These are people that have cared and dedicated their lives to the environment, including the ocean. And we're going to keep fighting and keep going. So happy Earth Day to all of you. Go visit your local aquarium or zoo. That will help out Earth Day for sure, because of the great, amazing work these sheroes and heroes do when it comes to animals, when it comes to people. And please, please, please support Black and Marine Science. Remember, science is way underfunded, but Black and Marine Science is a powerful movement that has made me feel energized, re-energized time and again. And I am energized today because I know I am not alone. That is it for me. I don't know if anybody's on here.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I was giving you your claps from behind the screen. Thank you so much, Ayana. Thank you so much for your support, for your words. That was just an amazing presentation, and just talking about, I think that's what I tried to hone in on, because this is some foolishness we're dealing with, but it's like, it's the joy, like our job is actually pretty dope if they'll let us do it, like
To be real, I love my job.
Like, just let me do my job. So, oh goodness, thank you again so much for spending the last hour with us. If you are on our YouTube, you know what it is. Please donate, please like, share, subscribe, tell everybody that we are live right now, and we are going to be live for the rest of the day. So again, I got any last words? You out?
Well, I will say that I'm very jealous, Dr. Moore, of you living in such a beautiful place. And I want to say that you had posted something on the internet the other day that had me cracking up when you said you were going to go pick up your own packages. I just, I just have to say that took some teamwork. I recognize the teamwork in there. But I just want to emphasize that, again, I can't say it more. We cannot do this alone. We have to resist. I felt like that was an amazing, laughable moment of resistance. Everybody knows that this is some foolishness that we're going through, but I will tell you, I think you already know, Dr. Moore, I love my job, and I know you love your job. And I felt that when we were together in San Diego. I felt that love, that joy. And I hope we spread it today. I know it's virtual, but y'all, I hope you feel the energy that I'm feeling, and understand that Black and Marine Science isn't just about the seriousness. It's also about the opportunity to find joy in the things that you do and to explore and say, hey, maybe this isn't for me, but maybe this is. And even if you can do that, that gives me joy. So I appreciate you, Dr. Moore, your team. This is amazing. I hope everybody continues to stay tuned in because there's some amazing people coming up. And I just want to shout out Mark Lasavio. He is amazing. My partner in crime for Aquarium Conservation Partnership. He's on at 11 a.m. Eastern, so check him out. I am sure he is going to be dope per usual.
Yes, thank you so much, Ayana. Have a great day.
Too. Oh, I forgot to mention Benchley Awards. The Peter Benchley Ocean
You got
Award.
3 minutes. Go
Everything
ahead.
is going on. Okay, so before I leave, let me mention that Aquarium Conservation Partnership is co-hosting the Peter Benchley Ocean Awards with Wendy Benchley, the widow of Peter Benchley, who wrote Jaws. It's Jaws' 50th anniversary this year, so there will be a documentary by all the crew, and we're going to show a clip of it at Peter Benchley May 8th at Baltimore Aquarium. Look at that. At National Aquarium in Baltimore. We love it over there. Special shout out to all my friends over there. Curtis Bennett, he's over there doing the great work. Love him. I just want to say that we are really humbled to be hosting the Peter Benchley Ocean Awards with Wendy, and we look forward to it. And there's a nonprofit rate, so go on to peterbenchleyoceanawards.org and find that rate. And please show up. We would love it to have just a big showing there. You can see all the winners, including the wonderful former chair of Council of Environmental Quality, Brenda Mallory. We are so excited to be giving her an award. She is incredible. One of our other favorites, Dawn Wright. That's what's up. Dr. Dawn Wright. She's incredible, an amazing diver. So anyway, we are going to have that. And then to celebrate us even more, Black, brown, people of color in this space, we have Upwell at Capitol Hill Ocean Week. It is on June 3rd, so please make sure that you sign up for Upwell. ACP is hosting a panel, and we're super excited for you all to experience our panel. You can come to Upwell virtually or in person in Washington, D.C. So sign up for Upwell, sign up for Peter Benchley Ocean Awards. Thank you again, Dr. Moore, for this platform and your team. I appreciate you. Go donate to BIMS.
Run us those coins. Thank you so much, Ayana. Thanks so much, everybody who has tuned in. So if y'all been rocking with us for this live, we are at our time of transition. We got a new team coming in. So we had Simone and Jasmine earlier. We had me and Q right now. And now we got Camille and Jermaine coming up with our next speaker. So again, we are live all day. Get your snacks. All right, y'all. Stay tuned. We can start that.
Hey guys, I'm actually just requesting to okay. We should be able to go live in a few seconds.
Okay.
And here.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Thank you, Ayana. Thank you to the team for how we've gotten here thus far. My name is Dr. Camille Gaines. I am the Chief Science Officer at BIMS, and I am here with Dr. Stanton Belford. We are here. This is the BIMS Current of Change. Please, please, please. Thank you for joining, but also please slide in with a donation. We are going to be here for 24 hours. And so, yes, 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 I see my man Stanton has the BIMS issue, came in hot, ready to go. And so without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to you to chat and to share with you your currents of change.
Thank you, Dr. G. Welcome everyone joining this live event. It is extraordinary. I'm always ready to share, for BIMS. The reason why I highlighted my signed by every author copy is because I am basically an associate professor, program coordinator of biology at the University of Tennessee Southern. So I am on the academia side of it all. And so as usual in academia, you have the teaching aspect, you have the scholarship aspect, and you have the service aspect. Now, for me, in this stage in my career, so this is my 12th year at this institution, and my second part of my career actually involves a lot of mentorship, student mentorship. So how did I get to this portion of my career? Well, I can tell you that I grew up on a small twin island republic of Trinidad and Tobago. So I know Dr. T, she's in Belize right now. I know I'm in Tennessee right now, but Belize is also considered Caribbean because it also touches that portion of the world. But my dad, when I was, his family came from a small village, Blanchisseuse, Trinidad, coastal village. And so we live more inland, but every other weekend we would transport to this local fishing village. And he would put me on his shoulders and, we would ride the waves of Blanchisseuse in the ocean. And it was scary, but it was very fun doing that with Dad. He gave me, I distinctly remember that he gave me some water, ocean water to drink. When I spit it out in disgust, he said, "No, you will never forget the ocean." I only had him on the planet for 9 years, but that experience resonated with me. So along the way, I was able to join Dr. Carol Draper from back then Arima Senior Comprehensive School, high school, and she took us out to do research on the reefs because the national exams of Trinidad and Tobago did have one part of the exams that you had to report on something ecological. And I literally was just so curious about the reefs. And we went out there during the day, and we also went out there during the night. Different things come out at night. So I was so excited about that inspiring trip experience that it literally transformed my decision when I got to Middle Tennessee State University to do my master's, that I was going to do research on coral reefs. I didn't know what, but I was going to do research there. And amazingly, the research there pretty much transformed into a master's thesis. And it also transformed this year, March. I took students down there back again. So my sixth trip to taking students to Trinidad and conducted research at the very same site that I pretty much went to do during my high school. And so 2025 started the master's 2005. So man, put in 20 years research on the reefs. But for me, this is a huge endeavor, but it means nothing if I can't take students there to experience the same thing, to ask research questions, to design specific surveys, experiments in the field of study, as well as in the lab. We do a lot of molecular analysis. Then once we answer these questions, well, why is doing so much research on biodiversity on the reefs important? And it's important because we need biodiversity. We need that not only in the ecological aspect, but in the human aspect as well, because we learn so much from each other. That's why I popped in the talk with this, because these 10 authors here, you should read the amazing science each of these do. And I was fortunate to be co-editor of this issue with Dr. T. And guess what? Reading through these scientific articles, just being involved in the transition from manuscript all the way to the revisions, and then finally to the publications was an amazing experience that the opportunity that BIMS provided that opportunity for me. Dr. G, it's amazing. I started off with BIMS doing those videos, BIMS Bites. I started off
Yeah, you've been with us for a minute.
yeah,
You've been
BIMS
rocking. I
Bites.
remember.
Yeah, I was on the very first BIMS week, which was online due to the pandemic. I always say that it was amazing to hear just the descriptions, just the things that was happening. And then BIMS, just the growth of BIMS. I started as that. And then, there were these opportunities to provide, feedback, provide vision to the mission of BIMS. Then I did that online. So I did the youth online. Once again, BIMS Week. I had a great opportunity to interview with the younger generation of scientists. Of course, the guest speaker back then was Addie.
Oh yeah, she just was
And
on not too long ago. She
yes,
and her parents.
and that also gave me, I guess, inspiration, just to keep on there with BIMS. I think, well, first of all, I was really blown away when yourself and Mark Lasavio, so the chair of the BIMS board, reached out to me to be a BIMS board member. Because here I am starting with BIMS Bites and now being asked to be a board member. I was really, really blown away by that. And, that experience really, really, I guess, hunkered me down to really, really support BIMS with as much as I can. I'll tell you a good story about that is, I got to a stage in my career where, I was just wondering about what my purpose is as a faculty in academia. And as I grew and, cooperated more with BIMS, experiencing feedback from the BIM staff, Jermaine, yourself, Kui. I mean, just, hearing your passion and your motivation to see BIMS succeed. And this goes way beyond, you can live all your life and never have or been in a job where you're really, really satisfied, where you really make a mark, in your life. And I've spoken to all y'all on staff, and y'all are committed 110%. And so that, I got to a stage in my career in academia where, I felt a little unappreciated. We go through that in different jobs. And somewhere along that line, the timing was so right for where my favorite CEO, Dr. Tierra Moore, said, you know what, Stanton, you need to step on out there. You have so much to offer. And, stop being in the background, really, really step out there, really, really, make that impact. And so I started doing that. I started doing that with students more, really paying attention, really listening, and their respect for me in this field of marine biology really allowing me to, make comments. I met some great people associated with BIMS. Dr. Dawn Wright is really is globally known and yet humble and will give you time. She would listen. And so these opportunities, meeting members of BIMS and then being able to make an impact as a board member, going through the strategic planning process. That was really, really transformative for me. Going through the process, seeing the mission of BIMS, and now being able to put that strategic plan into BIMS for the next 3 years. I tell you what, Dr. G, you are also an inspirational, very inspirational part of my success as well, or rebirth in this field as well. I remember that first meeting of BIMS Week in Norfolk, where you won the Advocacy Award, and I guess the feelings, the inspirational speech you made, man, I could tell that it was really, really inspirational and really, really important to you, that advocacy award. As you already know, you know what I'm going to say.
I know. Yeah, look, yes, from one advocacy award winner to another. Like,
and that was definitely, if I had to name 10 things that has happened in my life where it made an impact very deep to this cardiac muscle here, that would definitely be one there as well. And as I told Dr. T, I would never ever forget that.
yeah, it was, I mean, it was first and foremost like the work you do with the organization. When I heard your name, I knew like you've been with us since the beginning. Like, it's because of folks like you that, BIMS still exists. Like, we're still pushing forward on the mission. And so I think having that respect from a group of Black people at that, like, it takes the cake for, what you're doing, you're on the right path. I think we've all had times where it's like, am I in the right space? Like, is this really where I'm supposed to be and what I'm supposed to be doing? Because there's just so many challenges, there's so many obstacles. And so, like, I think that when we're talking about marine science is one of the biggest obstacles to the retention, you know, and I think that showing people, hey, you're doing the right thing, you're here, you're contributing, we appreciate you, that very much matters. And like, that's how I felt, at least with the BIMS Advocacy Award. And I could tell, and even with conversations with you afterwards, I feel like you felt the same way as well.
Yes. I see German on here.
Mhm.
German has also played a huge role. Like I said, I've had many conversations with BIM staff and the commitment to the mission. It's funny, at Auburn University, they say we bleed orange and blue. I can literally see the staff members bleed blue for BIMS. And so through many conversations with Jermaine as well, man, you talk about an articulate, innovative individual. Hey, I'm gonna give flowers now, Jermaine really, really has been, I'd say, a key reason also why I continually support BIMS as well. Because, being a member of BIMS, you can walk up to any member and have a conversation with them. And through many conversations with Jermaine. So we think the members are like, okay, this is what we're doing now. Man, when you have a conversation with Jermaine, this is what we're doing, timing 3 years from now. Jermaine thinks like 3 years ahead, 5 years ahead. And that is really, really cool to have a conversation, to see that as well. And the thing is, y'all are so young. Oh my gosh. Like 5 to 10 years from now, y'all is crazy what BIMS will achieve, just with the team's vision. So I support that, and I encourage others to support that. Even current BIMS members, I encourage them to reach out to you all and just schedule a conversation, schedule a chat. Hey, those Monday brews, oh my gosh. You talk about, I don't know if the members really, really read these, but I do. And it's so much. Imagine you come in Monday, put on your computer, and you see that, and you take a deep breath, and you say, you know what, I am going to keep pushing towards the mission, or I am gonna have peace, or I am gonna show joy. I guess it's a reminder of, you know, the human, I call it the human effect. I mean, we come into contact with so many people, and that we can make such a great impact on people. But if, we are selfish, that won't happen because we'll keep it in, I see the leaders here, they walk around a lot. They speak to people, they interact, and so it's the same. These leaders who I look up to, it's the same. Imagine going through the airport, going through security line to catch another flight with a CEO of a multi-million-dollar organization. Of course, she's in the quick line, I'm in the slow line. And then I finally get through like 30 minutes after. And, I was like, well, maybe Dr. T, she's gone to her gate or whatever. She's sitting there waiting for me. I'm like, what are you doing? They're like, we both came here together. Of course, I'm going to wait on you. Hey, it's the simplest act sometimes that really, really shows you uh, the the value, if you can put a value, or just someone's appreciation for you. And if I've received that from the CEO and the staff, I tell you what, after that, receiving that advocacy award, every single staff member spoke to me after and showed me that love. Very, very deep conversations, very, very impactful conversations. And through that, I literally said to myself, you know what, mentorship is what I want to do now. So the younger ones coming up, those who are PhD students, PhD candidates, undergrads. What can I do to really, really inspire them? And sometimes that inspiration is just listening to them. I tell you what, you revived me with that eDNA now.
Yes.
I mean, it is, it's transformational.
Yeah, you talk a little bit about, I know you had mentioned it a little bit earlier about taking some students down to Trinidad and Tobago's, but share a little bit more because you were just there in March, right?
Yes, and I'm taking 3 more
Okay.
in end of May. So May 26th to June 2nd. Jabari Batiste, he's a BIMS
Oh,
member.
yes,
He is
yes.
joining me there as well.
Oh, that's exciting. Jabari
Yep,
is another
so
BIMS member. If he's
yes,
listening, shout out, buddy. Also a
yes,
Trinway
definitely.
fellow.
We are also planning right now a BIM social down there.
Oh, a blue
So
post.
it's in the works, network,
Yes.
and it's going to be on the beach. So
Of course,
you can
like
have
as it
your
should.
coconut with an umbrella drink and eat some, eat there as well, right on the beach. Literally, we're not far from where we're doing research.
Okay.
So that's in the making, pending Jermaine's approval. Thumbs up. There you go.
Thumbs up.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I just told Q to reach out to Jasmine that out, but that'd be great, man. And also wanted to just say a couple of things just in terms of what you have said. I mean, honestly, I don't. You guys have had a huge impression on me because remember, I'm coming from a non-marine science space. Really didn't discover it really until like 2023, and a lot of what I know and understand and how I go about my approach to bring value to the space has come a lot from my conversations with you and understanding like you don't even realize that actually you and April actually had a huge impact during last BIMS week on the trajectory of the AI. I actually changed it after speaking with you guys because you guys kind of came from it on a classroom perspective, right? Of like how your students are using AI, right? And the challenges you guys are facing there. And it made me change in terms of like how our AI should look and operate. And then really decided, hey, I really wanted to be a real sort of like immersive learning experience that kind of like pushes you to discover different intersections and really sort of help you research. So yeah, there's a lot of influence that you have, and the award that you got, man, was a well deserved, well earned. Because I think sometimes when you're running around with a lot of positive energy, you don't realize how much of an impact you're making. And so some of the times you just took some time to really have a real good conversation with me. Just want you to know it definitely had a big impact and influence.
And at that junction with AI, guess what? I'm using it in the classroom. You know how, everyone knows Chat GPT, but not everyone knows Ocean Justice AI, which I am using for, my research. It is, once again, it is transformational, whereas the other AI selected like for educational use. So I use like Perplexity, Khan Academy, Study Fetch. They just give you the words, but guess what? AI gives you photos to, tap in buttons, and just the visual alone, when you see it, it just pops. That be Ocean Justice AI. Shout out to if you haven't, jumped on it as yet. For me, eDNA stuff, I go there, reiterate the resources, and that's just gonna grow for BIMS. I remember talking about it on the board, the BIMS board, and being a champion for its use, for its eventual use. And the first thing I had to say was, hey, just try it, just visit it. I think last year was, I could say a year or two ago, I didn't understand its use. But as with anything, if, there's a learning curve, you just have to, put yourself out there. You just have to make that step out there. And so I think with the board, uh, they really, really did not have much of an experience with it. But because I had and I was continually using Ocean Justice AI, I was a champion, for it and recommended, hey, just go on there. You will see. Um, I go on there for 1 minute, end up staying an hour. It's just, the resources there. And I know it's growing. Jermaine, you and I have talked about it. And when you talk about codes and writing codes and stuff, um, I know that takes a long time. But man, imagine doing that, all that work in the background, just for us to have it, the members to have it. And I see that as a game changer, Ocean Justice AI. And like I said, I use it a lot for resources for eDNA. And I have collected samples at sites in Trinidad, at my research sites, and I've gotten to where actually quicker to the extracting DNA aspect. Now, I did not know I would get there that quick. And now the next part is like the sequencing. So I am at that junction, waiting for the next step in that. I know financially that may cost, but for some strange reason, Dr. G, I have a university professor there that is willing, that wants, not is willing, that wants to collaborate. And I've mentioned before that where you have collected your eDNA on that map, Belize is the furthest south. I'm like, man, wouldn't it be cool to have all the way south of Trinidad as well? So you literally have, coast along the US, Belize, and then all the way down. Man, that would be, I see you smiling. So
Yeah, I'm happy to announce we did. I just, I see it, your girl got a little dark. But I was actually in the Caribbean last week, and so we did collect in Puerto Rico and in the US Virgin Islands.
Okay,
So
okay.
I heard you, but I'm definitely excited too for the data that you have to see, how we can fuse, because like Ayana was saying earlier, it's about the collective. And so even with our data, it's about the collective, right? And so seeing what's out there on a broader scale from a biodiversity standpoint and how it's changing is important. And or environmental DNA gives us the ability to do that.
Exactly. And so definitely a meeting in the future. But I just want to
Slide
say,
into the email. Let me
yeah,
know.
yep. I just want to say, you know, from a from doing a few BIMS bites to now using a global technique that is, a relatively new technique in molecular genetics, for just revitalizing that aspect of research for me. I mean, that this is literally a classic case of, staying on the path, staying supportive, not only for the opportunities with BIMS, which I'm so grateful for, but now I'm in a stage in my career where now it's given back, it's given back. And so when I say that word give, you know what that means. All right. Hey, everything's you know,
Slide in the donation link
yeah,
below, people.
everything's
We
all fine and
appreciate it.
dandy. Hey, y'all, BIM's doing great stuff. Y'all doing great work. We need the money. Because if you think of things that BIMS do, BIM swims, BIMS immersion program, like training students to scuba dive. I took scuba diving as a class during grad school at Middle Tennessee State University. And that literally opened up opportunities for me. On most of those dives, I'll be honest, I'm only person of color on those dives. I think maybe on those 5 different checkout dives, I may have seen one, and it looked like a father and daughter, person of color, and that was it. That was it. But think about this, learning to scuba dive, that didn't deter me. It didn't stop there because I have 66 research dives in the Red Sea. And so I did research there on clownfish and sea anemones, published paper there as well. But I would not, if I feared the fact that I was the only one, if I feared that, I would never have gotten the other opportunities. So think about it, the BIMS immersion program, providing a safe space where young students to actually get scuba certified will open up these future opportunities quicker than later, which is what happened with me. And that's one thing I too want to eventually do in Trinidad. So we do in a tidal zone. We also do what the locals call dry tides, so the lowest low tides. So you can walk out to the reef crests less than knee-height water, which, by the way, is amazing. So anytime you hear blue moon, red moon, super moon, I'm in Trinidad because you get the lowest low tides. However, I was sought out and asked to be on this group to actually map the reefs where I do research. And so Miss Ivana Douglas, she is leading that. And they do sonar, they do drone, and they've been trying to do scuba. Of course, my aspect is the biodiversity aspect of it, but it's been, weather hasn't cooperated with the scuba aspect, but I would
That's the
love,
biggest issue sometimes,
yeah,
weatherman.
yeah, I would love to eventually have students scuba there as well.
It's a good skill to have just for people to be comfortable in the water, even if they're not going to be marine scientists like you or I, but that now they are understanding more and they can interact with these spaces, right? And like when they hear certain things, they have a better context. So I'm a firm believer, we all should be comfortable in the water. We all should have an understanding of what's happening in our coastal systems. And unfortunately, like I just don't think it's going to happen if people still have that huge barrier. Even Jermaine and I were just in the USVI, and like there were the majority of the people that we talked to who lived on the island who were Black like us, right, did not know how to swim. Like they're like, oh, I'm not that comfortable. I'm not gonna go out snorkeling or this with you all. And so those conversations, they're sad to have because that's a huge issue when we're talking about what's happening, the loss of biodiversity, right? How the reef structure is changing and we have erosion. So like that those types of conversations and that type of research is very important. And it's even more important, right? Like that we have folks who understand it in a way that they can get involved.
I'm fortunate to like know lifeguards in Trinidad where I do my research. I periodically have conversations with them And it is, you would not believe, it is a misconception that islanders can swim. But what I have learned over the years is, so in the islands, being able to have access to the beaches. We use the beaches a lot for relaxation. You know, come, you relax, you drink some Pepsis, have food. But most of the time, people don't go in the water. And then most of the time, when you do go in the water, you're still fearful. I can see that even and then having the knowledge of knowing where to swim and where not to swim. So most of the popular beaches in Trinidad and Tobago have lifeguards. But some of the times people don't pay attention to the knowledge and guidance of the lifeguards, and that actually causes an adverse effect. I can tell you this, there is a high school located not far from my research sites. But there is so safety is important. And my lifeguard buddy and I, we were talking about it because we'd love to do reef tours where it's focused on learning biodiversity. So I was fortunate in March, I was in communication with a group from Vassar College in New York. And then there were students from University of the West Indies, Trinidad, and the University of Trinidad and Tobago. And then there were the volunteers from Future Fishers. And you talk about, I was so excited. One group here showing them how to use the line and point technique and talking about biodiversity. We even went out for a night low tide walk with the university students. And I was showing them sea urchins, sea cucumbers. They are a little bit apprehensive to hold a sea urchin, but showing them. So if you don't know, you'll think, well, the spine, you got to know the species. So the rock boring sea urchin, Echinometra lasanta, which information about that is in here on one of my publications in here. It's easy to hold, but most students, even university students, are fearful for it, to hold it, because they see the spines. So once again, teaching moment. Oh, there go my teaching aspect in this entire endeavor. But it's a good place to have them see the importance and have them see the biodiversity reason to have these organisms, to protect these organisms, and then the many things we don't know. For example, actually sea urchins come out at night a lot to feed. So the numbers I have as their population estimates are just an estimate, because the true number of them is really unknown. There's so many. I can tell you this. So March made it 20 years doing research on the reefs. And I still see new things every time I go.
Oh yeah, I
20
can believe
years.
that one.
And
Oh
I
yeah.
still see new things, and it blows my mind how I can put in 10 more years to 30, and I still would have just skimmed off the surface of coral reef biodiversity. It's just, the ocean is just it's just a huge resource for learning, and still even triple that for understanding. And the more people we have doing research on it, the better it is. And when I say people, I mean all people. And you already know that Black marine scientists are few, but why is that? Why is that? And so let's jump into opportunities for students that really, really can make an impact on ocean literacy, ocean science. And that means that these budding scientists get more opportunities, and BIMS is a place that allows that.
I think
I-
most people they're interested. They're interested. And like you said,
Yes,
the
yes.
opportunities. So making sure those opportunities are accessible to them and that they
Yes.
know about them is like, that's the battle in and of itself. But people are interested in what's happening in the ocean. And our community especially, we're very interested.
The easiest process of going through the manuscript to the eventual publication, the easiest process I've been through is this one. You know why? Because BIMS paid for the reviewers. All right, let me say that again. Paid for the reviewers, which means it was on the onus of the reviewers to give their best reviews. It was done in a timely manner. You had two awesome co-editors, Dr. T and myself. You had the guidance of the journal editor as well. We had this training. Reviewers had to go through this training as well. It was done in such a professional manner. To be honest, I don't know any journal that really offers any payment like that. And once again, that opportunity was made available through BIMS. But once again, BIMS cannot make all these opportunities available if there's no support. I can sit here and say, man, BIMS doing all these great things. But if I don't support, then I'm lying. So I believe in leading by example. I plan to do more. I always say I plan to do more, because BIMS has literally offered me opportunities. And actually, the greatest thing I think BIMS has done for me is revamping my career, scientific career, revamping my vigor to give back. And that might be knowledge, that might be time, that might be financial as well. Man, if everything goes well, there's a big meeting for us on campus today. If everything goes well, and has a lot to do with possible something financial, has to do with that. But if everything goes well, man, sky would be the limit for me, as not only a BIMS member, but a board member, and supporting things that I see are key paths to making a difference. And for me, that is like the BIMS immersion program, because really, really allowing opportunities to help the younger generation, scuba divers that will probably would share that experience, and even potential scientists as well, doing research as well. I know Jabari, who's a BIMS member, he's also from Trinidad. He has shared with me how important it was for the BIMS immersion program, and him learning how to scuba dive was really, really, it played a huge role for him with his research as well.
Yeah,
So
and the BIMS immersion program, applications just closed for that.
yeah,
And we usually get so many applicants for that program. So this year we actually did it just for our members. So
yes.
programs like this sound interesting to you, definitely go on the website, check out the memberships. We have several opportunities for you to engage with us. And there's a suite of other opportunities as well that we offer just to our members.
So I know Dr. T earlier had said that we were at 600 members. Is that correct?
We're over 600, but
Over
I will defer to Jermaine if it's more, a lot more than that. But the last I heard, it was over 600 members across 34
Yeah, somewhere around,
countries.
yeah. About, we'll,
What is our goal for end of December?
I mean, I said the goal to try to get to 1,000.
Okay.
You know, uh, I know things are changing right now in terms of the climate right now. So, there's a lot of anxiety out there. So, I'm not sure how that'll impact us. But, that's the goal we set for this year.
I'm just trying to get anyone who's even this much interested in the ocean, join the group, see what's what. The K to 12 membership is free for K to 12 folks and their guardians. So, that's an easy way for if you have a child who's interested in some of the things we're talking about to further explore that as a family. So yeah, I mean, but I agree, we're talking about currents of change right now. And we know there's a lot of changes that need to happen. But unfortunately, the changes that we are seeing might not, and actually aren't, not even might, aren't in our best interest. And I mean, us as a human collective, let's even leave race out of it, the human collective right now, especially here in America. And so, when we're talking about some of these changes, I think there's like this many people who study an ocean that's huge. That's an opportunity for change. You talked about going to the same place, in the ocean. And every time you see something different, you see something new. For decades, the ocean is consistently changing. And so I think that taking that lesson from the ocean is important for us, especially now, to determine, okay, what are the changes we would like to see and how can we implement them?
I feel like the human change takes lead. It's it it blows my mind how the importance of leaders, the importance of just the ones that are like the young ones, 6th, 7th graders. I think Dr. Sylvia Earle said it best, on what we can do with the ocean. And she just said, just go to the ocean because, the experience there, you can't save something if you don't love it, but how are you gonna experience the love for something? It's by first going to it. My love for the ocean started with my parents, with my dad, and then it transferred over to a high school teacher. And then I was fortunate to get mentorship from Dr. Dawn Phillip, who was an avid ocean scientist as well. And then further on now it has transitioned to where I'm a member, and I mentor others as well. So I'm always aware of, hey, I've been doing this for a little whiles now. What can I do um, through my journey as a marine scientist, through my journey? How can I assist others in their journeys, and their journeys may just be start at BIMS. I've met so many amazing faculty, marine biologists, and then the students, the grad students, with some amazing research, amazing projects as well. I see Dr. Sinyania is on in the background. You talk about an amazing ocean literacy, ocean scientist, sci communication, and just a fun conversation. And that meeting someone who is global, like Dr. Kalisa, was only made possible through BIMS. Um, the tidal wave. So this pillar, tidal wave, is very, very close to very close to me because it provided opportunity, first of all, to go to Barcelona, Spain, United Nations, Ocean Decades. Hello. When would I ever get that opportunity? But meeting and really having conversations with other members, other tidal wave members, like Dr. Kalisa, and knowing what they do, understanding what they do, and really seeing their part, the part that they play in this aspect of ocean science. And I think what Dr. Kalisa see, I learned from all y'all. What she has taught me with respect to science communication is to be that voice. I love hearing Dr. T talk because her voice is such a unique voice and it's so positive. Even when um, things are nine negative things are taking place in the background, that one positive thing, I mean, she just shines. And that was my one thing at the BIMS 2024 meeting in San Diego is to everyone, um, from top to bottom, BIMS staff, BIMS members, PhDs, yearning and waiting to be their PhDs, grad students, high school students, even Addie, who's now going to be a collegiate student. You know, I'm so fortunate to meet her parents as well. But my one thing was, my one statement was shine on, you know, and I'm excited to be not only a BIMS member, but part of the board of directors and, you know, in anything that we do for the mission of BIMS, amplifying Black marine scientists is my thing is to shine on, stay positive. Um, but I do understand that for us, for BIMS to shine on, guess what? We need financial support as well.
Yes, yes. Thank you for that. If you are just joining us, my name is Camille Gaines. I'm the Chief Science Officer at Black and Marine Science. I'm here with Dr. Stanton Belford. We are here at the Currents of Change, a full 24 hours providing you content, talking with some of our members and some folks in our community just about, you know, their stories, their relationships with the ocean. And so we've had the great pleasure of talking with Dr. Belford for almost an hour now, just about his journey as a professor, you know, some of the programs that he's done with BIMS, and of course, you know, his role as a BIMS board member. So I'm so excited to be here. Thank you so much, Dr. Belford, as always, for dropping gems. We, of course, will continue to love to work with you. And so I appreciate it, your impact within the community. Like BB said, you know, it's a two-way street. You know, it's not just you feeling like we are supporting you, but like you supporting us as well, which is very important, especially in today's world, with everything that's going on. So again, I appreciate it. I'm going to pass the floor back to you if you have some final words of wisdoms, anything you want to say before we go on to our next speaker, who I see is here and who you've shouted out several times, Dr. Kalisa.
Live long and prosper.
All righty. Okay, fair enough. Look, I like that. So thank you all again for rocking with us. My name again is Camille. Thank you, Stanton. Definitely make sure to check us out. If you want to interact with Dr. Belford even more and you're a BIMS member, you can look him up on the directory, shoot him a message. He talked about how, he wants to engage, he wants to mentor. So I feel like that's an open door. That people can take advantage of to better themselves. So definitely reach out. I'm going to do a little plug for the membership again. If you're not a member and you would love to interact with someone like Dr. Belford or our vast community of scientific researchers, and I use the term scientific and researchers very loosely because some of our members are in high school, right? Or they're in middle school, but they're still doing scientific research. They are still observing. They're still being curious. And so definitely, please think about becoming a member. Go to the website. We have a suite of information on our memberships. If you are here and you're already a member, thanks for joining. Definitely consider donating. We are not able to do a lot of the programming that we do for free, right? We have to pay fees. We have to make sure that we're not only asking our members to donate their time, right, but providing them stipends. So we're unable to do that if we don't have funding. So please consider donating to the nonprofit organization. The donation link, I believe, is pinned in the chat for this live stream. So again, thank you, Dr. Stanton, Dr. Belford, and I will see you later. Okay, yes. So I see we have our next speaker here, Dr. Kalissa. How are you doing today?
Hey Camille, I'm good. How are you?
I'm
Hi
doing well. I'm
everyone.
doing well. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me. It's a pleasure.
Yes. What time is it there?
It's 14:58 p.m.
Okay,
on the
okay. So is
22nd
that
of
about 2
April.
p.m.?
Yes. Almost, I
Yeah.
mean, it's 2 minutes to 3 p.m.
Yes, Dr. Kalissa is coming to us from South Africa.
From Cape Town, South Africa. Yes.
Okay, okay. Got your hair looking nice. I like how you do it with the shells on the ends. It's so cute. It's very cute. It's very cute.
Thank you. Thank you. The cowries. I'll tell you what they mean. It's part of today's talk.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm excited to hear. I am excited to hear.
All right, I'll wait for you to give me the go ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking at we're still live streaming, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay. All righty. Yeah, well, without further ado, thanks again, everyone, for joining. This is the BIMS Currents of Change. We are here with you for 24 hours. Yes, not me the whole time, but different team members will be coming through. We had Simone and Jasmine earlier. We had Dr. T and Q as well. And now you're here with myself, Dr. Gaines, and Jermaine BB. We are just walking through some of our amazing members and collaborators. They're sharing with you their stories, their relationships with the ocean, as well as their food for thought on where we are as a community. And so I want to pass the floor over and introduce our next speaker, which is Dr. Kalissa. She has a longstanding members of the BIMS community who has also been a part of several groups, several of our programs. And so she's going to share with you today just her journey and who she is as a researcher. So I thank you all for being here. Please consider donating. There's a donation link at the pinned in the chat. And without further ado, Dr. Kalissa, I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you so much. Hi, BIMS. Hi to everybody who's watching. So I'll start with a story for this hour and talk about what the ocean means to my culture. So I am a Xhosa woman, born and bred in the and in my culture, the ocean has a very significant role. This is where we go to talk to our ancestors. This is where we go to cleanse. at the beginning of the year, for example, we will go to the water to just wash. Some people wash off their sins. Some people are there for luck, to welcome luck. It doesn't matter what you go there for, but we call it a cleansing. The ocean is also very important to us because we go there when we are sad. We go there to talk to our ancestors. We call it emzini omkhulu, which means the great home or the great place. We go there to ask for opportunities. I go there to ask for opportunities a lot. We go there to say thank you for everything that we have. Besides the ocean being just a food source, let me not say just, but being a food source and important for our livelihoods, it's also very culturally significant in my culture. Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Kolisa Nyanya, and I'm an ocean scientist. I have a PhD from the University of Cape Town in ocean biogeochemistry and oceanography. And I'm also the founder and director of Ulwazi Scientific Communications and STEM Research, which is a research development and ocean consulting firm. And we are based in Cape Town in South Africa. So firstly, let me just tell you about me being an ocean scientist and the other side of me that is a Sangoma. So a Sangoma is a spiritual healer. You are born a spiritual healer. It's not something that you just decide that you want to be. It's something that you is innate, you grow up with. And in our culture, at some point, you have to go and fetch your ancestors from the water. So interesting enough, I didn't fetch mine from the ocean. I fetched mine from the river. And we usually go to the rural areas where our ancestors come from for this. And as you know, or maybe most people know, in South Africa, we had what is known as apartheid. And so there was a lot of segregation. A lot of us lost our histories. We lost our family trees. We don't really know where we come from. However, our cultures and traditions are still in place. Well, for most of us, because I grew up in a home where culture and tradition were very instilled, and I still follow that today. Even more so now that I'm a Sangoma, a spiritual healer. So I'm a medium. I also am responsible for healing others using the ocean. However, there's this other side of me that is the educated woman who is an expert in ocean science. And people often ask me, how do you do both? Because Sangomas in our history are people who are not educated. They are old people. They are associated with witchcraft. They are also associated with just having shady behaviors. So for me, merging this, or rather the universe making me merge this, because it isn't up to me, making me merge this part of me of culture with being a scientist is often a huge topic everywhere I go. Now let's go to the ocean science side of me. My journey started in a very small town known as Mthatha in the Eastern Cape. It's now a rural town. When I was growing up, it was more advanced and well taken care of. Things have changed in South Africa, and so have the economies of the towns. Mthatha people will not be happy with me when I call it a rural town, but that's what it is. And I grew up there. Mthatha is a university town. And so most people there are very highly educated. And so when you're growing up, you know that one day you will have to graduate. You'll have to have a degree, but I never expected that I would get to even honors level or master's. Now, PhD was not even something I was thinking about. So I started out my career with a Bachelor of Science. We call it a BSc in Biological Sciences, where I double majored in botany and zoology. I fell in love with the botany side and decided in my honors. So in South Africa, you do your BSc, your honors, your masters, and then you go to PhD. You can do your masters and upgrade to PhD, but you still have to take this route. And so in my honors, I was like, okay, let me do something in botany. And I decided to focus my project on biotechnology, transforming plant matter into energy. So it was in the energy sector, my honors project. And then in my master's, this was, by the way, at the Walter Sisulu University in my hometown for my undergraduate degree and my honors degree. And then for my master's degree, I moved to the University of Cape Town, which is the best university in Africa for many years now, still is today. So I was like, I've hit the jackpot. I'm in this amazing institution that I never even imagined I would ever be part of. And so when I came to the University of Cape Town, I did my master's in botany, focusing on microbes, microbial communities within the fynbos biome. So the fynbos biome is only found in South Africa. It's endemic to the western region of South Africa. We call it the Western Cape. This is where I live now, by the way. And no, man, these microbes really intrigued me. And I was like, what happens in the ocean? So that's when I was starting to get the interest in what happens in the ocean. And so I had no clue what microbes are in the ocean or what happens in the ocean at all. But in my PhD, I got this opportunity to go study biogeochemical cycling of phytoplankton within the Southern Ocean. Okay, hop aboard the research vessel. We call it the SA Agulhas 2. This is our national research vessel. And South Africa has research islands between Antarctica and the continent of Africa. They are within the subantarctic. And these islands are known as the Prince Edward Islands. So it's Prince Edward Island and Marion Island. And I got this opportunity to go there, to go sample for my PhD. And I went there. I had a great time. However, I realized that there's a lot of discrimination on the ship. You know, even during the sampling, if you're a Black person, first of all, there were so few Black people. I remember this one Black lady said to me, I thought you were Italian or something because Black people don't really come to the ship. So when I saw that you're part of the University of Cape Town team, I was like, maybe she's Italian. Her name is Kolisa Sinyanya. And this is a South African woman. All right. We had our sampling trip. And then when I returned to South Africa, I made it a mission to talk about the work, with the intentions of inviting and making the work attractive to Black people, especially Black women, of course, and girls. And that was a success, a resounding success. The brand Kolisa Sinyanya before doctor, of course, because I was still a PhD student at this time. So the brand Colisas Nyanya, ocean scientist or oceanographer, became viral across the world. Now, this is when I also met people like Dr. Tiara and part of the other BIMS members. And that was a game changer. When we had the first BIMS event, I was invited to take part, to co-organize, and it was brilliant. You know, it was amazing. Okay, and then now we had to link all this work that I'm doing. Now there's ocean science, there's the ocean-related cultural work, and trying to include communities within that. And what I realized is that I can't just focus on African communities, because the moment I started becoming international, I started getting requests, calls, invites from all over the world, from people in all corners of the world, asking for me to tell them the secret. I mean, there is no secret. You just have to be yourself and do what you need to do. So I realized that there's a huge need for people like myself, people who talk about the work that we are doing. And it doesn't matter what field you're in. However, today we're focusing on ocean science and marine science. So this brings us to science communication, which is a powerful tool. It's extremely powerful. And science communication is basically trying to bridge the gap between the scientists, the governments, the communities, and anybody else who's out there, especially the policymakers who are responsible for how the world is governed. This is when I would get invited to speak internationally on topics I had no clue about, but because they are part of ocean-related work, it would be easy for me to just get into this. Let me make an example. Topics like, how can the European Union and the European Parliament implement policies within Europe in connection with the Atlantic Ocean? Now, I'm not an expert in any of these, but because I have ocean data, number one, I have ocean experience, and I can speak, I would get invited to be the one who leads. And in my opinion, it was shoes that were too big for me, but somehow I would always fill these shoes. So I would be invited to lead experts, world expert professors, to be the one who does the speaking on their behalf. So wherever you are in the world, think about it. Think about what that means. Also think about how you can play a role in that, how you can become me in those instances. And the thing is, with with science communication, you don't necessarily have to speak, because science communication is not just about speaking. It is about communicating. And communication can be done in many ways. It can be done by writing. Communication can be done by illustrations. So if you're good at art, that is science communication of some form. So I'd like to promote that whatever type of work that you are doing, let us know about it, because this is how you get collaborators. This is how you put your work out there. And in some instances, this is how, or maybe even most instances, this is how you get other researchers who will write papers with you, because in science, writing papers is still a thing. Now, let me tell you another story about the importance of the ocean within our culture. So, in my undergraduate years, I used to be a research assistant. So, I would accompany researchers to marine protected areas, and we would spend time with the locals. And there's something that I noticed, which was, it it touched me the wrong way. The locals were locked outside, and they had certain restrictions to come inside and get the food source that they depend on. That is what they live off. And I was like, excuse me? So you have to run away when there are people who actually monitor, there are rangers who monitor the coast, and you're not allowed to just come and just take or just fish. Okay. Now, as a scientist, that makes sense because overfishing, preservation of natural resources, and all that type of stuff. However, it's almost as if the locals didn't even know that this was going to happen. They just saw barricades, and there were laws all of a sudden. Now, these are marine protected areas in South Africa. And every single time I travel across the world, I encounter the same narrative. The indigenous people are left outside. The indigenous people are not allowed inside the marine protected areas because the way in which the areas are managed is top down. And by top down, we mean they are people who come and they tell you what's going to happen. It doesn't matter if your forefathers used to live here, they don't care. This is the mandate, and this is the framework in place that is written by the government or is coming from the government. And these are the legislations. The legislations are against the people. However, the same marine protected areas need those people for the indigenous knowledge. Now, this is where the disconnect comes in of our ocean science and our cultures. The Western disconnect from the significance of indigenous knowledge. I would say in ocean science and just how to manage the oceans in general. These people live off this ocean. As I said, when I was opening my talk, the ocean is very cultural to us. It's part of who we are. We go there for healing. And so when we are locked outside, we are not complete. And I do know that there are people in this live event. Happy Earth Day, by the way. I didn't say that. There are people in this event who work in such instances, who work with indigenous people around marine protected areas, who see what I'm talking about, who understand what I'm talking about. However, there are also people who work in these areas who act blind to it. And it's mostly people who do not look like the indigenous people who act blind to it. I've had conversations with students who who make it seem like those people are just being difficult. And I ask a question. How would you feel if someone would come to your fancy community and just barricade that you can't use this part, you can't use that part, even though you've been living there for probably decades, and still it just doesn't go through? So these are the questions that I think we should start conversations around, because now things have to start changing. We need to include our communities. In fact, when I was invited to European Parliament for the Galway statement, this is one of the things I advised, that the cultural leaders, the indigenous people, and any and everybody else who's part of the community needs to understand what is happening. They need to be contacted before anything happens within their community, because this is their community, this is their land. We know very well in South Africa what it feels like to have your land grabbed, and then you're pushed to a corner. The millions of you are pushed to a corner, and only 500 people live off the rest of the land. And so from all these things, and towards the end of my PhD, realizing that I have carved this path for myself, I asked myself, who is going to employ me? And will they be offering what I need? Because I have things that I need. And I wrote a proposal to the National Research Foundation of South Africa, which is like the NSF. And they wanted me to tweak my proposal and to tweak it into something I was running away from. And from there, I realized that I have to start my own entity and build from the ground. I know it's going to be difficult. I didn't think I'd get so much support, but I am a brave woman. And I also believe my ancestors are always there, and they are guiding, they are opening doors. And I registered my company, Ulwazi, Scientific Communications and STEM Research. So Ulwazi means knowledge or information in my language, depending on the context. And I specifically chose this name because obviously, I mean, it means ulwazi, right? But also I always would have to explain it because I knew that my clientele is international. So I would always have to explain, what does ulwazi mean? And then the person would be like, ah, that is a sort of icebreaker, in my opinion. And so Ulwazi now is, whoa, it took off. Ulwazi is not an NGO or an NPO. It's a profit company. It's a PTY Limited. And we do research development. So I'll explain what those mean, and ocean consulting. And currently, what is leading is the research development. So as most business owners, I had no idea what I wanted to do when I registered the company. I just knew that it has to do with the ocean. The ocean will be at the forefront somehow. And you know, organizations like BIMS inspired me to go ahead and do it. Even though I knew that it would be a different concept, because we're not going to get funded. We have to make money ourselves. I have to make money. I have to convince people. I have to be good at sales. I have to be the one who brings in the revenue. And I come from research where I write proposals and I'd get funding. Now, in this case, it's not that easy. I went ahead and did it this way anyways. So Ulwazi is Black owned. It's women, 100% women owned also. The research development side of it is that we do research assistance. We work with researchers from all over the world. We have now even included services that we never even thought about, like personal branding. We have lawyers coming. I mean, it's a STEM research company, but we have lawyers, business people, people in education wanting for us to help them with promoting their brands. So it means we're doing something good that is noticed out there. But most importantly, we have assisted. I was looking at our records the other day, and we're now on 71 invoices. Since last year, because the company was registered in January of 2024, and we only started working in May, because before that, I don't know what we're going to be doing. And the way that the research development side started is that I just put out a tweet one day. I mean, I tweet about most of the stuff I do. Obviously, I don't tweet about everything, but I tweeted that I think I need to start charging people, because people are asking me all over for research assistance. And on that exact day, I got a payment. And that's when I knew that, okay, we are on the right path. Now, going to the ocean consulting side, I am an ocean biogeochemistry expert. So my PhD was on carbon export, carbon drawdown, carbon uptake. However, we have a new sparked interest, which is offshore mining and offshore oil and gas. So that is what Ulwazi is currently focusing on right now, getting into those industries. And quite interestingly, we've been getting invited a lot to Parliament. People always saying, you're always in Parliament. And I'm like, it's not me, it's Ulwazi. I am just the representative. This year, we were invited to the Mining Indaba, which is the biggest mining conference in Africa, probably the world, in my opinion. So South Africa is very big on mining. It's our, I guess, in our GDP, it holds a large portion. But we don't talk much about offshore mining. And this is where Ulwazi comes in. On top of that, we do not talk a lot about sustainability of this offshore mining. We were also invited to the oil and gas conference, and we do the same around those spaces, the sustainability side of it. And when we arrive in these spaces, we make sure that we write articles about what we have encountered and what we project for the future. This is what the company highlights, the science communication side of things. And one of the strides that we've made in the mining side is that we have been invited to collaborate in a mining engineering paper. Now, remember, we are not miners, we are not mining engineers, but because we know so much about the ocean, we've been invited to collaborate in this paper because it has elements of offshore mining. So I'd like to also go into the importance of storytelling in business. So in our case, firstly, I'd like to talk about the importance of thinking outside of just academia as an ocean scientist, because there are opportunities out there, and those opportunities are waiting for you to generate, to come up with. You must always remember that in business, it doesn't matter if it's an NGO or a profit-based business, you're trying to solve people's problems while making a living out of that. And your research is a huge part of that framework. We only know about 5% of what is happening with the ocean. I think we know more about the flora and the fauna of the ocean than we do about the functioning of the actual ocean. And so those are business opportunities there. Now, how this is important for storytelling is that, firstly, I always say storytelling is a superpower because nobody has the same story as you. In this live Earth Day BIMS event, for example, there are so many speakers, but nobody is going to say the same thing the other speaker said. And that's the beauty of storytelling globally. There are billions of people in the world. Everyone has their own story. And so when you tell your story of what is happening with your research, how you are doing your research, even the nitty-gritties of the advantage and disadvantages, even your relationships with your supervisors or anybody else that you are working with, that's part of storytelling. And it's very important in business because from those stories, others will pick up the gaps that are required by the masses. You will pick up the gaps that are required by the masses. For me, storytelling has even propelled me towards governance, ocean governance, which is not something I thought was part of my PhD or part of the qualities of the education that I received. But because governance has a lot of storytelling in it, in its own, it propelled me towards that. I actually saw that BIMS posted one of my BIMS bites. I was like, oh dear, when was that? I don't even remember that. But I listened and I'm like, oh my gosh, I was already talking about ocean governance then. And in 2024, in November, I forfeited sales for an ocean governance course. So I attended an ocean governance course because I was like, I think it's very important for part of my story, for storytelling and for building my company and for building my brand as Dr. Kholisa Yolasinyane. So as it was said, Jermaine, when he thinks about the next few years. That's how we think as well here at Ulwazi. That's how I think too when I think about my brand. And that's very important in general as a person. That is how you should project your life. And so with this ocean governance course, I didn't know what I would actually implement it in, but I knew it was going to be important. And now it is coming in so handy for our ocean consulting, because the sustainability of offshore mining and oil and gas exploration and development includes a lot of ocean governance, especially when we talk about how sustainable it is happening. And so when I started doing science communication back, I don't remember when, but I had a lot of backlash. People were telling me, you're not doing science, focus on the science, it's not science. And I'm like, dude, just do what you do and let me do what I do. When I started making money from just talking about my work, that's when people were like, ah, how do you do it? Can you teach us? Can we invite you for a talk? Can you, all of a sudden it became this thing. So that's the power of science communication, which includes storytelling. So I'm left with a lot of time, but I've said what I need to say. And I'll just say the last part. And then I'll hand over back to you guys, or you can ask questions if you have any questions that you'd like to ask me. But to answer the question that is always posed to me, how do you merge being an ocean scientist? Oh my gosh, you're so educated. And being a sangoma. What? How does that work? It just works. I can't tell you how it works. I don't know how it works. The reason you are chosen as a sangoma is because they knew that you can do it. And so I'm one of the chosen children. I don't know why they chose me. Oh dear. But I'm doing the work that they chose me for. And sometimes I get shocked by myself. When someone comes for consultations, I do consultations on a regular. People come for connections with their ancestors. I'm basically doing medium work. And when the people leave, sometimes I just break down and cry because I don't know how I do what I do. It just happens. And all the work that is concerning me all has to do with the ocean. Because when you become a sangoma, you start dreaming about the water, about the ocean, and it becomes a huge part of your life, this ocean, when you are practicing. And so to end, let me just invite everyone to give butter to BIMS. BIMS has a program called Give Butter, where you can donate to Black and Marine Science and support the voices of Black people in marine science, the work that this team is doing to improve our lives. They have played a huge role in my life. Guys, they also pay, okay? Oh God. So during my PhD, I did a lot of work with them and they would pay. Yeah. And in South Africa, they pay in dollars. So that's a lot of money. So give to BIMS. I also encourage everyone, whether you know your ancestral history or you don't know your ancestral history, to reconnect with your ancestors through the ocean. even when you think you are not connected to your ancestors, you are. They are always with you. They guide you. These opportunities that you get, we believe that those are opportunities that are given by the universe, by your ancestors. And it doesn't mean you should not pray or you should not believe in what you believe in. But whether you believe that you have ancestors or not, you do. And embracing your roots can open up a lot for you. So thank you so much to the BIMS team for this hour. I was so nervous before I spoke. I don't know why. I mean, I speak all the time, but I was so nervous today. And thank you so much.
Yeah, I see Jermaine, our COO, has his hand up.
Yeah, sure. I kind of want you, if you have the time, to kind of go a little bit more into uh your background in terms of spiritualism, because I relate a lot because my mother is like fifth generation healer as well, right? Same thing in her family. It's you're sort of chosen into it. Um, it's not something that, you go out and study, but it's something that, that's within you. And she was one of them. She was only out of 21 children, she was only one of two girls. And so she was the
21.
only,
That's a
yeah,
lot.
my grandmother, yeah, on that side, right? And so I kind of wanted to go more in terms of like, did you face any sort of like stigmas in terms of like, your career journey, in terms of like, your spiritual background and understanding, like going into the whole science role, where sometimes that could probably be contradictory to what your understanding is?
Thank you for that question. That's a question I always get also. Not really. I didn't get much backlash. During I got my calling during my PhD, in the middle of my PhD, and I had to go to these rural areas where I have never been to fetch my ancestors. I'm like, what? But my supervisor was very understanding. So she allowed me to go, and I was there for a week. Most people stay in those compounds for a year, 6 months. It depends because you have to train. But we all have different gifts, and my gift didn't require me to be trained, or like I just know things. I don't know how to explain it. You know how mediums work? They just know your life. So that's how I am. We sit down and I tell you what your ancestors are saying. And in terms of stigma that is maybe attached to my career, in fact, I get the opposite when I do TV interviews. I remember when I was doing my CNN interview, and the producer asked me, "Are you a Sangoma?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm a Sangoma." And she was a white lady. And I was actually shocked that white people know so much about our culture, because Black people see it as demonic. In South Africa, there was an actual law in 1956, I think. It's called the Law of Witchcraft. So it prevented Black people from accepting our callings, and we could not become sangomas. In fact, that law is still in place, but now Black people are in control. They are in charge of what happens. And so we become sangomas when it's time. Because when you don't accept your calling, your things can just, hey, or you get sick, your things fall apart, you can get sick, depending on the intensity of that calling. For me, particularly, when my calling started, I could tell that I can't concentrate on my PhD, and I had to go do it. I didn't have a choice. And when I had this thing of just screaming out of the blue, and I was like, and you can't control yourself, you can't control your body. So when I came back, when you come back, you feel so powerful. Like you can tell that something is different about you, something has changed. And I remember I used to have to do BIMS work, like live BIMS work during that time. I don't know if Jermaine was already part of BIMS, but I don't remember him at the time. And I would have to wear my sangoma attire. And I mean, international people don't know that attire, but South Africans know that you are wearing your cultural traditional wear to a webinar, like an ocean science webinar, and they'll be like, oh my gosh, that's so powerful, because someone else would be embarrassed to do that because it's looked down upon. Like I said at the beginning, in history, sangomas were associated with being old, poor, not educated, dirty, So even now with the dating, when I'm dating, guys don't take that seriously that you're a sangoma until it comes out, and you see the guy is scared, and I can't help it. It's something I can't control when it comes out. So it hasn't affected my career in that way unless it's things that I don't know about. But to my face, people act like it's cool. Because also, I mean, it's cool to make cultural practices normal and for others not to be hiding who they are.
Yeah, that is so powerful. I think that the connection between science and things we don't understand is like much stronger than a lot of people want to see. I watch sci-fi, like I read a lot of sci-fi books, and like, they're talking about things that, scientists are trying or have accomplished. I remember when I was in my PhD and I was in a lab and someone said, "Oh yeah, blah blah blah, we're doing science, but we're doing black magic with rules." And for some reason that just stuck in my mind as like, this is,
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
interwoven, and so I think that when you're talking
Exactly.
about, your connection as a sangoma, but also your research, it's a very easy link that, I feel like a lot of times,
You're
we
giving me
try to
goosebumps.
yeah, we
Like
try to
literal goosebumps. Yeah. That's so true, because when you look at the science and the science of ubungoma, we do the same things, or rather we do similar things, because sangomas, I am a sangoma who heals with water. I don't use we call it muti. So like indigenous medicines, I don't use those. I only use water. And in the lab, we have to mix all these make concoctions. It's concoctions, yes.
Yep.
But other sangomas do that also, because some of the healers did not go to fetch their ancestors, but they just have that knowledge. Sometimes someone just wakes up with the knowledge of, I have to mix this and mix that to heal this person. So that's what I mean when I say those are the gifts that we have, and we have different ones as the sangomas. You won't find a sangoma that is exactly like me. Everyone is different in how they heal. And that actually causes jealousy within our community, the Sangoma community, because the other one can do things that the other one would like to do, but they can't. But I guess it's like that even in the workplace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it seems as though and I'm here in my house right outside the city of Philadelphia, and I'm sure you know all the crazy things that are happening, unfortunately, at the federal government level, really deterring a lot of folks or unwittingly, losing their jobs. And I'm curious to know, your relationship with the South African government, because it seems as though you have done quite a bit of work going to Parliament. You've talked at that policy level. And so that's a very interesting space to be in, right? And I can imagine, there are times where you're navigating these spaces and you have to be delicate in how you say or what you're doing. And so I'm curious to know like how you go about that, and just advice you have for other folks.
You mean in terms of being an ocean scientist? Right. So firstly, let me answer the shells part. So the shells are not just there, Jay, they are part of that me being a Sangoma. Okay, that on the side. Now, being in Parliament, so my company gets invited to Parliament a lot for the science communication side because they want us to report on what stakeholders are doing in Parliament. And we report to the scientific community, or rather the STEM community. But also we get invited to be part of the conversations that are taking place as a company in South Africa. A research company, because there aren't a lot of research companies in the country. I don't know globally, but in the country that we don't have a lot of research companies, sorry. And my experience of being there representing Ulwazi is that, oh gosh, it's kind of embarrassing. Our government is rather primitive in how they think and how they do things. Even the people who are placed in the positions, they can't answer questions. You'll meet a person who is heading science, technology, and innovation, and they don't know what they're talking about. They are reading from a speech that is written by someone else, and you can hear, when a person knows what they are talking about. And then when you ask them a question about what they just said, they will Google the answer and give you a Google answer. And I'm just like, this is our parliament. These are our leaders. And you're absolutely correct, Camille, when you are in those spaces, you can't be cocky or be like, you guys are not very qualified for the stuff, and so you sound dumb. You have to be very, very delicate in how you handle your interactions, because now also you also want to be called again, right? Number one. Number two, you want them to consider your company in the future, because if you are going to be someone who goes in there and you think you are all that, I guess in any space it would be seen as a negative way of conducting yourself. So you really have to tone it down when you get to those places. I come from a university UCT is high level research university institution in the country, in Africa. And then you get to those spaces where people are, it's like Trump's organization or Trump's government. It's literally the same thing. The difference is that they are not as unhinged. Oh my gosh, you guys are in trouble. That guy is unhinged. Maybe we shouldn't talk about him here, but yeah, there are those dynamics when it comes to being in those spaces. And when I'm in other parliaments, I mean, I've been to European Parliament, and it's totally different. You can tell that these people, yes, are not experts in this, but they are not so not knowing, you know. Yeah.
No, that look, it makes sense. It makes sense. I think that, you know, a lot of people, and it's hard to explain, but like when we're talking about a lot of like scientific issues, I think a lot of people actually do understand like what's happening and like, you know, what's going on. It may be hard to articulate for them, or there might be words sometimes that just like overburden them, and it makes them feel as though they're not necessary, they don't understand what's happening, or you know, the knowledge that they do have is kind of like separated from the discussion that's being had.
Yeah, so that's where the policy, sorry, the policy making and the drafts come in. So when we are drafting those policies, it takes days, by the way, to draft those. I don't know if you guys have been in those spaces where you have to advise policymakers. You have to sort of make everybody understand what you are trying to say, and why it's so important for these to be implemented, because those will be the laws that are going to come in. And so when we are drafting those, we are scientists, and we use those big words, and most scientists don't even consider science communication. They are just like, why do I need to do that? But when you're drafting policies, that comes in. It's very important, because the words that you use have to be understood by those government people, and the government people are not experts in your field. Most of them are not even experts in what they are doing in their positions. So it becomes extremely important, so much that we will have a discussion about a sentence for like an hour. Should we put it like this? What if we use this word? The other party is like, no, let's use this word, another. And then there'll be, so when we're making the policies, when we're drafting the policies, we'll have whiteboards where we write down the words that, or the points that we're trying to drive across. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much, Calissa, for being here with us. I appreciate your knowledge. It's been so interesting talking with folks. Just this currents of change today, which is also Earth Day. Oops, I think I messed that up. My bad, y'all. Give me 1 second.
What did you mess up?
Okay, the Zoom. I'm pressing too many buttons. You know, I like to press buttons, but sometimes I gotta think about it first, you know? Anyway, um, yeah, no, I think, you know, it's been great. Just going back to my thought, it's been interesting just seeing the journey of BIMS and like some of the people who have been with us, you know, since the beginning, like yourself, you know, I can remember, you know, the first virtual BIMS week, you know, you joining on some of the panels, you being a part of the BIMS TV. And so I think that that support is always like, it's appreciated. And, you know, we're here because of that. And I hope that, you know, we're talking about currents of change. And like, for me, I can see the change in the best way in the peoples that have been a part of the community. You know, Dr. Belford was talking earlier about how, you know, and I took it, you know, very strongly when he said, hey, you know, like BIMS has helped reinvigorate me as a researcher, as an educator. And so hearing those things is like, great, you know, you know, finishing your PhD, you know, starting your own company, like these are not small tasks that people are talking about. And I think that that is like the greatest part of being a part of something like this and part of BIMS, you know, when we're talking about the currents of change, seeing the change in the community in the best way. And so I appreciate you for being here. Thank you so much. You inspired me. I cut my locks off, but now I'm like, oh, I kind of want to put some shells when I get my hair braided again. I just took my braids out. So I appreciate the inspiration as well. And yes, thank you again for joining us. If you want to interact with Dr. Colissa, please, please, please. She's on Instagram. I think you have your website too. I don't know if you want to give a final plug for that before we hop off and introduce our next speaker.
Thank you so much. So if you'd like to follow what I'm doing or just interact, I have my website, www.kolisayolasinyanya.com. My company website is Ulwazi. Oh dear.
You can also interact with her on the BIMS directory.
You can go on my Twitter. I mean, you'll find my company website somewhere. On my Twitter, on my Facebook, you can Google me. Just Google me. Everything will come up.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Colissa. Appreciate
guys.
having you here.
Bye.
Yes. I see our next speaker has come through as well. Again, you are here with the BIMS community. My name is Dr. Camille Gaines, aka Dr. C. I'm the Chief Science Officer at the nonprofit Black in Marine Science, and we are here today on Earth Day with our Currents of Change programming. We're talking to different people within our community just about their journey to the ocean, their research, their aspirations, what they do on a daily basis, their connections to the water as well. We're doing it all. Definitely, if you are not, please look at our website, think about becoming a member. We would love to join you in on even more of our programming, as well as consider donating. So I see our next speaker, our next guest here, Dr. Justin. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't want to mispronounce your name wrong. So if you could just say it for me, so I don't get it wrong. Because I saw it and I was like, I don't know about this one.
Hello, good day and good morning your time. Don't mind, you are not the first. You are not the first to be afraid to mispronounce my name. Don't worry. My name is Justin Araranzo. Araranzo.
Araranzo.
Yes, Araranzo is the family name from the royal family of the former kingdom of Dahomey in West Africa, which is part of the nowadays Republic of Benin, which is bordered by Nigeria, Niger, Togo, and Burkina Faso in the Gulf of Guinea. That's where I'm from, but I'm based in Paris for more than last 30 years as ocean scientist. I work for the Intergovernmental Oceanography Commission of UNESCO for the last 30 years. And I will use the Spanish word because I believe it is more in line with what I feel and what I like to see in my current life, which is I'm in jubilation from IUC UNESCO. That is Spanish word, which means retirement. It's said that the word retirement have a kind of negative connotation. While I believe that when people are lucky to work for decades, just should enjoy the rest of their life, do whatever they want to do in the next step of their life. So that's why I prefer the Spanish word, which is jubilation, So I feel that I can now jubilate for,
Look, my
for
mom
the
has been
living
retired for my mom has been
Oh,
retired for.
You see, keeping me busy. That is how it is. And I'm really privileged, honored, and happy to be with you, Bim. What you're doing is just great. And I thank also and congratulate your entire team, the chief executive officer, the founder, the chairperson of BIMS, my good friend, the only and unique. So, but the point is when you say Black in science, Black in Marine Science, it struck me that why we should be speaking about Black in Marine Science. Then we could also speak about, because the world is divided, right? And people see white and black, right? Then we could also say white in marine science. To me, saying black in marine science is a clear indication that is unuseful here. If there were not a unuseful, we should be just talking about promoting education, employment, and retention of youth in marine science, whether they are black or white. But because the society and humanity has been based, I would say, on a racial rule, which is the case in many parts of the world,
Yes, yes.
in discrimination of all nature, discrimination against women for employment, discrimination with black people, discrimination with people because of their religious belief and so forth, right? So we have to cope with the reality.
Mm-hmm.
So that is unusual because from the vision and mission statement of BIM, it's a promotion of Black youth in marine science, which means that if you take the statistic, you are based in the US, so that is where BIM is founded, is located, right? If that is the case, it means that from the statistic that you have at hand, the proportion of Black youth, Black students, or what we call African American student or professor is limited, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes further than just African Americans, and I think that it goes back to the term Black. Black is a global term, and there are many shades. I look at it as those of us with melanin in our skin that you can visibly see. I think about it from the best aspect.
Okay.
And unfortunately, when we look at our connections with water on a global scale, they're not what they should be. I think, Dr. Calissa was just here talking about her connection as a spiritual healer with water. And I think that most of us have had connections with water on an ancestral tip that have, through exclusion and terror, we don't have that anymore. You look at people who are in islands. I've spent time at many different islands where the populations are primarily Black peoples. And unfortunately, most of the folks who look like me are not comfortable in the water there. And so when you're talking about some of these statistics, when you're talking about, the connections, like we are US centric and we were founded here in the US, but I think the issues and the problems that we are helping and trying to solve they know no bounds, they know no boundaries. And so, I see a lot of the same issues as we go through spaces, whether it be I'm in Florida or whether it be I'm in the US Virgin Islands or Puerto Rico or the Bahamas, right? You see a lot of these same stories when it comes to Black people and our connections with water. And so how can you?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for making this clarification. So again, let me tackle the issue from universal perspective. Okay, from global perspective, in the society we live today, which is a knowledge society, right? We are in a knowledge society. Knowledge is key, right? If that is the case, education, as President Mandela have said once, is the most powerful weapon to fight poverty, to give equal opportunity to everyone, every woman, every man on the earth. So education is still a power
I agree.
Right? It's still really a power. And you and I, from where I am, you from where you are, we are lucky that
Yes.
we get through sound education process. I mean, universal, because we never met, right? I've never seen you. That's the first time that we can communicate, right?
Yes.
Because first, I can speak your mother tongue or your national language, which is English. I went to the learning process beyond marine science to learn English, right?
Yes.
So again here, learning process beyond marine science, education beyond marine science, where we are here to speak about marine science because ocean is key to the planet and to the life on the earth and to human life as well, right?
Yes. Yes.
If that is the case, marine science is, of course, a very specific area. From my experience, when I look at marine science, I like to say marine science is kind of application of science in general and application of different discipline of global knowledge body. When we talk about ocean dynamics, we are talking about physics, right? Physics are fundamental science. When it comes to rationalize the physical processes, the dynamics, the currents, the mixing of ocean waters, if we want to put all this in mathematical equations to try to understand, rationalize the process, then we use mathematics, fundamental science again. If we want to know what are the species, living species in the sea, mammals, fish, algae, we're talking about marine biology. Marine biology. The key word is biology, fundamental science. Nowadays, people speak more about blue economy, ocean economies. Keyword here again, economy. How do we understand our interaction as a humanity, human being with the sea? Then we have to understand, to learn about sociology, right? Human behavior in the society, anthropology as well.
It's all
Therefore, pardon?
No, I was saying it's all connected.
Okay, yes. So I'm trying to stress this point because many times students ask me, but what discipline should I learn to go for ocean science or to study ocean or to work in the maritime domain? I say, in any discipline where you feel comfortable, you are passionate about, work hard, master your discipline. Today, all avenues in the global knowledge can bring you to ocean affairs, from economics, from anthropology, even from architecture. You know, I work with the foundation in Paris called Jacques Rougerie Foundation, and here I will certainly send you the link so that you can disseminate the link in the network that you have there with BIMS and beyond. Because today, this foundation consider the construction, the impact of construction on the coastal area, and make link between coastline and coastal architecture. So again, you see architects now are engaged in ocean matter too. So the key first point for any boys, girls watching this video is, if you are a mathematician, that's fine. Work hard. Read history of mathematics. If you like physics, read history of physics, not just modern physics or modern mathematics, from the antique Egyptian period. Go back to Africa to learn what Egyptian and before the Egyptian, how scientists at the time, people who devoted their life to understand the universe, how they study the movement of the star, the sky, the wave, current at the Red Sea, navigation on the rivers. Read about the history of the discipline first to understand what is the meaning, how everything started, get to the root of the knowledge in any discipline that you are passionate about. It is only when you get to the root to understand the genesis, that's how you understand the whole thing inner in the matter. And then you get even more passionate about the discipline. And one thing which is true is anything that human being is passionate about, you will certainly go beyond your own limit, because passion drives you very far, fast, quick, and you will be ready for any sacrifice required to achieve your passion. That the first keyword here to me is, how did I get here? Passion, hard work, sacrifice my part-time to read, to go, to speak to professor, asking professional, to know more about the discipline. From that perspective, when you are passionate, you get to meet those who, like you, are passionate about the same discipline, even beyond. And that is why networks like BIM are very important, bringing people together to share information, to share experiences, to share knowledge. And no matter, even if sometimes you fall, you do not achieve at the given time your objective, your professional or university objective at the time, you never give up. As Steve Wonder once have said, struggle is the meaning of life. Then let's celebrate struggle. You have to stand up all the time. And Medora again once have said, the whole is not about falling. It is about standing again. Falling down is not unusual. Build the resilience to stand again. Pursue your road. Pursue your goal. Pursue your objective. If you like art, I will give you an example from Giacometti. There is a sculpture of Giacometti. It's called in French L'homme qui marche. The man, walking man. And there is also a Senegalese architect, Ousmane Sow. He did not just created a man who walk or walking man, but several small men working together. Just follow your road, walk toward your goal and never stop. Because getting into the narrow field as oceanography, where opportunity for job is limited. Because if you want to have a career in research, the competition is higher. And let's be frank, there is also discrimination in all society. Discrimination in all institutions on earth. All institutions on this earth are at the image of man being. And justice, discrimination, but you have to develop the resilience that allow you to never give up your objective, whether in marine science or in your life. I believe that is the key message that at this juncture I would like to convey to BIMS Network and beyond, as you said, because the experience that you building in BIM go beyond American society, go beyond African American, and as you said, Black is the terminology that you use to define the barriers that in general Black people face in the world, everywhere, in every institution, and I insist, every human-made institution holds within itself all characteristics of the society, racism, discrimination, abominations, but again, still that in those institutions, you will always find people who have faith, people who fight for justice, equality, equity, integrity. And those people are those who really make our society progressing, okay? And we only see the train that are behind the time. We never see trains that are on time. And I like personally to focus on the train that arrive on time. I like to focus on those people who hold genuine humanity, who are colorblind, you know, like me, who have traveled over the world, and who have seen that there is only one humanity, you know. And we only need to give hand to each other. We should never accept injustice, wherever it is, from whoever, against whoever. We should always fight against discrimination, against injustice, against inequality, against inequity, against lack of integrity of those who are supposed to lead the society, those who are supposed to lead people. I'm not sure if those words respond to your expectation. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can definitely hear you. They definitely do. They definitely do. I think, you
Okay,
know.
so yes, go ahead.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to see if there are young people. I would like to hear from them so that we can have some interaction instead of instead of having a kind of monologue. I would like to interact with young people. If they can ask me questions, I'm happy to speak about my, how I see and how I get to the point where I am today, and learn from their experience too, because I believe that this should be time for exchange. If anyone online would like to
One of one of the
express their
questions
view,
one of the questions I think people want to hear about right now is because we're in a very challenging time, especially United States nationally, in terms of you know things going in a different direction when it comes to climate change, environmentalism, conservation, all things within that bracket. And so you have many organizations that right now may feel like they're under attack. Their careers are shifting. things that people are felt very confident going into studying, right? Right now, there are many college students right now who are ready to graduate and are going into uncertain waters. And I think in your experience, you've probably been through that maybe several times. I think what would help right now, and you speak to like, how do you get past that? How do you stay in the work? How do you, you know, keep the tenacity to keep going when it sort of may feel that things are falling apart or falling against you?
Thanks so much. First, let me tell you that U.S. is a big nation, okay? And one day, everyone is fascinated about the U.S. dream. And I myself, I visited several times the U.S. I was in the U.S. Recently in February. You know, I visited a friend in New York. I went to Rhode Island, you know, visited the different part of the U.S. and I've seen the dynamic of the society, and we follow also the politics of the U.S. But I will not be speaking here about the U.S. politics, but one thing I know that the U.S. is a great nation. The U.S. is a great nation, and the U.S. is a democratic society. And I also have a lot of friends in NASA, in NOAA, you know, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, you know, and we all dream of what NASA have achieved. And we all know the current situation about grant for minority college and, you know, for different program for equity, diversities. We all knows that. And yes, I can say that as citizen, you know, as a global citizen, though I'm from Benin, we are global citizen. And the US politics affect the entire world. So yeah, you know, we are also concerned as you are, because we have several friends, colleagues, you know, several friends in the US at the university, in different university, at NOAA, in NASA, you know, and we care about them and we care about you. That's what I was saying. We are human beings. We should care about each other. In particular, US invests a lot, you know, in ocean observation with NOAA. I have several friends there in NOAA, and, you know, most of the things we know in modern science, for instance, Argo float, that was the invention from NOAA, you know. Satellite, you know, JSON 1, JSON 2, you know, these are international cooperation with the US, right? So we value very much and we respect, you know, the US investment in science. And I know for sure that to remain democratic nation, not only the US, any nation that will not invest massively in education, in science, in knowledge building, and trying to bring together people, giving equal opportunity for people in any country. These are prerequisites for stability in any country. And I'm convinced, as I said, that being a democratic society, the US will have no choice than, again,
Yeah.
keeping with the democratic values that the US citizen, the US administration claim all over the world. So yes, I was in the US. I met with academic people, with students, you know, and I know what is going on even with BIM, you know. I know that part of your budget is cut. How do you survive with that? Tenacity, resilience again, keeping your network, you know, finding new opportunities, getting close to community, and be citizens. You are citizen. We all are citizen, right? Which means you have right. Yeah, we all, everywhere we are, we fight for our rights. That's all. You know, we are concerned about anything that happens in the society. You should be concerned. When you are concerned, talk to each other, reinforce your network, reinforce the solidarity in the scientific community. Do not isolate yourself from the global oceanic, atmospheric, or science community in the US and from the world. That's why I'm happy to be with you from distance. I'm based in Paris, right? I'm happy to speak to you, to speak to your people, because, as you said, this objective go beyond the US. It's global. How we make education as a common good. That's what it's about. Science is a common good. Knowledge is common good. Education is a basic right of human being. So again, you are a strong network, and the US has gone through civil rights. Never forget that we are here today because there are people who paid their life for us to be free. Never forget that there are people who pay for their life for us to be free. At last, we are free, right? Once you are free, the world is yours. The opportunities are yours, right? Resilience, patience, coordination, organization, being full part of your society. Feel concerned about anything that relates to anyone that impact negatively any American citizen to your place. That's where you would get more solidarity to support your own cause as scientists, because science is a public good, right? Science is pretty good, and US is, US is a scientific nation. I was a child where we all watched Apollo 1, Apollo 2, that's the US dream. And I'm sure that, again, the US nation, like my own people in Benin, and like everywhere, nations are great.
Yeah.
Nations are great. There is a kind of theater play. That was a Russian play. It is on the bottom. I believe it was a play from Gorky. In Russian, it is said Nadne. It is in the bottom, right? And it says, always there is a way. Even in the, I will not say the darkness, because to me, the word black is not a darkness. Black is bright, right? So even in the hole, there is also a light. And the fact that despite your budget cut, despite the current situation, uncertainties, because I have friends with whom I speak from NOAA, from NASA, at the university academics, and we all are concerned, just as human beings, for their professional career, just for the career, We all have to live. We all have to pay. We have to pay the fees. We have to pay for apartment. We have to pay for water. We have to pay for electricity. We have to pay the school fees for our children. I care about them just for that. Even beyond the science, I care about my friend in the US as a citizen, right? And again, I said, there is always a way in life, despite the complex blackness that the situation will present you. And never forget that you are where you are today, and I am where I am today as a citizen, because people fought for us. Those who pay for their life for us to have the right to become citizen, to have the freedom to speak freely to you from Paris without fears, right?
Yes.
And even after this seminar today, I will be free to visit the US again, because I like to be in the US. I have many friends there, I have family there, right? That is the freedom you have today. Because there were people who pay for their life for us to be free. And what is happening today with the science, it is very, it's bitter about the civil rights. People have again to raise their voice, to speak out. In a free society at the US, science is common public good. Science is common public good. Science is common public good. And it is the responsibility of any nation to invest massively in science, in education, as a public good. That is. I don't know if I respond to your question, sir. Hello?
Yeah, we're
Hello?
here.
Yeah, we're here. Yeah, I think you're getting me
Yes,
a
I
lot of
don't
good
know.
detail and
I
insight.
don't know. I don't know if what I said make any sense for you.
No, it did. You gave me a pretty well-rounded response. So I really thank you for that. I'll pass it to Camille. I think she has her hands up.
Yeah, I'm just I see a couple questions in the chat here from the live stream, and this is also a question that I kind of had myself. Justin, if you could just tell us, how did you go from West Africa to being in Paris? Can you give us a little bit, a history, a rundown of your journey?
Thank you so much. I don't like to speak about myself, but from a lady, I have to make an exception. Yes, as a young boy from the Benin, we all have dreams. We want to see the world. We want to see the universe. Okay, we all want to travel abroad, right? We just want to see different things in life. And when I was a young boy, I was happy home. That is for sure. I was very happy home. But then, as a student, I wanted to study ocean science. But at the time, there was no ocean science curriculum at our university. Then I have to apply for a fellowship with my government. And that's a long story.
Look, we got time.
And the fellowship
We have time.
And that's a long story. And your 1 hour your 1 hour may not even be enough to tell the story. From Benin, I did not land first to France. I went to Russia because at the time my country was a socialist country. And we have lots of cooperation with Soviet Union at the time. So I went to Russia. It was in Soviet Union to study archaeology. Archaeology is the zoology of fish. Ichthys, fish, logy science. So science of fish. That's what I studied first in the Caspian Sea. The institute I was in Soviet Union in Russia was RIPTUS, they call it in Russian Rybny Khazazvin Institute of Fishery Science. That's where I study archaeology and pisciculture. But my passion has always been physics and mathematics. But you know that archaeology is biology, right? So biology was not really my favorite taste. So again, my country, Benin, is what they call Francophone because that was a former French colony. And unfortunately, we keep having the foreign language as our professional administrative language. So in our administration, we do speak French and we learn French. And therefore, it was quite natural for me after Russia to come to Paris because the education system is in French and, have a relative and friend here, and again here, there's still colonial stigma, which is Paris remain Paris, right?
Yeah, I've never been to Paris, but yeah.
You should visit. Paris is Paris. Anyway, so because of all those history, I came to France to get to to study physical oceanography, mathematical modeling, satellite application, because at the time my dream, my objective was to go back home to serve my people, to serve my nation, because Benin paid for my education. So it was quite natural in my mind that I should go back home. And because there was no academic training in Benin, then I resolved that I should learn different discipline on science, and that's why I learned marine biology, atmospheric science, physical oceanography, mathematical modeling, you know, because my plan was that when I go home, I should establish, curriculum at the university to teach people at the university. But it happened. That's life. It happened that I'm still in Paris, that I work here in Paris at the Intergovernmental Oceanography Commission of UNESCO for the last 30 years and took and get into jubilation. And I'm still here. So that's how things started, and that's how I will not say things ended, because I'm still pursuing my journey. Yeah. So, but my next destination will surely be Benin. But I will still be connecting with the global community as you for the world, where you spend more than half of your life. You don't go to, you don't go to smell roses on the blue sky, anywhere. We'll continue to be part of the global community, learning from others, sharing also our small experience. Yeah, that is a small part of my story.
Yeah, well, you talked a lot about just, overcoming challenges, and you kind of hinted at one, but I'm curious to know, like, as you have been going through your career, if there was a specific challenge that you came across and how you were able to overcome it. If you could just share more.
Okay, yeah, challenges is that, as I said, in any human-made institution, there are all the ingredients of human nature, right? And justice. That is how there is injustice in the society. So I faced injustice in my workplace, and that was, there is a documentation on that for sure, right? But again, as I said, I had my own target. I've always known that the issue is never me. Okay? That the goal and the aim is never me. It is something beyond me, beyond myself. Because again, as I said, I wanted really, when I was going to UNESCO, I really wanted to contribute to the global development of ocean science. So to me, that was a goal. Even if personally there were challenging times, as I kept working at Giacometti Man, I was lucky that in my life, yes, I had mentors, friends, families, who really supported me all the time. And even in my workplace, where there were people who were trying to stop my initiatives, there were still people in the same administration supporting me strongly. And because of that, I just pursued my road, working, because I knew that the hard work always pay. And when there are results, the results are obvious. The results are tangible. So what drives me more than anything was about the result, about the impact, and with all humility, I strongly believe and continue to believe, and there is saying in Africa that everyone should leave a legacy on this earth. I wanted really to leave some legacy in my workplace, that any program that I run should be successful, go beyond the limit. And that's how I keep doing what I believe was more important than, the small what Mandela would call pettiness of mankind, pettiness of mankind. I always look at the greatness of mankind and find great people in my organization, great colleagues, great friends in my family, my family, my friend, I found in them greatness. And I always look at the constitution of the organization, the mission of the organization, the value of the organizations, not the people. The human nature is human nature. But if I load those small mind because of, I don't know, color, racism, discrimination, or just pettiness of my mind, if I allow those people to stop my work, then it means that myself, I will have contributed to destroy my ambition, my dreams. But I always tell, my children, my friends, youth, never allow no one to break your dream. We should always keep our dream like a shine. So I never allow anyone to break my dream. And yes, there has been hard time. But again, as I said, resilience. We come from very far. You said from West Africa to Paris. How could I travel from West Africa by air to Paris and allow anyone here to stop my dream? That's my dream. I was educating my family to achieve my dream. I was given the opportunity and resources in my family to achieve my dream. And my most important resource is my soul, my belief, my traditional belief in Benin. What my ancestors have achieved, my own identity. That's what keep me. Again, as I said, those who fought, those who sacrificed their life to give me the opportunity to go freely to school, to travel freely, to be in Paris, yeah. So that's what drives me all the time. The greatness in mankind. The greatness in mankind will always give you the strength to raise above any hurdle. Believe in the greatness of mankind as opposed to the pettiness of mankind. Yes, resilience. And when I was taking my jubilation from UNESCO, we have party, and I talked to the people. They asked me the same question. I say, I could even today thank those who put barrier on my road, that it was because of those that I developed the resilience to go through all the hurdle, to keep my own identity, to remain myself, and to continue my dream today, which remain unachieved. And in speaking to you is a way to pursue my dream. And together we'll pursue the dream, to raise above, to go to the Oliver tree. Again, Mandela has said, you will raise to mountain. When you accomplish a step, you may stop to look back. But when you look ahead, you will see that is still more hill that call you, more hill that you should walk to. So that is, keep your dream. Speak to people around you. You will always find people with great humanity. Everywhere where there is humanity, you find the best of mankind. And you will also find the pettiness of mankind. That is the reality. But never surround yourself with the pettiness of mankind. Be yourself. I don't know if I respond to you. I don't know if that speaks to you.
Definitely does. It definitely does.
Yeah. There is no calm wave when you undertake long trip, the calm wave are just for small time. Once you want to have a long march to your destiny, you will go through hardship. That is for sure. In particular, if, as you say, in a society where discrimination is part of history, if you want to raise above the ceiling glass, there will always be people to remind you to be at your place. But I never allow anyone to set my place for me. I choose my place. As far as the Constitution and the law in the society or the value of the institution I'm working with allow me, nobody will stop me, you know. And again here, when it comes to the professional work, I know that we all want to have promotion. We all want to be renowned for what we achieve. We all want to be appreciated for our achievement. But again, the man petiteness may make it such that you may not even be acknowledged for your work. That you may not even get the promotion or the recognition that you deserve. And that can hurt you, and I understand. But don't stop at that. See what is behind. See the societal impact that you make, you know. See the footprint, you know. We should behave in a way that those who are behind us should get inspired to go further, you know. If because you stop doing your work because your boss, you know, refuse you a promotion or, you know, play bad discriminatory role or injustice against you, and then you get depressed, you know, you get in the trap. You should find passion outside your work, good social environment, music, sport, you know, any other hobby that you have, reading, traveling, going out, you know. I love music. I love music. I love jazz and everything in jazz, you know, you know, everything in particular, Negro spiritual in jazz and African music. You will find the wisdom of nation there. Ancestral wisdom is there, you know. When you get back to the ancestral wisdom, you will always have the serenity to face the pettiness of mankind everywhere. So I always look back to the ancestral wisdom, you know, and music, art, poetry, you know. Look at the sportmen, right? How they give it all, you know. They give it all to show the beauty of accomplishment of man action, that we can always raise above our own potential, that our potential are unlimited. That was drive me, you know. I'm inspired by the great musicians. John Coltrane is one of my favorites, you know. Love Supreme of John Coltrane, you know. I don't know if you know the story behind Love Supreme of John Coltrane. That is, right?
I don't know the story. I do know the song.
Oh, you should. Then after that, you have homework now. You have to Google, you know. Love Supreme, you know, I like to say, John Coltrane was born to play Lord Supreme and died after that. And I was lucky to meet not John Coltrane himself, but Alice Coltrane, his wife, a year before she passed away. You know, and also Ravi Coltrane in Paris at the concert, which was dedicated to Love Supreme. Okay, so read about Love Supreme, and you will see how you know. It is from this pain that Coltrane really found a way for this unique play. You know. Love Supreme. Love beyond limit, love above all, love despite all, right? As opposed to the pettiness of mankind. Give it all to your dream, give it all to your ambitions. That's what I can tell to people as a difficult time that the world is facing, with war here, there, with economic depression here, there, where the humankind have gained more knowledge in the 20th century, but still a gap between the North and South, digital gap, even in developed nation, they are still homeless, What we're saying here today is beyond marine science. You see, we are dragging from marine science to human problems. I don't know if it was purposely planned, but your question are dragging us from marine science to humanity.
They've always been connected.
Yeah, yes, you said it all. Yeah, everything is connected. Everything is interconnected. Yeah, that is. So, again, how do you go? How do you pass? How do you survive discrimination? How do you survive in challenging time? Follow your dream. Your dream is you, and nobody can stop you. It is your mind. I don't know,
Yes.
See, there is no word to express it. You find it in yourself. Just get into yourself. And the fact that you are well connected as a community, that also helps. Having brainstorming, speaking to friends, consider that there will always be shining day, there will be storm, but there will be calm day, right? And the sun will come again. So will rise again. That is life. I believe the greatness of mankind. I truly believe the greatness of mankind. Yes. That's because I believe that from Benin, from West Africa, I could travel over the world.
Yes.
Be based in Paris today. I will be back to Benin, to Africa anyway. Even if Benin, it will be somewhere in Africa. Yeah. Any more question?
No, this has been great. This has been great. I think we have a couple more minutes here. I did just want to ask a question about my last question about your Jubilee. As you put it.
Jubilation. Okay.
Jubilation. Yes.
They say in Spanish, jubilación in Spanish.
Gotcha. So how are you still connecting with ocean science, in your jubilation?
Oh, you see, I'm connecting with you now.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Guys, you see, because you people, you did not forget me, and still, I have developed strong network for the last 30 years when I work at UNESCO. And I'm privileged. I really feel privileged that those networks did not forget about me. And I'm still involved because that's a passion, I was working, I was paid to do what I was doing for UNESCO, but today I'm just assisting, different network and at my part-time, which make it even more exciting because I do it at my leisure time. Yeah, I'm still very, very strongly connected about Ocean Science Network. And yes, I'm still engaged in different activity here and there, I was just recently, a week ago, in Cape Town for a kickoff meeting of the project funded by the European Commission, known as Ocean Prediction in Africa. So I participate in that workshop as a man in Jubilatione. I'm speaking to you today as a man in Jubilatione too.
Yeah.
And I will continue.
Yes, look, yes, we love it. We love it. We love it.
Yes, I will continue, and I will continue to support you people from distance.
We appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining us. Words of wisdom, gems. We appreciate it. please, 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 if you're just joining us, you are here with the BIMS team. We just had Dr. Justin come and just chat with us about his journey, about his perspectives on marine science, dropping gems of knowledge for our next generation of scientific thought leaders as well. We are here Earth Day.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Justin.
Thank you. Thank you to your team, and you are doing a great job, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now. Bye-bye.
Open.
All right, jumping into the 11 o'clock.
We are.
You can
Yes, we
introduce the
are.
next. Let me know when you're ready to introduce the next person, and I will hit record.
I'm ready. Oh, I'm definitely ready for this one.
Oh, stop. All right, and 1, 2, 3. Record to the cloud.
Hey, everybody. Thank you for joining us again. This is Camille Gaines, Dr. C here, Chief Science Officer at the nonprofit Black and Marine Science. We are here, currents of change happening on this Earth Day. We're going to have 24 hours of live coverage, just chatting with some of our members, some of the community and collaborators that we work with as well on their perspectives of the ocean, their journeys here, and just some tidbits of information. So I am so excited to introduce our next person. I has been here since day one, had the privilege of being a part of the board with him as well. Mr. Mark Lasavio, who is now the BIMS board chair. So thank you so much, Mark, for being here with us. I'm going to pass the floor over to you just to have a conversation, talk about your journey. And yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Camille, for that amazing introduction. And yes, like Dr. Gaines said, I have been a member of BIMS since that very first tweet. I, maybe was one of the people who even commented on it those, gosh, 5 years ago. That's crazy.
Yeah, we're gonna have to start lying about that.
Okay, you know what? Last year, whatever. Back when I was young and beautiful. And it's actually been kind of a wild ride since then. I know not just for me, but probably for all of you. And so I'm just here to kind of chat, live it up. Times is tough right now for a lot of people, and maybe we can have a lunchtime break, a time to relax. On my Instagram page, I asked people to give me questions about the ocean or just tell me what they loved. I'm going to go through some of those. I'm going to talk a little bit about kind of my journey to get to where I am from where I was. I was actually born in a very landlocked state, so not a lot of people foresaw ocean in my future. I sure did, but that's the way it goes. I'm hopefully going to be joined by some other BIMS members from the 757. I live in Norfolk, Virginia, and there's actually a pretty large group. BIMS, I think, was started by two alums from Hampton University, Dr. Gaines and Dr. Moore. So we have a lot of representation. Hopefully we'll see them online today. And yeah, please make sure to ask any questions in the chat as we go. But what do I want to start with? Well, who am I? My name is Mark. I live in Norfolk, Virginia. I was born in Louisville, Kentucky. I am currently the Conservation Policy Manager for the Aquarium Conservation Partnership. So if you were online a little earlier today at about from 7 to 8, Ayana Melwan, she is also a part of the Aquarium Conservation Partnership. She's actually my boss. But I would definitely recommend, if you want to learn more about that, to kind of rewind and learn about the Aquarium Conservation Partnership, because it's a newer organization, and that chances are like 80% chance that your favorite aquarium is a member of ACP. And ACP is a group of about 35 aquariums that have come together to collaborate on a number of their biggest priorities. So from a policy and advocacy standpoint, trying to make it a change for better in the ocean conservation world. and like at the Hill and on DC, or collaborating on their business sustainability priorities. A couple of our aquariums are currently trying to go net zero, trying to find out where their food comes from in a sustainable way, not just for the people in the cafeterias, but for the fish they feed. Not a lot of people think about, is the fish that I'm feeding my fish also sustainable? That's what we're working on. They're working on how to come together and better communicate to their audiences, to you. They see about 45 million people every year, and being able to use that platform for good. So that's where I work right now. I work in the policy and advocacy part of that. Not gonna lie, it's kind of tough right now, but that's what we're all here for. And it's a lot of fun. It's honestly my dream job, and I'll tell you a little story. I credit BIMS with me landing this role because I am, and I encourage you all to look into this more. I'm a member or a former member of the BIMS Tidal Wave program, which is a sort of scholarship mentorship program that BIMS partnered with the National Science Foundation on last year, to kind of grow the careers of a number of, I think, 40 or 20 for the first year, marine scientists. And I was one of those. Part of that tidal wave program brought all of these BIMS scientists to the UN Ocean Climate Decade Conference in Spain. And it was at that conference that I met ACP, learned about the role, and applied and got it. So if I had not been a part of Tidal Wave, I probably would not have gotten this role. Um, which is to say, try your best to take advantage of every opportunity that BIMS provides, because there are a ton right now. They might still be taking applications for the BIP program. Never mind. We just closed applications, but for next year, definitely apply to the BIP program because it is a great program to help you get those skills that would otherwise be out of reach for a lot of people. It took me scrounging and saving to get scuba certified, and it was a Christmas gift from my grandmother eventually. But the BIP program helps you get that, which is one of the major barriers for a lot of people in the marine science industry, is not being able to pony up that cash to get that really necessary skill. So let me back up, go all the way back, because I told you all a little earlier that I was a little landlocked boy, born and raised in Louisville, Kentucky. Um, and one of the reasons why I became obsessed with the ocean as a young man, was when my parents bought the house that they were going to move into when they had me. I was the youngest of three boys. For whatever reason, my mom decided to hire like a local high school student to paint the like stairwell to the second floor of the house where all three of us boys would live. I don't know why she did that. I don't know why the high school student chose to make it a tropical island. But the entire upstairs was like this rainforesty jungle. But the stairwell to get to that second floor, she made like a descent into the ocean. Don't know why she did this. No idea what possessed her. But because of that, I spent my entire youth just playing very dangerously in that stairwell at great risk to the rest of my family. And for whatever reason, that kind of sparked my love and obsession with the ocean. I joined the Boy Scout club despite not being a Boy Scout in high school so I could go get super certified. I got a job at the local pet store so I could work in the fish section. Um, and when it came time to apply for colleges, and this is another reason why I highly recommend you all, like, when this is all over, rewind and watch Ayana's talk because it was interesting to me to see the parallels. Um, but in high school, I honestly wasn't the best student. Like she got good grades, A's and B's. I hopefully she's not watching this, but like I did not get good grades, like B's and C's, especially in math. I was only really good at like English and history. And my advisor or my what's it called, guidance counselor at the time, uh did not really seem to care. She did not, she steered me away from like AP courses and development of that kind. because they weren't for people like me. Um, she did not recommend any kind of science outlet either. So I basically had to find all of this stuff myself. What I did find, well, and my parents, what I did find was this great program called the Academic Common Market, which, if you are in high school, I highly recommend you look this up right now. It might go away in the future. So definitely look for this now. The Academic Common Market is a partnership between a bunch of southern states that lets you take your in-state tuition to another state if your state does not offer that major. So obviously, no school in Kentucky offered a marine science or marine biology major. So I was able to take my in-state tuition and my state-given scholarships to the University of South Carolina, which I would not have been able to afford to go to in another situation. That was a really pivotal point in my life, being able to leave everything, go to South Carolina, learn about the ocean. Again, didn't do hot, like not great grades, okay grades, but not great. Uh, but what really kind of enhanced my experience in my undergrad time in college was the kind of extracurriculars, and I don't mean like parties and football games, although they were fun. But I'm talking more about like the clubs. There was a marine science undergraduate society club that I joined. And in doing that, they would pool the resources together, do research trips to the lab on the coast, go to the Georgia Aquarium, and do a lot of things to help kind of build your background as a marine scientist that I thought was just as valuable as all the classes we took. Sorry, I need some tea here. It's only 12 minutes in and my voice is already cracking. I'm out of the practice, you guys. But so that club, I got there, freshly got my scuba certification thanks to a Christmas present, and I noticed there was no scuba club. So I started one with my best friend, did all these clubs, participated in a lot of different events, met a lot of people, and made a lot of connections, which is like the lamest thing to ever hear when people ask for advice on job hunting. But networking and connections is like so unfortunately important, especially when you're not a really big fan of talking to people. So I just want to highlight that. And so after my undergraduate career, I stayed in South Carolina, got a job at the School of Public Health, managing a lab for ecotoxicology. Um, while working there, during the first Trump administration, he made a lot of massive cuts to the National Science Foundation, and the grant that I was working on went away. So I pivoted pretty quickly and did a year of AmeriCorps. For those of you who don't know, AmeriCorps is a lot like Peace Corps, except you stay in America and it's only for 1 year. Peace Corps, I think, is usually for 2. And it's kind of like really souped up volunteering where you go out into a community and you help them with a problem. It's usually education based, like go help the school district with something. And I partnered with the New England Science and Sailing Foundation to help teach kids in the New London School District, like one of those traditionally like underserved school districts. Um, Taught them how to like swim, sail, explore the ocean, but also help be like a teacher's assistant in the New London classrooms. It was great. It was here that I learned like, hey, I really like talking about the ocean. I really like teaching people about the ocean. Um, and a lot of these kids really know a lot about their ocean. They may not know how to swim, but they already know a lot. And that's really inspiring to me. Like sometimes they're teaching me things. Um, One of the things about AmeriCorps is they don't pay you a lot. They they can't even like legally call it a wage. It's like a living allowance. Um, so you don't get paid a lot, but at the end of the service, you get an education award and a lot of other cool benefits. For example, a lot of colleges will let you apply without an application fee. So at the end of the service, I got my education award. I got a free application to Northeastern University. And I applied to go to their graduate program. The 3Cs program is what they call it. Use my education award to make it affordable. And that's how I got my master's degree in marine biology. The 3Cs program is very different from a traditional master's or even a PhD program. It's much more like classroom and skills based and less research based. So it kind of sets you up for more of a job. It sets you up really well for a PhD, but it also sets you up really well for industry or nonprofit work or government work. So did that. I went to all three of the C's, did a ton of diving. It was fun. It was hard work. I lost like 30 pounds, gained it all back. And I got a role with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, specifically in the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries, working for the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. For those of you who don't live in Virginia, you might not know a lot about the USS Monitor, but it is the first Union ironclad, like a weapon of war that the Union used against the Confederacy in the Civil War. It, quote, saved the Union at the Battle of Hampton Roads. It sank off the coast of North Carolina, where it is now a protected marine area, a national marine sanctuary. Half of the vessel or the turret is being conserved at the Mariners Museum in Newport News, Virginia, which is where I moved for my role. After that job, which a lot happened, I did that for 3 years. We added another sanctuary into the office, Mallows Bay Potomac River, which is just south of DC. Then I came to the Aquarium Conservation Partnership, which is where I am now. So we have another guest on this Zoom call, and I will introduce them here in a second to talk about their background. But I did just want to mention that a lot of the things that I mentioned in my journey, AmeriCorps, NOAA, possibly the conservation, the academic common market, a lot of those things are currently being dismantled. So I'm just throwing that out there as when these resources are available, please, please, please use them. When I was in AmeriCorps, I was also on food stamps. In fact, I think if you are a member of AmeriCorps, you are automatically approved for food stamps because they don't pay you enough to feed yourself. Like when these resources are available, please, please use them because they can help you get to your next step. So Kian, if you would come on and introduce yourself, say hi. I'm sure we would love to have you. If not, if you're still getting set up, that's cool. Because I did get some questions on my Instagram, and one of them is sort of related to my time in at NOAA. So Darius on Instagram was asking why shipwrecks like the Titanic can't be removed from the ocean. And this is actually a really good question because it's got a complicated answer. And I'll specifically for the Titanic, that is, I think, in international waters. So it's kind of like weird who would do that and then get to keep it. That's kind of weird. But also it's super, super deep. Like it's a very deep wreck going down there, and it's a fragile now that it's been underwater for so long, all that metal. It would take a lot of money to pull that off of the seafloor. It's like half buried in sand without completely destroying it. But say you do, and there's a lot of wrecks, especially in North Carolina, that are not that deep. Like you can go out there and snorkel them. Say you do get this whole vessel back up out of the water. The hard part is once you expose all of that metal or wood to the air, it starts a countdown of deterioration. Like you have got to get that vessel into another solution completely before it just fizzles away to the environment. So that would require a ginormous facility, a huge holding tank with regularly circulating water. You would need something the size of the Georgia Aquarium's like fish tank to hold something that big, and then it would ultimately be just for a shipwreck. And that takes a lot of money that a lot of like archaeology associations or maritime archaeology museums just don't have. And so a lot of them, a lot of archaeologists feel that like just leaving it in the ocean is the current best method of conserving that vessel and protecting the waters around it is the best way to conserve these shipwrecks, which is why we have the Mahana National Marine Sanctuary in Mallows Bay. Mallows Bay is also a shipwreck sanctuary, as is the Wisconsin Shipwreck Coast. There is possibly maybe a new one coming down the pipeline in Erie, and Thunder Bay. So that answered your question. Hopefully it did. If not, I don't know. I can't see the chat, so let me know. But I do have another question. How do great white sharks mate? And great white sharks mate like a lot of other sharks. They have like claspers. Males have a clasper, females have a cloaca. I don't know how detailed I can get on this stream. But I'm sure your imagination can fill in the blanks there. A lot of times, I think requiem sharks do this a lot, where they'll like bite the fin. And I know there's a lot of BIMS members who are shark specialists who will paint a better picture for me here in the chat here soon. But a lot of times, like the male shark will like bite the female shark to keep her still, and then they'll do the thing, and then that. But the true mystery about great white sharks is like we don't necessarily know where they do this, and because they kind of just travel the globe. They don't necessarily, as far as I know, like please correct me. As far as I know, there's not like a specific range where great whites like to hang out. Like they like to go to the southern Cape of Africa a lot. They like to hang out on the eastern coast of the United States by the Horn, by North Africa. Like they like to hang out there, but they leave and go and wherever they want. And sometimes they go away and they come back and there's like a small one next to it. We don't know. It just had its pup. The pups like to hang out where seals like to hang out. That's the true mystery, is like where they go to do these things. I don't know if we've ever seen great white sharks mate, but I'm not a shark scientist anymore, so that is no longer my wheelhouse. There's a related question about barnacles, which I will not get into here. But there is a very fun fact about barnacles and their reproductive life cycle that I'm sure you can Google, or a marine biologist friend will be happy to tell you. I'm not trying to get us content striked. My friend here is asking me about horseshoe crabs. Horseshoe crabs are super cool. Fun fact. My favorite thing, like sharks are cool. I've done a lot of works on sharks. I've tagged great white sharks in Africa. It was great. It was amazing. It was awesome. But I love crabs, like king crabs, green crabs, blue crabs, horseshoe crabs. They're not crabs, but I still love them. Those are my favorite animals. So, in fact, I don't even know where I got this, but this is how much I love crabs. But horseshoe crabs, actually, I can use this. They are not true crabs, although who among us is a true crab? Can anyone obtain such purity? They are more closely related to spiders. But that's okay. They're not dangerous. They're actually very chill. They're like super, super ancient. They have been around, oh gosh, what was it? Like 400 million years? They have seen the solar system rotate around the sun like twice, which is why they're so wizened and old. They have these like very crazy, this isn't like super accurate, but like this crazy like internal structure here. Their gills, which would exist like here, kind of look like the flaps of a book. So we call them book gills. Males will have like these big fat like hooked claws on this front tooth. They like don't hurt. They're just like a big glove, like a oven mitt kind of with like a hook that they use to hook onto the back of females, or you guessed it, these like this tail here. It's called a tulsin. Again, not dangerous. I mean, it can be sharp, don't step on it, but like they use this to right themselves if they get flipped over, which brilliant engineering, so simple, iconic. They've got a lot of like light sensing eyes here, ancient old shell. They are quite famous for their blood. So so we have hemoglobin. Organisms like the horseshoe crab have hemocyanin in their blood, which like makes it blue. It also makes it a good, and I don't know the whole story about this, but like a good solution to test the impurities in pharmaceutical drugs. So they are currently sort of not farmed, but used for that blood. You can allegedly take like 2 liters. That sounds like a lot. You could allegedly take a lot of blood from a horseshoe crab and it live still. Don't know the studies behind that. I'm pretty suspicious, but it's for a good cause, so it's kind of like a gray area. Like I love horseshoe crabs. They've been around for gazillion years, and I also like medicine, so it's a tough one. But that's my lecture on the horseshoe crab. Love them. Got this from the Mariah Mitchell Association in Massachusetts. Camille, you have a question? You might be on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Sorry. Just not as a question. Actually, I'm monitoring the YouTube chat and there are a couple questions coming through. So just let me know when you're ready. I'm gonna give you the first one now if you're cool with that.
Yeah, you can just pop them in whenever. I have no structure to this. I'm just yapping. It's my specialty is to yap. So
No, this has all been super beneficial. I've been learning things myself. And when you talked about horseshoe crab, I was like, I feel like there's something about the blood, but I couldn't remember exactly what. And then you read my mind and went right into it. But we have a question from Demarcus Robinson. Hey, Demarcus, what's up? Is it true that we still don't know how eels mate?
So yeah. So quick confession is I've kind of been outside of the academic space for a couple of years now. But as far as I know, the American eel specifically, like the conger eels, the ones that you can find in freshwater, that is still a mystery. Like they leave in like they just like peace out to what sometimes feels like the middle of the ocean and then just come back and there are younger ones. So I don't know the whole history behind that. A lot of people sometimes I've read that people suspect that it has something to do with the Sargasso Sea. I don't know. Maybe there was someone else who does have the answer to that. It would blow my mind. Because that has kind of been like an ichthyological mystery for a long, long time. Um, and I remember reading, so after I did my undergrad, I did this really cool internship in Massachusetts at the Mariah Mitchell Association, which is just like a nature conservancy. And they have like a really teeny tiny aquarium that the 4 of us interns got to like run from like staffing it to stocking it to working with local fishers to put fish in the fish tanks and then releasing them at the end of the summer back into their habitat and taking people to the beaches and stuff. But there was this like library that the conservancy had that had some like really ancient old books that one day I was super bored and read this like old account. It was like an old marine biology book from like the 30s where they would talk about like this animal and how it does in captivity. A lot of it was like crazy stuff. Um, but I was reading about the American eel because I was curious, like he was like, wow, how do we take care of this? We have one. And the account was like, the American eel, it's a mystery how it reproduces. And if you keep it in captivity for too long during the cycle where it should be mating, it will swell up and then explode. And I was like, that's crazy. And there is absolutely no way that's true. But I can't imagine what event could have possibly spurred the entry into this book. We had an eel, it did not explode. We returned it into the ocean at the end of the season. But I'm desperate to know what the events were like on that day in Nantucket that caused him to write that eels explode if they don't mate. Like, I'm 99% sure they don't do that, but who knows? I don't. Um, I have another question on my Instagram. Oh, wait, do I? This person just says sharks, duh. Um, Sharks indeed. Duh. I like sharks. My favorite shark is the lemon shark. Camille, what's your favorite shark?
Sorry, I'm eating some granola right now. But also my favorite shark is I'd probably say the nurse shark. They
You know
just
what?
they're kind of like a dog of the ocean. I don't know if that's like a, but they're just like, you know,
That's fair.
cool
Nurse
mouth.
sharks are pretty
Well,
cool. Gangliostomatidae. Favorite thing about the ocean is the small and large impact it has on the entire world. Okay, that is a true statement. You probably hear a ton of facts being thrown around, like over 50% of our oxygen actually comes from the plankton in the ocean, or like so much percent of our food comes from. And what my favorite is like reading about historical accounts, kind of like the ancient old book, where you read some of the colonists coming into Cape Cod and seeing like so much cod that you like could get out and like walk across the bay, which is probably an exaggeration, but like crazy to see what our historical accounts of what our fish stocks could have been versus what they sadly look like now. Which is why the world of fisheries management is such a headache. It's so regulation heavy because if we're not super careful, the things we love go away. And confession time, I'm allergic to a lot of seafood, but I'm acutely aware that if that goes away, if like lobsters go away, that's bad for our economy, it's bad for our ecosystem, and it's bad for like humanity because a huge number of people rely on that food. And if you take away one part of our meals, we have to replace it with something else. And that starts a chain that you don't want to see collapse. Sorry about that tangent on fisheries management, but that's just you got to get it out there. This person says I like whales and dolphins. That's fair. Whales and dolphins are cool. I personally don't know any, um, but I would not want to go down an alley with a dolphin. Like people are fearmonger about sharks, but like stay away from dolphins and killer whales. Just like leave them be, give them their space. They are beautiful to watch from the shore. Do not get in the water with any large marine organism, frankly. Leave them be. Um, yeah, I will say my favorite whale is the gray whale. Because the way that they eat is insane to me. It's called grubbing. And what happens is, and when you think of a whale, a gray whale is just like a large baleen whale, like the blue whale, the humpback, they all kind of eat in a similar manner where they like take a big gulp of water and just like filter the water out and eat what's left, right? That's how most whales eat. Gray whales do something different. They do something that's insane. They will go to the bottom of to the seafloor and flop around and kick up a bunch of benthic animals like clams, shrimp, lobsters, what have you, and then they will gulp that up and filter out the seawater, which is crazy to imagine somewhere. You're just looking over the water and there could be a gray whale just going ham on the ground, and you might not know it. And that's why I love gray whales. That's just a crazy to me. That's crazy. So, um, I think those are all the questions I have in my Instagram.
Yeah, we have a couple. There was kind of a follow-up to the eel question, which I think we got some traction in the chat as well. But
Nice.
DeMarcus asked, like, why can't we just tag the eels? Somebody here, I think this is Jamin. Hey, Jamin. He said, where was it? Oh, tagging is difficult for their bodies.
So eels, um, conger eels and moray eels, they're super, super, super slimy. Their slime coat is a big part of their like kind of immunodefense, but also helps them navigate in like jagged rocky areas or silt covered areas, which would also they're like a tube. It would be very difficult to tag that animal like externally. Like you can't like without hurting it, I guess. Without like piercing the skin or forcing it to consume something that could then be expelled. So, like one of the reasons why it's so quote easy to tag sharks or big fin fishes is because their fins are pretty resilient. You can like poke a hole through it and they don't seem bothered and it'll stay there for a while because fins are theoretically forever. Eels don't really have that. And it would be difficult to tag a fin without affecting its life cycle. Um, so I have a couple of people. I have a couple of people from the 757 on this Zoom call, but they might just want to watch. So if you want to come off and introduce yourself, say hi, show your beautiful face, please do so. We have a lovely representative from the Virginia Aquarium. We have uh, a lovely young man from the Ocean Conservancy. Um, I can't really see anybody else's name, but please pop off, say hey, what's up if you want.
Yeah, I just kind of put y'all on the spot as well and I pinned you so everybody can see you on the YouTube live stream. Again, this is the Black and Marine Science team. I'm Camille or Dr. C here with our Currents of Change as we're talking with some of our BIMS members. Oh, Mr. Leroy, hey buddy, yes. Talking to some of our members, our collaborators, just on their experiences, asking them questions about what's happening today and just their connections with the water. So with that, Mr. Leroy, I see you've come off mute. I'll just pass it over to you for a hot sec to just share who you are and what you do.
Oh man, thank you so much. My name is Leroy Bryn III, hometown Newport News, Virginia, 757-23607, 23606. It's nice to see Mark and some of the 757 folks here. So I work for Ocean Conservancy out in Washington, D.C., and I am the Senior International Government Relations Specialist for the team, and that's to coordinate all of our different programs to prepare them for international conferences to advance their priorities. And I gotta quickly jump, and I'll pass it to somebody else.
Mr. Leroy has been my partner in crime for 2 years? Good gravy. So if you're ever in DC, actually, while I'm talking about DC, I want to, anybody listening who is in the area, there is an special event that ACP is hosting called the Peter Benchley Ocean Awards. And members of BIMS they get discounts on their tickets to come. It's we're pitching it as like the Academy Awards, but for the ocean. So we are going to be honoring some big names in the ocean world, including Dawn Wright, who you will see later today on this stream. She already knows, but make sure to congratulate her when she comes on stream. And that will be happening at the National Aquarium on May 8th. If you're interested, if you want to learn more, let me know. You can email me, you can message me. You can also someone can throw it in the chat. But the Peter Benchley Ocean Awards. Peter Benchley, of course, is the man who wrote the book Jaws. As you all know, turned into a fantastic movie. Oh my goodness. Actually, hang on. I I need to take a moment and introduce my good friend Anissa. If you would if you'd like to take the floor.
Okay, that was it. Thank you. Happy Earth Day. Save some trees.
We could barely hear you, Anissa. You gotta explain. You have to explain too. Please, could you just reshare though?
You know what? She might be in the Great Dismal Swamp right now. So this is Anissa. She is currently dressed like Danny DeVito. I mean, she's currently dressed like the Lorax. She works with the Virginia Aquarium, which is in Virginia Beach. They are a member of the Aquarium Conservation Partnership. She is one of the educators there. So I'm assuming she's doing some sort of Earth Day programming right now, or she's just having fun on her own, dressed like the Lorax in the woods. Who am I to judge? But yes, thank you, Anissa. Happy Earth Day. You, of course, are invited to the Peter Benchley Ocean Awards. If you come dressed as a Lorax, I will pay for your ticket myself. But yes, Peter Benchley, the writer of the Jaws movies, as you know, turned to a writer of the Jaws books, which turned into a movie, who then later felt super guilty about the public reaction to sharks based on those books. So he and his wife, Wendy Benchley, dedicated their lives to shark conservation. And that's why we're working with them to host the Peter Benchley Ocean Awards. So please come join us.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit.
Okay. Sorry. I'm outside. Let me go inside. It might be better.
Okay, we will circle back to that. Um, I mean, she looks amazing, ladies and gentlemen. If you were present at the last BIMS week, there was a fashion show, and yes, I was there. But truly, none of us could hold a candle to what we are witnessing right now live on stream. Uh, but yes, I mean, dang, the mustache. How'd she do that? I could never.
That's some great glue. Or however she got adhesive with it, however she got that to stay.
All right. So, are there any other questions in the chat? We will circle back to Anissa here in a moment.
Yeah, there was a I got distracted myself. Oh, yes, DeMarcus had another question. He wanted to know what we should do about the Endangered Species Act.
Before I answer, Anissa, do you have a message for our people?
Yes, support BIMS, save some trees, protect our oceans. Because I'm the Lorax. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you really well. Okay,
because I wasn't make sure because I was like inside. I was outside at first, but yeah, I'm the Lorax today at the Virginia Aquarium. So I think that's kind of cool. I'm frolicking about teaching people about trees. They have some different type of tree species out here that I've been talking about. So
I'm sorry, I'm at a loss for words. Does Virginia Aquarium have like are you on their like TikTok or Facebook right now? Like, how can they see more of you?
No, they don't have me on their TikTok or Instagram. Fortunately, you would have to come in to see me more, but I'm here now. So I thought it was really cool that they let me dress up on my own accord and run around and teach people about trees. So
Wait, sorry, whose idea was this?
that was mine.
Oh my goodness, of course.
Yeah.
See,
I was like,
that's the BIMS innovation that we bring, okay? This is how we show up, authentically ourselves.
authentically ourselves, yes. I was like, I want to talk about trees. They got some cool trees outside and do it in a fun way. And people have been really receptive. I thought I would scare a lot more kids, but they actually been really happy. Like they've been like, oh my God, it's a Lorax. It's really important for people to learn about trees because they're really important for the environment. People really don't care about them. They're like, it just does pollen. And I'm like, it does a lot more than pollen. So yeah, conservation, also another message of them. So conserving not only the oceans, but all aspects of the environment.
Yeah, you know what? Unless someone like you cares a whole lot, do me a favor. If you can get a picture of yourself as Lorax, please, and send it to me. Just for no reason at all. Just make sure that happens. And have a
I have
great
multiple pictures of me inside and outside and hugging trees. So I got you on that.
Thank you. Perfect. Out there on the front lines fighting the good fight, people. And this is what your donation goes to, supporting us in our fight. Circling back, by the way, I do have a stuffed ribbon eel, just to make sure you all know that I always keep that thing on me. I've also got others here, so if they come up, they'll come up. But on the ESA, DeMarcus brings up a good point. The Endangered Species Act is currently sort of on the chopping block right now. There are a lot of efforts to kind of make it weaker. There is currently a Federal Registry notice to change the definition of harm under the ESA Endangered Species Act, which is would make it so that harm to habitat does not count as harm to an endangered species, which is, of course, not a good thing. What we can do is support the organizations who are trying to fight for retaining these protections for our favorite endangered species. That includes ACP, that includes BIMS, that includes a lot of organizations like Oceana and the Ocean Conservancy. I'm sure they're working on it as well, and the Endangered Species Coalition. But also, and people might get tired of me saying this, but if there is something going on in the government that you are not happy of or happy about, you have to call your congressperson. So if you live in Norfolk, like I do, you need to call Representative Bobby Scott, call Senator Tim Kaine, and call Senator Mark Warner. You need to call them. They get so many emails, they get so many letters every day that they cannot physically look through all of them. If you call them and leave a message, they will get it. Tell them, hey, Endangered Species Act means a lot to me. I want you to fight for it. If they don't hear you do that, if they don't hear their constituents say, I want you to fight for this Endangered Species Act, I want you to fight for my local aquarium, I want you to fight for my gay brothers and sisters, then they won't do that. If they don't know that it matters to you, then they will not act on it. So please, please, please call your congressperson. That's probably the best way I can best advice I can give you now. Also try and learn and see if I'm coming from the aquarium world. Chances are, if you live near a zoo or an aquarium, even if they're not part of ACP, they are working on some sort of conservation on an animal that's protected under the ESA that could be harmed if that gets reformed or removed. So do the research, like check in, see if my local zoo or aquarium is doing that work, and then like spread the message to your congressperson. Are there any other questions in the chat, Camille?
I don't see any other questions. Some folks shouting Anissa out on the outfit, for sure. But yeah, I mean, well, we had, just going back to the eel conversation, someone said about microchipping eels, but I mean, even with the microchip, now correct me if I'm wrong, like there's places in our oceans that like we can't connect to, even if an organism is chipped. Like it's like a kind of like a black hole. So
And the kind of the thing, like when you microchip your dog or cat, it's not necessarily like they're chipped and now like you can identify their position on the global satellite array. It's like you have to take them to the vet and they'll scan it and they'll be like, oh, this is this animal. If you were to microchip an eel, again, maybe if we had like the richest person in the world of sound mind put all of their money to a technology that would make a microchip small enough to insert into an eel that would not go into their digestive tract and also be able to respond to like satellite or radar, maybe. But they're so small and we don't know where they go. And like microchipping sharks, like they have to come to the surface and ping. And then that's how or you have to travel your boat like over their body to get that data as they're moving. With an eel, they're in the water and they're gone. They're not coming to the surface. You're probably not getting kind of reading from any kind of microchip. And it would be very, very difficult to then find that same eel when they're done and when they come back. And then, so maybe if you microchipped like 1,000, let them go, and then let them come back and hopefully get a few of them. You might be able to see that data. I don't know how that works. But it sounds super duper expensive for that. And as you may have heard, might be a running theme, money is not free flowing in the marine science world right now. So especially in the near future.
yeah, it's very unfortunate. I have to shout you out too, Mark, for always, keeping us on our toes, like emailing us different opportunities, making sure that the BIMS community knows what's happening. I always see your posting in the safe space chat. If you are a BIMS member, definitely make sure you're linking with the community, not just Mark, the greater community as well, in the safe space WhatsApp group. If you are not a member, this is your moment to think about it. Go to the website. Think about becoming a member, joining us. We have a suite of opportunities, not just the WhatsApp Safe Space chat. We've talked about the Tidal Wave program. We've talked about our BIMS immersion program as well. These are opportunities for membership within the BIMS community to advance their professional development.
Definitely, it is worth a membership. The opportunity, people like fight each other to give for the opportunity to offer our work, our like listserv job opportunities. They like they really jockey for the opportunity because we have such a like primo crop of amazing marine scientists. And so that super specialized, unique targeting is something that I think is worth membership alone. But other than that, like meeting other people who work on the same things you work on or work on very different things that you work on. Meeting people in the community, it's not all scientists either. Like we have people in the fishing community, we have artists, we have fashion designers, we have business people. If you love the ocean, like BIMS is the place you should be. And the opportunities that we try to provide you, I think make it worth it. The last opportunity that I have is definitely try and go to the Peter Bitchley Ocean Awards. I'll put that in the safe space too. If you're a member of BIMS and you're not on the WhatsApp, please make sure to get on that because I'm there all the time. I'm posting stuff. But there is an opportunity. So, and DeMarcus, you made me think of this. To advocate for yourself on Capitol Hill. So in the first week of June, as you all know, June is not only Pride Month, it's also Ocean Month. June 8th is World Oceans, World Ocean Day, maybe, whatever. The first week of June is Capitol Hill Ocean Week. And that is, I guess it was kind of started by the National Marine Sanctuary Foundation to go on the Hill and kind of make the case for more funding for our national marine sanctuaries. But it has kind of evolved into a just ocean organizations use this opportunity to make your voice heard on the Hill. So ACP is working to co-host the Upwell event, which is sort of it's one of the many days of Chow. It will be on June 3rd, which I believe is a Tuesday. It'll be like it's basically like a conference, but more in the vein of a BIMS week than a normal conference, if that makes sense. And so I want to make sure that you all have an invite to that. Registration is now open, and there is an opportunity for an in-person and virtual registration. We might have a BIMS reception that night too. I still need to connect with Simone to see what we're able to work with. But if not that day, it'll be on Friday. Azul is having a fiesta the next day, the next evening. And Capitol Hill Ocean Week will be on the 4th and the 5th with their reception as well on the 3rd. Highly recommend that you attend. If you want to learn more information, you can email me. I can send you guys like the registration form. I think there's a website that you can just like Google and find as well. But this is definitely, out of any time in our lives, making your voice heard on Capitol Hill is incredibly important because there's not a lot of other things that we can do right now safely. So that's my last like pitch. But I'm happy to answer any more questions in the chat, yap more about my own personal lore. Actually, I did find something very cool. So I just moved into a new place and I'm like still unpacking. And you know, when you move, you like find things, you're like, oh my God, I forgot I had this. So I just moved from Newport News to Norfolk because I needed to be closer to the airport. And our house is old. But I found this old newspaper. And so, like I said earlier, I'm from Louisville, Kentucky, and there are not a ton of super famous people who come from that city. Tom Cruise went to high school there. Diane Sawyer, maybe. But very famous athlete, Muhammad Ali, is from Louisville, Kentucky. And so here, hang on, let me get the is a newspaper article of me, baby Mark, and Muhammad Ali. Look.
What?
We're best friends.
Wow. So is there a backstory to that photo? How did it come to be?
So my mom was like she worked for a local news station up in Louisville. And so he like, I guess came down for some event, a reception or something. And he had a kid, Layla, and so they put us both in like the playpen because I was like a fresh baby, and so was his child, and so we played in the playpen together while she interviewed him. And they finished, and he went to go get her, and I was just there. So it was a great photo opportunity. And that's how I met my best friend in the whole wide world. No big deal. Cassius K, the Louisville Lip. Uh,
He saw the talent. He knew. He
yeah,
knew things to come.
If I didn't go into marine biology, like boxing for sure. I keep them on their toes. And so I want to go ahead and just like tee up the next hour because what I just mentioned a lot of the great opportunities and services that BIMS offers. And it's actually really exciting. The kind of I don't even know how to explain this, honestly. So I'm glad Jermaine is about to come on to explain it properly. But one of the suite of tools that BIMS offers, this next one, the Ocean Justice AI, is actually really, really cool. And especially given the dismantling of a lot of our federal services that do a lot of this work, it's now we have another option that we know won't get taken away. So I'm really, really excited to kind of see where Ocean Justice AI goes, see how it helps communities. I mean, it helped me determine where I want to move to in a kind of a low-lying, very close to the water level area of Hampton Roads. So I'm really excited to see that go to fruition and to be part of the greater BIMS Institute, the kind of like incubator for these great ideas. I'm really excited to see what else is grown from the BIMS Institute. It's going to be really, really cool, and I'm really excited about it. Camille, I think you may have muted yourself again.
I'm back. Yeah, thank you, team. It's been great spending these past 4 hours with you all. Again, if you are just joining us, this is the BIMS Current of Change. We are here for 24 hours. This is like hour 12 or almost 12.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And so we're having different BIMS members come through, talk to us about their journey, their perspectives, their connections with the ocean. We just had some